This is Audible.
The Butcher's Son, book number 1 in the Dick Hardesty mystery series. Written by Dorien Gray, narrated by Jeff Fres-Albrecht. Love is composed of a single soul, inhabiting two bodies. Aristotle. As hard as it is for me to remember sometimes, I haven't always been a private investigator. None of us starts life doing what we end up doing, of course, but how we get where we are instead of someplace else is often pretty fascinating to contemplate. Now, in my case... Chapter 1. Did you ever have one of those years? You know, you start New Year's Day with a hangover, and everything just goes downhill from there? Well, it was one of those years. I was stuck in a job I hated, and Chris, my lover of 5 years, was getting the 7-year itch 2 years early. We'd been together ever since shortly after we got out of college, and each of us was the other's first real relationship, so I guess you couldn't really blame him. That, plus the fact that we lived in a gay ghetto, so the candy store syndrome made it easy enough to stray for anyone so inclined, and Chris became increasingly inclined. But we were hanging in there, putting on the good old perfect couple routine whenever anyone else was around and working on matching ulcers when they weren't. I was up to 2.5 packs of cigarettes a day and rising. Chris was devoting considerable time to adding to his swizzle stick collection. All in all, a real fun time. Chris was always a lot more into bars than I was, so it wasn't unusual for him to go out by himself, though I noted that lately he'd been going out a lot more than normal. We did hold to our Saturday night out to dinner tradition, though, after which we'd stop in at the Ebony Room, a nice little neighborhood bar close to home, for a nightcap. This particular night, however, Chris suggested we go to a new bar he'd found, Bacchus Lair, which he said had a great drag show. I should have put great in quotes, since I was never much for drag, but Chris got a kick out of it, so we went. I should also point out that this was after Stonewall, but not all that much, and the community hadn't completely gotten its act together in most cities. Blatant homophobia was the attitude of choice for most police forces, and ours was particularly noted for its less-than-tolerant methods. It was also a solid source of income for the city. Bust a gay bar, haul in 20 or 40 gays too scared or too poor to fight it, charge them with lewd and lascivious conduct, drop the charges down to disturbing the peace, and slap a $350 fine for a no-contest plea. The city was happy, the police were happy, the lawyers were happy. The gays weren't happy, but who cared? Bacchus Lair was located in a former loft upstairs over a discount furniture store on the edge of Skid Row. A lot of gay bars were in this area, probably partly because of the lower rents and the smaller likelihood that neighbors would complain about the clientele. Bacchus Lair was decorated in early flamboyant. Tables the size of dinner plates, purple tablecloths, purple carpet, purple stage curtains, wall fixtures with dangly globes of plastic that I suppose the management thought looked like grapes. Wall niches with little gold cherubs shouldering platters of plastic grapes. Oh, and a cover charge. And a 2 watered-down drink minimum, but you got to keep the little purple umbrellas that came with them. There were a few people there we knew. I should say a few people I knew. Chris seemed to know a lot more. We were shown to a table, I asked for one by an exit, by a lesbian in full male drag. A nice touch of equality, I thought. We ordered our drinks just as the canned music announcing the start of the show blared out across the room, making conversation impossible. The room lights dimmed, the curtains opened, revealing a stage about 3 feet deep, and the show began. If you've seen one drag show, you saw this one. Not too bad, really. The usual standard numbers by the usual standard drag queens. Only one, a huge black drag named, if you could believe the MC, Tondalea O'Toole, did her own material, and was really talented. Intermission arrived with the inevitable and inevitably cute announcement by the MC that, "We'll be right back after a wee-wee break." The curtains closed, the lights came back up, and the waiters rushed through the room, restocking the what passed for liquor. Also, as usual, some of the entertainers came down to mix with the customers. "Well," Chris said, "what did you think? Great, huh?" I nodded. "Great." "Yeah," Chris said, "but wait until the second half. That's when Judy comes on. She's fantastic." I was willing to take his word for it. "I'm surprised how crowded it is," I said. "Do I detect a note of the famous Dick Hardesty paranoia?" Chris asked. "I notice you insisted on sitting near an exit again." You didn't think it was paranoia when I yanked your ass out of the bullpen the night the cops raided it, I said. If we hadn't been near an exit, we would have been hauled in like everybody else. Well, you don't have to worry here, Chris said, leaning back in his chair. They've never had a raid. And how long have they been open? I asked. Chris shrugged. I don't know, 2 months maybe? That long, huh? Maybe they should hang up a sign. A fine tradition of excellence. Since June. Chris grinned and shook his head. You're crazy, Hardesty. Tondalea O'Toole had come down from the stage and moved through the room like a fully laden oil tanker in heavy seas, bestowing forehead kisses, Queen of England waves, and assorted quips to the customers. Spotting Chris, she plowed her way to our table. How you doing, Chris, darlin'? She asked Chris, her eyes deliberately moving back and forth between Chris and me, one eyebrow raised. Great, Teddy, Chris said. Great show tonight. Tondalea, nay Teddy, put one hand on her more than ample hip and made a get-away-with-you-now gesture with the other, a la Pearl Bailey. Why, thank you, darlin', she said. Then looking at me, she gave a slow, exaggerated, tongue-extended lip lick and said, And who's this good-looking hunk of man? Chris grinned. This is my other half, Dick Hardesty. Tondalea Teddy extended a hand. I'll just bet he is, she said as I took it, and was surprised by an unexpectedly strong grip. My, you two make a handsome couple, don't you now? We try, I said. Can we buy you a drink? Chris asked. I really shouldn't, she said, while in one continuous movement sweeping a chair from a nearby table and motioning the waiter. But I am parched, and I do have a minute or two before I have to get back. Scotch rocks double, she said to the waiter, who disappeared as quickly as he'd come. So, how do you like working here? I asked, for want of anything better to say. Oh, I love it, honey, love it. It's a lot better than the Galaxy, that's for sure. Didn't that burn down a month or so ago? I asked. Tondalea Teddy reached out and tapped my arm. That it did, child, that it did. That's when I came over here. I was lucky, really. There's getting to be fewer and fewer drag clubs around, what with the raids and the fires and all. A lot of my friends are just plain out of work. So what time is Judy coming on? Chris asked, demonstrating his usual short attention span. Tondalea Teddy took the drink the waiter brought, downed it in one gulp, and shrugged. Same as every night. You know she's always the last act. Save the best for last, that's her motto. Suddenly she put her hand to her mouth and lowered her voice. I didn't say that, she said between her fingers. You never heard me say that, okay? Okay, Chris and I said in unison, exchanging a puzzled glance. Good. Tondalea Teddy pushed herself back from the table, nearly knocking our drinks on the floor in the process, and got up. I gotta go get changed. You like the first act, honeys. Just wait till you see the second. With a broad stage grin, she moved off toward the dressing room. What was that last part all about? I asked Chris. He shrugged. I have no idea. The waiter arrived unbidden, bringing 2 more drinks, unordered, just as the house lights dimmed and the second act began. It was more of the same, except for Tondalea Teddy, who did a really good down-and-dirty blues number I'd always associated with one of my favorite old army cadences. I'm not the butcher, I'm the butcher's son, but I'll give you meat until the butcher comes. She was followed by a marginally passable Diana Ross imitator, a slightly better Barbra Streisand imitator, and somebody who apparently thought, wrongly, that she was Sophie Tucker. Judy's next, Chris leaned over to me and whispered. The curtains closed and the room went completely dark until a small spotlight came on. The music started and a voice said, Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Judy Garland. The curtains opened to Judy Garland. Quite a bit taller and not as frail, but Judy Garland nonetheless. I realized it wasn't even the face. It was the posture, the movements, the little gestures. Perfect. Even before she opened her mouth, I was impressed. This guy was good. The song was The Man That Got Away, and instead of just lip-syncing, she sang with the record, and it was as if Judy Garland were singing a duet with herself. Chris nudged and gave me his I told you so nod, and I just nodded back. The end of the record was greeted by tremendous applause, in which I joined wholeheartedly. Judy took a bow, then went immediately into the trolley song, followed by You Made Me Love You. When she finished, the crowd was on its feet, Chris and I included. The curtain started to close, but the crowd wouldn't have it, and she waved them back open, sat on the edge of the stage, and sang, of course, Over the Rainbow. Even I had a lump in my throat. When she finished the song, the room went black again, and when the lights came back on, she was gone. The other entertainers came out for their curtain calls, but despite chants of "Judy! Judy!" she did not come out, and at last the applause died away, and the show was over. We finished our drinks, paid the bill, and got up to leave. "I've got to hand it to you, Chris," I said. "That was really good." Chris put his arm around my shoulder. "After 5 years you doubted me?" he asked. I've already mentioned that I hated my job. I'd had several since I left college, and didn't really feel comfortable with any of them, but as I've always said, it isn't the principle of the thing, it's the money. At the moment, I was being rather embarrassingly overpaid by a small public relations firm, Carlton Carlson and Associates. The reason for the high salary was that CC&A was run by the rear end of a horse with a monumental ego, and the only way he could keep help was by paying them so much they couldn't afford to go elsewhere. He had, thanks to his rich wife's family connections, passably juggled the career of one or two fairly well-known clients over the years, and had volunteered his, that is to say his staff's, services in the promotion and setup of a press conference for the chief of police's contemplated assault on the governor's seat. His magnanimous gesture was hardly altruistic, since CC viewed it as his key to taking over the chief's entire public relations campaign. The task wouldn't be an easy one, as anyone with his head a little less far up his behind than my boss would readily have recognized. The chief's political beliefs fell considerably to the right of Attila the Hun, and he ran his department like Vlad the Impaler. Need I add that he loathed homosexuals? His tact, diplomacy, and delicate handling of any problem involving the gay community had, among some gays, earned him the nickname the Butcher. But his methods, however reprehensible, had kept the local crime rate in check, and he had, until now, kept an extremely low personal profile. If the chief managed to win the primaries, his opponent was one Marlon Evans, a moderately popular but lackluster state senator. He would be pretty much a shoo-in, since the incumbent governor's wildly liberal policies had alienated the most powerful lobbying groups in the state. The first step in humanizing the inhuman, my boss decided, was to play up the chief's warm and loving family life, and guess who got stuck with gathering homey bits about this little nuclear holocaust? Yep, yours truly. The fact that up until now very few people had any idea, or the slightest interest, that the chief had a license to breed, let alone that he had exercised it 5 times, left me a pretty open field. We started by building a rather anemic file of newspaper photos and articles. Of course, the chief's wife was always on hand at functions that required the presence of a spouse, but she generally blended so well with the wallpaper she was almost impossible to pick out if there were more than 3 people in the picture. Of the children there was almost nothing known, except that the eldest son was a minister and the chief had recently become a grandfather. It was thereby decreed that I, together with a freelance writer noted for never having met a subject she didn't like, and a photographer selected for his Vaseline-lensed portrait work, both handpicked by CC himself, would be sent out to meet with the entire family, with the object of getting a feature story into the Sunday supplement of the city's leading newspaper. My sole purpose for being there was a bit vague, other than to ride hard on the writer and photographer, and to steer them clear of the unlikely possibility that they might somehow touch on anything that could smack of controversy. I viewed the entire project with the same enthusiasm as I'd anticipate a root canal, but I had little choice. The interview was set for a Saturday afternoon, my boss not believing in the sanctity of weekends where his employees were involved. We arrived at the chief's Hollywood backlot 2-story neo-Georgian home at exactly the appointed hour, and were met at the door by Kathleen Rourke, the chief's wife, looking like a cross between June Cleaver and Donna Reed. She ushered us into the living room, which appeared to have been set up for the photographers from House Beautiful, and Chief Rourke himself, obviously painfully uncomfortable out of his uniform, removed the unlit pipe from his mouth, set it in the chair-side ashtray, and rose from a wing-back chair near the fireplace to greet us. The cursory introductions over, to the obvious relief of both Chief Rourke and me, we were told the rest of the family was gathered on the poolside patio, and followed Mrs. Rourke outside through a set of curtained French doors. Standing around a picnic table at the far end of the pool like deer caught in the headlights was the rest of the Rourke clan. Chief Rourke, who had followed us outside lest, I suspected, one of us unattended might make a grab for the family silver, made the introductions clockwise around the table. Tammy, aged 15, Colleen, aged 17, Mary, 13, Robert, Robbie, 14, and Kevin, the minister, age not given, but probably 25, who was accompanied by his lovely wife Sue Lynn and their infant son Sean. The children, except for Kevin, who had obviously inherited all the good looks, all took after their mother. That is to say, were nondescript to the point that any one of them would be hard to pick out of a police lineup. I suggested we first get the photos out of the way, and Ted, the photographer, proceeded to take up the next half hour orchestrating various shots of the family around the picnic table, by the barbecue, in the living room, around the kitchen table, etc. It may have just been my imagination, but it seemed like every time I looked at Kevin, he was looking at me, but whenever our eyes met, he'd hurriedly look away. Actually, Ted need have taken only one photo of the chief, since his expression, the proud family man, never changed except for one moment when the baby, who had been handed him reluctantly only after Ted's repeated suggestion, developed a slow leak in the diaper department. While all of this was going on, the writer, in obvious awe of actually being in the presence of someone so prominent as the chief, tried getting responses to a set of routine questions. At one point, after the majority of photos had been taken, and the chief and Mrs. Rourke were huddled at one end of the living room with the writer, I wandered over to the mantel to look at the set of family photos. There were individual shots of all the kids, plus Kevin and Sue Lynn's wedding photo and a photo of baby Sean. But one which caught my eye was an older family shot, taken in front of the house, apparently when Mary, the youngest child, was a baby. The interesting thing about the picture was that it contained two Kevins. Kevin, who had been off somewhere with Sue Lynn changing the baby and had just re-entered the living room, apparently noticed me looking at the photo and hurried over. I got the distinct feeling I'd been caught at something. "I was just looking at your photos," I said rather lamely. "Yes," Kevin said, the first time since we'd arrived that he'd spoken directly to me. "My mother and father are typical proud parents, I guess." Never having been noted for excessive tact when my curiosity was aroused, I couldn't resist remarking on the photo. "I hope I'm not touching a sensitive area," I said, "but I noticed in this one photo there seem to be two of you. I didn't know you had an identical twin." "Patrick," he said. Suddenly, we were both aware that the chief had gotten up from the sofa, crossed the room, and was, like a thundercloud at a picnic, hovering just behind us. "Sue Lynn needs you, Kevin," he said, though how he might have come by that information was totally beyond me, since he'd been seated at the other end of the room for the past 10 minutes. Kevin turned without a word and left the room the way he'd come in, leaving me standing there with the chief. The beaming family man facade was gone. His eyes were cold black holes, and his voice sent a chill down my spine. "Patrick's dead," he said. Chapter 2. By the time I got home from the meeting with the chief's little brood, the first thing I wanted was a long hot shower, followed by a drink. Chris wasn't home when I arrived, but was in the kitchen unpacking a sack of groceries when I came in from the bedroom to fix my drink. "Do I need to know how it went?" he asked, opening the refrigerator to hand me an ice cube tray and put away a package of chicken. Imagine Adolf and Eva with him. I looked for an ashtray and, as usual, didn't find one. I turned on the tap just enough to put out my cigarette, tossed it in the garbage, and reached for the cupboard where we kept the liquor. "You want one?" I asked, taking a glass from the shelf. He shook his head. "I'll wait," he said, folding the bag carefully and putting it in the broom closet with the 10,000 other bags. He then opened a drawer, rummaged around a moment, and handed me a small glass ashtray. "Oh, do you remember those fire trucks that woke us up last night? It was the Ebony Room." "Oh, no. How bad?" I asked, pouring bourbon into my glass. "It was gutted. Somebody tossed a firebomb in through the bathroom window, I hear. It was after closing, thank God, so nobody was hurt." "Somebody there is that does not like gay bars," I said, paraphrasing Robert Frost. "This makes, what, 6 in 2 months?" I set my drink on the counter and reached into my shirt pocket for another cigarette. "At least," Chris said as he put away the last of the groceries. "Did you talk to Bob?" I asked, walking into the living room and sitting in my favorite chair. Bob Allen was the owner of the Ebony Room and lived in our building with his lover Ramon, a really cute Puerto Rican, about 15 years Bob's junior. We weren't exactly friends, but we were, as Chris would say, close acquaintances. "No." Chris followed me into the living room. He took my glass and had a sip of my drink and then shuddered dramatically. "Smooth," he said, handing the glass back and then plopping down on the sofa. "Tony called right after you left this morning to tell me about it, and I tried calling Bob right after that, but nobody was home." I shook my head. "I'm really sorry about that. We'll just have to find another place to hang out. Speaking of which, "Are you up to dinner out tonight, or do you just want to drink yourself into a stupor here?" I carefully put my cigarette in the ashtray and gave him the finger. One drink does not a stupor make, and yes, I'm up to going out. God knows I deserve it after today. "Good," he said, getting up from the sofa and moving down the hall to the bedroom. "I'm going to hit the shower and start getting ready." A thunderstorm had broken by the time we reached Rasputin's, a slightly overpriced but very trendy and therefore popular gay restaurant and bar close to downtown. I wasn't as much into either trendy or popular as Chris was, but I didn't feel like making an issue of it. I discovered when we were about halfway there that I may well have deserved a night on the town, but I didn't really feel much like it. We were having a drink at the bar while waiting for our table, when someone came up behind us and grabbed us both around the shoulders. A deep voice said, "Well, honey lambs, I do declare you make a gorgeous couple." We turned in unison to face a very large black man with exaggeratedly pursed lips, who darted his gaze back and forth between us without moving his head. It wasn't until he broke into a wide grin that I recognized Tondaleo O'Toole in his Teddy persona. We exchanged greetings, and his large hands rested easily on our shoulders. "So what are you two lovelies doing out on a night like this?" "Our Saturday night ritual," Chris said. "Old habits are hard to break, even in bad weather." "You having dinner? If we ever get a table." "Well, stay away from the lamb chops. They're deadly," TT advised. "Can we buy you a drink?" Chris asked. He pulled both of us to him. "Oh, thank you, honeys, but I've got to get to the club. Showtime in about an hour. Are you coming over?" Chris looked at me, and I shook my head. "Not tonight, I'm afraid," Chris said. "The master here has a headache." "We'll try for next Saturday," I said. TT slapped us both on the back. "Well, you just better. I'll be looking for you, here?" Some people are lucky enough to have jobs in which each day is a joyful blur. Chris's was like that. He was head window designer for Marston's, the most prestigious and expensive department store in the city, and he already had a solid reputation in the industry. He couldn't wait to get to work every day. My work days were more like psychedelic smudges. They were just one long blur when viewed in retrospect, but were endless when viewed from each morning looking toward evening. The writer, who had done other assignments for my boss, wisely sent her cloyingly adulatory piece on the Clan Rourke in on Tuesday morning by messenger. The boss demanded to see it immediately then, scornfully proclaiming her a no-talent hack. I resisted pointing out he was the one who had hired her. Insisted that I personally make several totally unnecessary additions and changes. The photographer, not as shrewd as the writer, brought his contact sheets in Wednesday afternoon. I thought they were quite good, considering what he'd had to work with, but the boss viewed them with his usual total contempt, making it clear that his own 4-year-old son could have done an infinitely superior job with an old Polaroid and outdated film. When he felt he had adequately achieved his objective of thoroughly humiliating the photographer, he magnanimously declared that since there was no time to reschedule another shoot, he would have to deign to accept them, and left it to me and the photographer to select which photos to submit with the article, subject to his final okay, of course. The patently obvious motive for all this bullshit was, of course, aside from his psychotic need to put everyone down, so that he could tell Chief Rourke that he personally had whipped the article into shape. I'd already wined and dined the editor of the paper's Sunday supplement, who had previously been pressured by both my boss and the chief's aides, and confirmed the piece would be the lead story the Sunday before the chief's press conference announcing his candidacy for governor. On Thursday, CC called me into his office. I was praying he was going to fire me, but no such luck. "Hardesty," he said, unwrapping a cigar the size of a large zucchini, "this Rourke for governor thing is going to put Carlton, Carlson and Associates on the map. You didn't screw up the article assignment too badly. No greater praise, I thought. And I didn't hear any specific complaints about your attitude, so I'm going to let you keep handling future contact with the family members. All direct contact with the chief will, of course, be made by me, and only me. With my help, Terrence C. Rourke's going to be this state's next governor." He banged his desk with one fist, then leaned forward to glare at me. "This is a big responsibility I'm giving you here, and you damned well better not fuck it up." Why was I not thrilled? Why was I biting my tongue to keep from telling old CC there to take his zucchini cigar and shove it up both his and the chief's ass? Why the hell didn't I just quit then and there? Why don't I have an answer for those 3 questions? Suffice it to say, I was not thrilled. I held my tongue, and I swore to myself that I would start sending resumes out in the morning. Friday night I spent sitting in front of the television, polishing off my third pack of cigarettes for the day. Chris went out with some friends from the store and didn't get home until about 2 hours after the bars closed, a fact noted only because I'd gotten up to go to the bathroom just as he came in and had looked at the clock. What bothered me most about what I was beginning to see clearly as the approaching end of my relationship with Chris was that it really didn't scare me nearly as much as I thought it should. We still cared a lot for each other, I knew, but the kind of love that separates lovers from loving friends wasn't really there anymore. We'd just been growing in two different directions, and although we never talked about it, we both knew. Anyway, on Saturday night we went to dinner. Chris insisted on Rasputin's again, and afterwards, the Ebony Room now gone, we decided to go back to Bacchus Lair to catch the show. As if on cue, a pouring rain started just as we left the restaurant. 2 Saturdays in a row, I told myself. The place was packed. They'd installed a new maitre d', who unctuously informed us that, without a reservation, we'd be lucky to get a sit at the bar. As we were deciding whether or not to take up his kind semi-offer, we heard a bellowed, "Child, there you are!" and looked toward the bar to see Tondalea Teddy surging through the crowd. "I'll just bet you couldn't get a table, could you?" We shook our heads in exact unison, looking, I'm sure, like the synchronized idiot team. She grabbed each of us by the arm, and before either of us could say anything, steered us past the maitre d' and into the room. "My sister just called and told me she couldn't make it to the show tonight, so I'll put you at her table," T.T. said, the rustle of her taffeta gown audible even above the hubbub of the crowd. The table was so close to the stage that we could, if we were so inclined, I for one certainly wasn't, look up the skirts of the performers. It was not near an exit. I looked at Chris, who, reading my mind as he so often did, grinned and shrugged. After seeing us safely ensconced at the table, T.T. blew us both poster-sized kisses and went to put finishing touches on her makeup. The waiter came and took our drink order, then vanished into the crowd, hips expertly maneuvering between tables, extended arms and legs, and milling customers. The table beside us was empty, but just as the music came on and the house lights started to dim, 2 forms were ushered up and seated by the maitre d'. I wasn't paying much attention until I heard, "Hi, Dick. Hi, Chris," and looked over to see Bob Allen and Ramon. We returned the greeting, at least I think we did. By that time, we couldn't even hear our own voices over the blare of the always tinny-sounding canned music as the spotlight came on and the show began. With a few variations, it was pretty much the same as the last time we'd seen it, except that T.T.'s rendition of The Butcher's Son seemed, if possible, a little raunchier, and he made a point of directing the song to Chris and me. At intermission, we had a chance, finally, to exchange a few words with Bob and Ramon. We'd spoken with Bob briefly on the phone some days before to express our regrets over the loss of the Ebony Room, but he'd been so busy we hadn't seen him since the fire. "I didn't feel much like coming out tonight," he said, "but Ramon dragged me. I'm glad he did, actually. I'm not used to not being around a lot of people, and I've kind of missed it. We almost didn't make it, though. Had a hell of a time getting a cab in the rain." "Something wrong with your car again?" Bob snorted in disgust. "The damn transmission this time. That lemon's been in the shop more than it's been on the road." "Well, if you need a ride home after the show, we'll be glad to give you a lift," Chris volunteered. "We'd appreciate that," Bob said. It had stopped raining by the time we left the club, and most of the talk on the drive home was about Judy. Her performance had been even better than the first time we'd seen her, and the crowd again was wild about her. But, as before, she refused to come back on for a curtain call, and Chris was speculating on whether her increasing popularity would change the situation. "Don't count on it," Ramon volunteered from the back seat. "She's never done a curtain call, and if you ask me, she never will. That's one strange character, that Judy." "Yeah, I'd been wondering about her," I said. "I think I've seen her around someplace as a guy, but I'm not sure. Hard to tell with the wig and makeup. What's his real name?" Ramon shrugged. "Judy is all I know. Nobody knows her, and I mean that literally. I worked there when the place first opened up. Waiter, busboy, bartender, whatever they needed. Would you believe that nobody in that place has ever seen her out of drag? Not only that, but nobody has ever seen her come in or go out. She doesn't mix with the other performers. Hell, sometimes she doesn't even show up. Not often, granted, but she's got her own dressing room that she comes out of only when it's time for her to go on. And when the show's over, back in she goes, and that's it. You can stand outside that door all night, and you won't see her come out. Probably got a back door, or maybe she lives there. Who knows?" How can she manage that? Why the mystery and special treatment? Chris asked. Ramon shrugged again. Word has it she's sleeping with the manager, or the owner, or both. And who are the manager and owner? Chris asked. The manager's Dave Lee. And the owner? Nobody seems to know. I think it's a corporation. If that's the case, Judy's a busy girl. Yeah, Bob offered. I know they don't belong to the bar guild. We were pondering that little mystery as Chris pulled into the garage of our apartment building. You guys want to stop in for a drink? Bob asked as we got on the elevator. We owe you for the ride. Chris looked at me and I said, Sure, we'll have a quick one. I was curious to know more about Judy, and although I didn't want to pry into something that was really none of my business, I was hoping Bob would volunteer more information on the Ebony Room fire. Chris asked for scotch, and I opted for coffee, decaf, and Strega, and we settled in their comfortable living room while Ramon took charge of fixing the coffee. Bob went into a beautiful mahogany hutch that served as a liquor cabinet, and poured Chris's scotch and Strega for me, himself, and Ramon into beautiful leaded crystal glasses. When we were all seated, Bob in his favorite armchair and Ramon on the floor in front of him, leaning back against his legs, the conversation turned to the series of fires plaguing the community's bars in general, and the one at the Ebony Room in particular. Bob confirmed that someone had tossed a Molotov cocktail through a small, high window in the bathroom. He figured it had happened about an hour after closing, shortly after the bartender had locked up for the night and gone home. The insurance company, of course, refused to settle the claim until it was determined Bob himself hadn't started the fire. All evidence to the contrary, and despite there having been 5 other similar fires, the company remained adamant and was giving Bob a hard time, as it is the habit, duty, and delight of insurance companies to do. How is the investigation going? I asked. Bob shrugged. Who knows? I've been calling them nearly every day, and they keep saying they're still waiting for the arson report to come in, and of course, hoping that when it does, it will implicate me as having set fire to my own place so they can deny the claim. I've made at least a dozen phone calls to both the fire department and the police, but it's pretty obvious they have more important things on their mind. I think the annual Firemen's and Policemen's Ball is coming up. Are you planning to reopen? Chris asked. Bob shrugged, one hand reaching out to tussle Ramon's hair. Depends on what the insurance company does. I'd like to, of course. I own the building, or what's left of it, and I've been there 10 years now. But even if the insurance comes through, they'll cancel me for sure, and it'll be next to impossible to get other insurance, especially with all these other bar fires lately. The Bar Guild is trying to pull something together, but I'm not sure what we can do. Being a bar owner isn't the easiest job in the world, he said, taking another sip of his Strega. If it's not the fires, it's the police harassment, and with Chief O'Rourke at the helm, that's not likely to end soon. Careful what you say about Dick's good buddy, Chris said. Bob looked at me quizzically as I shot Chris a dirty glare. I sighed. Mr. Tact here is referring to an assignment I've got shepherding our beloved chief and his family through the media minefields until he announces his candidacy for governor a week from Tuesday. Since the police political aspirations were common knowledge, I didn't feel I was betraying any confidences. Well, that ought to be a boon to the U-Haul and moving van industry, Bob said. Ramon's eyes grew large. You mean you actually know the butcher? He gave a dramatic shudder. I'm uncomfortable being on the same planet with that bigot. God knows what I'd do if I had to be in the same room. Does he know you're gay? It was my turn to shudder at the thought. I sincerely doubt it. We're hardly what you'd call close. I know his son, Bob said. Knew him, I should say. His son's gay? Ramon and Chris said in chorus. Bob grinned. You know, I do know a few people who aren't gay. But in this case, yeah, his son Pat was gay. What? Ramon said, turning to look up at him. What did the chief do? Have him castrated? No, Bob said. The chief had him killed. Chapter 3. We all sat there for a moment in silence, absorbing the impact of Bob's little depth charge. Chris looked at me, gave a quick raise of his eyebrows, and drained his scotch. Ramon finally broke the silence. Had him killed? Are you serious? Bob shrugged. So the story goes. I find it a little hard to believe, but it's been going around for years. The chief takes his 2 sons hunting in the mountains, rumor has it right after he found out Pat was gay, and only one son comes back. Just like that? Chris asked, incredulous. Apparently so. They never found Pat's body. The chief's story was that they'd split up, and when Pat didn't come back, the chief organized a search party that found Pat's gun at the edge of a bluff. There had been heavy rains, and they figured he was standing near the edge of the bluff when part of it broke off and fell into the river below. "Wow," Ramon said, almost in a whisper. "Yeah, wow," I said. "But that raises an interesting question, aside from whatever happened to Patrick." "What's that?" Chris asked. "The chief's sons were twins," I said, "identical twins. If one was gay, wouldn't it be a pretty safe bet the other one would be too?" "I'd think so, of course," Chris volunteered. "But there haven't been any really definitive studies done yet on sexual preference in identical twins, though I don't know why. It would make a fascinating study." "I didn't know that bastard even had kids," Ramon interjected. "If Bob wasn't around, that guy could put his shoes under my bed any day." Bob playfully swatted him on the back of the head with the flat of his hand. "That's Kevin," I said, "Patrick's twin, and I guess he is pretty attractive, now that I think of it. When I met him, I was only thinking of how to get through the afternoon with the chief, which didn't leave much time for admiring the scenery." "Well, that settles the sexual preference question," Ramon said, his face and voice taking on a professorial tone. "The brother's married, therefore he can't be gay. I think I read that somewhere." Chris and I just looked at each other, and Bob pulled Ramon toward him in a bear hug, saying in his best fatherly voice, "You'll have to excuse the lad. When he fell off the turnip truck, I'm afraid he landed on his head." Ramon growled and bent his head forward to bite Bob on the wrist. "It occurs to me," Bob went on after removing his arm from Ramon's attack, "that if I knew or suspected that my old man had bumped off my brother because he was gay, I just might think about straightening myself out real fast." We small-talked for another 20 minutes or so until I noticed Chris and Ramon stifling yawns. "I think it's time we went home," I said. Bob and Ramon got up to walk us to the door, and on the way Bob put his hand on my shoulder. "Do you remember the guy you were dating when you first started coming into the Ebony Room, just before you met Prince Charming here?" I nodded. Tom Erickson. Yeah, I was still in college." "And do you remember what Tom Erickson did for a living?" I thought a moment. "He was a fireman." Bob looked at me, left eyebrow raised. "No, not just a fireman. He was on the—" He paused, his eyebrow continuing to rise until it almost lost itself in his hairline, coaxing me to remember what I probably never should have forgotten. A light went on in my head. "He was on the arson squad," I said. "Still is, last I heard." "Bingo!" "And you would like me to call him after not having talked to him in 5 years to see if he knows anything about the bar fires?" I wasn't sure it was a good idea, but at the same time I was a little embarrassed for not having thought of it myself. "I'd hang up on you," Chris said. "You have," I noted, "many times. But let's not rattle the skeletons just now." He slowly brought up his fist until it was about 6 inches in front of my face and slowly unfurled the middle finger. I just as slowly brought my right hand forward from my side, fingers spread wide, grabbed his crotch, and squeezed. Chris yelped and dropped his fist. "Bastard," he said with a grin. "Are they friends, Daddy?" Ramon asked Bob. "I think so," Bob said, then addressed himself to me. "I'd really appreciate it," he said. "I'd have called him myself, but I don't really know him all that well, and I wouldn't want to put him in an awkward position. As I remember, he was pretty closeted." "Only at work, and I certainly wouldn't call him there. But you're right. I imagine if there's anything to know, he just might be the one to know it." Chris, leaning against the half-open door, lowered his chin to his chest and made a come on gesture with one hand. Okay, I'm coming," I said as he closed his eyes and made a loud snoring sound. "I'll give Tom a call tomorrow," I told Bob. "Thanks for the drink, guys." Chris grabbed me by the sleeve and pulled me out into the hall as Bob and Ramon waved goodnight. After having spent a week slaving in the cotton fields for old Massa CC, and anticipating the week to come, I would have preferred just to have spent Sunday vegetating. However, since I'd told Bob I'd call Tom, I felt obligated to do it, although I put it off until afternoon. Tom was a good guy, actually, but we'd more or less lost contact after I met Chris. We probably could have gone on to be friends, but Chris and I are both Scorpios, and Scorpios are notorious for waging a continuous and generally losing battle with jealousy. Starting a new relationship is hard enough under the best of circumstances, and I didn't want to give Chris any unnecessary cause for concern, so Tom and I just sort of closed the door between us. He had met someone almost immediately after, I'd heard, and had moved out to the suburbs. I really felt a little guilty at not having maintained contact with him, and I hoped, as I put out my umpteenth cigarette of the day and reached for the phone book, that he wouldn't think it too odd for me to call now. Fortunately, he was listed, and with some trepidation I dialed his number. The phone was answered on the second ring by a rich masculine voice I recognized immediately. "Tom, this is a voice from your far-distant past. Too far, I'm ashamed to say. Dick Hardesty." "Dick, my God, what a surprise! It's good to hear from you." He sounded as though he meant it, and I was glad. "How have you been? Are you still with Chuck?" "Chris, and yes, we're still at it. How about you?" "Single again, I'm sad to say. Kent, I don't think you ever met him, did you? Was just too open about who he was. He could never understand why I had to be so uptight, as he called it. I hate having to walk a tightrope all the time, but I have too much invested in my job to risk throwing it all away." "You're still with the department, then?" He sighed. "Yeah, there just aren't too many openings in the private sector for an arson investigator." "As a matter of fact, Tom, I was kind of hoping to talk with you about something having to do with the department if it wouldn't be improper for you to do it." "Ah, so this isn't just a social call." Fortunately, I recognized the teasing tone in his voice, but I still felt embarrassed. "Well, I mumbled, hoping that I didn't sound as flustered as I felt. "Let's say it's both." I felt not unlike a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and I could have kicked myself for not having been more diplomatic. But then, tact was never one of my strong points. "That's okay," Tom said, sensing my awkwardness. "I'm still glad you called." "Me too," I said, and meant it. I guess I'd forgotten just how well the two of us had gotten along. "Listen, why don't we get together? Maybe you can come over for dinner some night this week?" "Yeah, that might be nice. But tell you what, I'm free later this afternoon. Would you and Chris like to join me for a drink? You know I'm not much of a bar person, but I've got to come into town, and I've been having the urge to stop in somewhere. I hate drinking alone." "Sounds good. Let me check with Chris." I put my hand over the receiver and yelled to him in the bathroom. "You feel up to going out for a drink with Tom this afternoon?" "Can't," he called back. "It's a bowling day, remember? You go ahead if you want." I shrugged and took my hand from off the mouthpiece. "I forgot Chris has bowling this afternoon, but I'd still like to get together if we can make it fairly early. Tomorrow's back to the grind day." "Sure. It's, 1:30 now?" I checked my watch. He was right. "How about 3:30, 4 o'clock?" "Fine with me," I said, cradling the phone under one ear while lighting up another cigarette. "Where?" "Calypso's? About 3:30? I might have guessed. Calypso's was very popular with those who, for whatever reason, have one foot in the closet. Businessmen, rising young executives, up-and-coming arson investigators. Three-piece suits were de rigueur weekdays during cocktail hour, but on Sundays the dress code was a bit more relaxed. The Sunday brunch crowd was almost exclusively, although discreetly, gay, the clientele switching to almost completely straight by mid-evening. "Great," I said. "I'll see you there." Fortunately, I had already performed my hour-long shower ritual. I usually tried to get up before Chris even opened his eyes, so I could be more than halfway through before he started pounding on the shower door complaining about the water bill. Like our Saturday night dinners, it was one of those little family rituals we'd developed over the years. Chris had joined a gay bowling league a few months earlier, I think maybe in part because he knew I didn't care for the game, and it gave him a chance to flirt without having to feel guilty. I also suspected he might be chalking up a few strikes with at least one of his teammates. But, as I said earlier, our relationship had reached the point where it didn't bother even an old Scorpio like me nearly as much as it once would have. I was, as usual, early. Even at 3:15 on a Sunday afternoon, the bar was fairly crowded. There was a strong contingent left over from brunch getting progressively but discreetly smashed as the afternoon wore on. Although things were beginning to loosen up, discretion was still the better part of valor. Should the G-word be spoken audibly enough for others to hear, stern looks would be cast in the direction of the offender. I found the whole elaborate charade more than a little silly, which probably accounted for my seldom coming into the place. Tom didn't arrive until my second Bloody Mary was pretty well gone. I was watching for him in the mirror behind the bar and spotted him as he wove through a clot of goodbye sayers at the door. Of course, his red blonde hair would have stood out, even if he wasn't nearly 6'6". Not having seen him for 5 years, I was struck by the fact that he was still as attractive as ever, and that his hair was thinning noticeably. He spotted me watching him in the mirror, gave a big grin, and expertly dodging a waiter with a tray full of drinks, came up to pat me resoundingly on the back. I turned around on my stool and we shook hands. At any other gay bar, we'd probably have hugged. "Now, as I was saying," he said. "Oh, come on, it's only been 5 years. "The merest flicker of an angel's eyelash," he said, grinning again. He caught the bartender's attention and ordered a Scotch rocks. You ready for another one? Why not? The bartender nodded and moved off to make the drinks. Sorry to hear about you and Kent. He shrugged. It happens. Glad you're still with Chuck. Sorry, Chris, though. It was my turn to shrug. Yeah, but I don't think it'll be for too much longer. I caught myself by surprise with that one. I usually keep my private problems pretty much private. Tom pulled a bill out of his wallet and exchanged it for our drinks, waving away the proffered change. Sorry, he said. Like you say, it happens, and it's not so much that we're breaking up as that we've sort of drifted apart. I think we'll always stay friends. We were both quiet for a minute, staring into our drinks. So, I said finally, fill me in on the last 5 years. Boy, did that sound stupid. Have another drink, Hardesty. Tom grinned. I was thinking about that on the way over here, and I was really surprised to come to the conclusion that, other than my relatively brief relationship with Kent, nothing much at all has changed since the last time we saw one another. Not much to say for 5 years, is it? Your job going okay? So-so. I took the test for promotion last month. Didn't make it, but there's always next time, right? He couldn't quite hide a note of bitterness. And I still love doing what I do. I gave a deep sigh and took the celery stick out of my Bloody Mary, tapping the end on the rim of the glass to keep it from dripping. Wish to hell I could say the same. I took a healthy and very loud bite. I'm stuck in a shit job with an asshole for a boss, but other than that, everything's great. This wasn't going quite the way I'd have liked it to. So, what do you want to talk to me about, as if I didn't have a pretty good idea? The fires, I said, feeling a little awkward for imposing on a friend. That's what I do for a living. I'm in the fire department. Would you like to see my badge? Tom said with a small grin. You'll have to be a little more specific as to which fires. I couldn't help but grin back. You bastard, you know damn good and well which fires. He looked off toward the back of the restaurant. Is the patio still open? Maybe we can find a table out there, a little less noisy? And a lot more private, I intuited. Good idea. I got off the stool and picked up my drink to follow him through the restaurant. The patio was open, and there were quite a few empty tables. Tom picked out one surrounded by other empty tables, and we sat down. Better, he said, and I nodded in agreement. You know that I really shouldn't be talking to you, or to anybody else about this. It's department business, and they're pretty strict about not leaking information on ongoing cases. I felt like a total asshole. He was right, of course. Look, Tom, I started to say, He held up his hand to silence me. First, let me ask you why you want to know whatever it is you want to know. I explained to him about Bob in the Ebony Room, and how everything seemed to be hanging on the arson report, and that Bob just wanted to know what was going on, and couldn't get any information at all through the regular channels. Tom sat staring into his drink as I talked. When I finished, he remained silent, then suddenly sighed and looked up at me. Did you know I was a fag, Dick? Now that I wasn't expecting. Did I what? I asked, not sure that I heard him correctly. I asked if he knew I was a fag. He put one open hand over his chin and moved it slowly down to his neck, as if he were checking for beard stubble. I didn't. I knew I was gay, but I didn't know I was a fag. I just sat there, a puzzled look on my face, waiting for him to continue. He took another sip of his drink, put the glass down, and took up his story. I told you I took the promotions test last month and that I didn't get it. While I was really disappointed, I figured, hey, it happens. Then a couple of days after the test, I had to go down to the main office for some paperwork and stopped in the John. I was in one of the stalls pulling my pants up when I heard two guys come in and they were talking about the test. One of them mentioned my name and said something like, I was surprised Erickson didn't make it. And the other guy said, I heard it was because they don't promote fags, and they laughed. They might as well have come in and spit in my face. Man, I stormed out of that stall like a bull into the arena and went right up to them. What the fuck are you talking about? I said. I guess I surprised the shit out of them. The guy I knew looked really embarrassed, and the other one just sort of stammered something I couldn't hear. Speak up, you stupid shit, I yelled at him. Where did you hear anybody say I was a fag? I was so fucking pissed I couldn't see straight, and they damn well knew it. The guy was sort of backed up against the wash basins with his head pulled away from me like he was afraid I was going to hit him, which I was just about ready to do. I just heard a couple of the examiners talking after they'd finished the grading, the guy said, and I heard your name and that they don't promote fags. Shit, man, I didn't say you were a fag. I don't even know you. I was forcing myself to pull back a little bit, but I said, that's fucking right you don't. But I know you now, and if I hear anybody else saying I'm a fag, and I mean anybody, I'm coming looking for you, and you damn well better believe it." And then I turned around and walked out the door. I was impressed, and it must have shown on my face. "That took one hell of a lot of guts," I said. "I'm really proud of you." Tom just shrugged and said, "Thanks." Then he drained his glass and set it on the table. He fished out an ice cube with one finger and put it in his mouth. "I probably should have let it drop right there," he said after a minute, "but I didn't. I went in to see my chief and told him I knew damned well I'd done better on the exam than anybody else, and I wanted to know exactly why I didn't make the promotion list. My chief's a good guy and a decent one, too. He gave me a couple of lame excuses that I could tell he didn't believe himself. But as I was leaving, he said, 'Tom, take my advice and don't make waves. You're a good arson investigator, one of the best, but there are just certain things you can't change, and I don't want you to jeopardize your job.' And I knew exactly what he was referring to. So it boils down to this. If I keep my mouth shut and just let them shit on me whenever they feel like it, I can keep my job, but I'm as far up the ladder as I'm ever going to get." I shook my head in empathy, sympathy. "So that's why I decided to talk to you," he said, fishing another ice cube from his glass. "I've got to tell you I was more than a little unhappy with you when you took up with Chris and dropped me like a hot potato. I thought we were better friends than that." I started to say something, but again he put his hand up to stop me. "That's all water under the bridge. But when you called, I suspected you wanted to know about the bar fires. You always were a nosy bastard, you know." He grinned at me, and the best I could muster was a weak half-smile. "But I figure I've worked my ass off for the department for 7 years. I've been tiptoeing around this gay thing all that time, and realize now that my breaking up with Kent had a large part to do with my believing that staying locked in the closet would protect me, and it didn't. I'm not going to live my life like that anymore. I can't." I nodded again. "There'll come a time when you won't have to. I don't know when that'll be, but things are starting to change. I suspect Stonewall just might be our shot heard round the world. At least I hope so." I finished my Bloody Mary and pointed to the empty glasses in an unasked question. Tom shook his head. "Enough for me, I think. So, ask away." "Well, first, when is the department going to release whatever they know to the insurance companies? I imagine Bob Allen's not the only bar owner out there whose life is pretty much in limbo. The insurance companies don't give a shit, of course. Every day their money sits in the bank, they're getting interest on it. As far as the department's officials stand, they don't want to release any information to anybody, including the insurance companies, until they've dotted all the I's and crossed the T's. They're just applying this policy a little more stringently to the bar owners. And if the bar owners have to wait, who cares? The longer those fag bars stay closed, the safer our streets will be for decent people." "Huh?" Tom just grinned and shrugged. "What about the basics? Do they or do they not know who's behind the fires? And are they all linked to one source, as I'd imagine they all have to be? I noticed that what little media coverage there's been has given the impression they're all just spontaneous, random acts of moral outrage against an uppity gay community's daring to think it has rights like other people. They're pretty sure they're all by the same guy. I've been on about 2/3 of the bar fires, and they're strictly by the numbers. Molotov cocktails using a Valley Vineyards Chianti bottle with the label removed, which is stupid as hell because it's the only bottle with that shape. Long neck, extra wide base. I suspect he does that just so we'll be sure to know it's him. And in case you think his choice of wines might be a clue, I will point out that Valley Vineyards Chianti is available in almost every liquor store in the city and in 1/4 to 1/3 of all restaurants. He's a pretty vain bastard who really gets a kick out of thumbing his nose at us. Ragwick from an old 180 thread count white sheet. All the arsonist's little personal trademarks known only to him and to us. All tossed in back windows between 3 and 5:30 in the morning. The main didn't have a back window, so they tossed it on the roof. Oh, and if the window is barred, and the bars are too close together to fit the bottle through, he breaks the window and uses the extra long neck of the bottle to pour the gas down the inside wall. Then he leaves the bottle sitting on the ground under the window where we'll be sure to find it. No fingerprints, of course. So they do know who's doing it. Tom nodded. It's the classic MO of a well-known fire-for-pay professional by the name of Jerry Tomasini. He was quiet a minute, apparently waiting for me to say something. And are there plans to arrest Mr. Tomasini any time soon? Tom picked up his glass and tipped it back to get at the last piece of ice at the bottom. He munched it loudly and after swallowing said, "They don't have to. He's currently serving 25 to life downstate. He's been there 2 years now." I sat looking at him without speaking for much longer than I'd intended. Finally I managed to say, "Then why the charade?" If whoever is doing this knows damn well that the police will recognize the M.O. and know Tomasini's in jail. He smiled. Well, there is the fairly reasonable theory that he has an apprentice on the outside, but I personally feel Tomasini has way too big an ego to share his little trademarks with anyone else. Still, the police and most of the arson squad prefer the apprentice theory to the other, more realistic one. Which is that the arsonist is thumbing his nose at us, letting us know he knows the police and arson squad know. I think he may be telling us he's one of us. Chapter 4. Tom and I left the bar shortly after our conversation about the fires and my sincere apologies for having been such a jerk and not maintaining our friendship. I assured him I would use utmost discretion in whatever information I passed out and, of course, promised not to reveal my source. Bob, of course, already knew. He made me swear I wouldn't tell the specifics of Tomasani's M.O., which had never been made public and was supposedly only known by Tomasani, the arson squad, and a select group of department bigwigs. That it could actually be someone in the fire or police departments. I called Bob as soon as I got home and told him what little I could. Basically that he shouldn't expect to be taking an insurance check to the bank anytime soon, but that he definitely didn't have to worry about anyone thinking he'd torched his own bar. I told him I'd keep him posted on anything I might find out or hear later down the line. Tom was right. I am nosy. If something piques my curiosity, I can't stop niggling at it until I get an answer. I found myself niggling. I was slouched in my chair in front of the TV, surrounded by full ashtrays, thinking about what Tom had said and its implications, when Chris came in from bowling at 10:45. They'd had the lanes reserved from 5 until 7. He seemed surprised to see me still up. "Sorry I'm late," he said. "I should have called, but I figured you and Tom had a lot to catch up on, and I ran into a couple of guys from the store, so we went out for a couple drinks." More than a couple, I judged, from the faint odor of alcohol that trailed after him as he went into the bedroom and started undressing for bed. He continued talking through the open door. "There's a hot rumor going around that Marston's is being bought out by some big chain in New York. That should be interesting. I sure hope they don't come in and start replacing the entire staff, especially the head window designer, of course. How about you? Find out anything from Tom about the fires?" "Not enough," I said, as I put out my cigarette, turned off the TV and the lights, and went into the bedroom to join him. The next week was a very busy one. Monday and Tuesday were spent taking care of a million details leading up to Chief Rourke's press conference the following week, details for which, as with the forthcoming newspaper article, CC, of course, took full credit. A phone call from the chief came in while CC's secretary and I were standing in his office going over our respective responsibilities on his checklist, which was only a few pages shorter than War and Peace. Rather than shooting us out with a disdainful wave of his hand, he deigned to let us stay while he oiled his way into the chief's good graces. "Why, yes, Chief," he said, leaning back in his chair and swiveling it so he had his back to us. "Yes, the article will definitely appear in this Sunday's edition, and I did a pretty good job on it if I do say so myself. I'm sure you'll agree. Yes, I've seen to that. And that, too. Yes, I'm working on that right now. You don't have to worry about a thing, Chief. I spent the entire weekend here in the office working, but I've got it all covered. Yes, and I look forward to our 4 o'clock meeting tomorrow." His secretary and I exchanged glances, and she rolled her eyes to the ceiling. If old CC had spent the weekend in the office, it sure as hell wasn't because he was working. Office gossip was that whenever his wife and kid were out of town, as they had been the past weekend, he spent every waking hour on the fancy leather couch in his office boinking some bimbo from accounting. On Wednesday, Chris announced that Marston's had indeed been bought out by the New York chain, that the place had been swarming with New York bigwigs, and that he was scheduled for an interview with one of them on Thursday afternoon. He was firmly convinced the axe was about to fall, although I assured him that any other store in town would kill to have him. Thursday morning, I was summoned into CC's office and for the first time in memory offered a chair. That magnanimous gesture, I was sure, boded no good. I sat down carefully on the edge of the chair lest wristbands suddenly spring from the arms and a metal cap with thick electrical wiring drop over my head. "Hardesty," CC said in his pseudo-sincere, bullshitting the client's voice, "I've got some great news, which could be great news for you too if you're half as smart as you think you are. I wanted to talk to you first, because if you're stupid enough to pass this up, I'll have to find somebody else, and I'm not going to have you embarrassing me by turning it down later." That silver-tongued devil. I leaned even farther forward, waiting for the switch to be thrown. Carlton Carlson and Associates has been appointed official public relations firm for Chief Rourke's campaign for governor, he said proudly. All the legwork, all the liaising between the chief and his various teams, and the full PR package. And I've decided to let you be part of it. In fact, I'm thinking of appointing you my special assistant for the length of this project. Which was to say that I would be doing all said legwork and liaising, and the bulk of that full PR package would be sitting on my desk, while Cece did all the ass-kissing and the oiling up and the squeezing of every ounce of credit for everything that went right. Of course, if something should happen to go wrong, Cece would have a convenient scapegoat. Me. Well, I decided I'd played Cece's games just about long enough, and I decided it was time I took control of my own life. There were other jobs out there, and I could find one easily enough. Not one that paid anywhere near what I was making, probably, but money isn't everything. Well, thanks, Mr. Carlson, I said. I really appreciate your trust in me. I actually said that, and I didn't burst out laughing. But I think I'm going to have to pass on your offer. Cece looked at me like I'd just put a gerbil in the microwave. No one in the employ of Carlton Carlson and Associates ever said no to Carlton Carlson, because if they did, they were automatically no longer in the employ of Carlton Carlson and Associates. He stared at me for a full minute while I prayed for death. "How much am I paying you?" he said finally. I told him. "For the length of this assignment, I will increase that amount by 15%. Something very strange was going on here, and I decided that since I had already jumped off the roof and was passing the 15th floor on my way down, I didn't have too much to lose. 25%, I said. He looked like Zeus had just walked up and slapped him across the side of his head with a thunderbolt. I actually saw him shudder. But he pulled himself together, and after looking at me through narrowed eyes, which made my skin crawl, nodded and said, "Deal. And we'll put that in writing so there won't be any further negotiations in the future. An increase in salary of 25% between today and the end of this assignment," which I knew perfectly well would also be the end of my employment. Realizing that I might well be pushing my luck a bit too far, I said, "May I ask why you selected me for this assignment?" CC sat back in his chair and once again became Mr. Professional. "Chief Rourke will be continuing his duties as Chief of Police during the campaign and has appointed his son Kevin to act as his spokesman whenever possible. Kevin, it seems, was inexplicably impressed by your handling of your limited dealings with the family thus far as a representative of this firm, and specifically requested that you stay on in that capacity. The Chief concurs. You'll meet with Kevin at that homeless shelter he runs over at 16th and Boyle tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. to see how you can best be of assistance to him. And let me make it very clear that whatever Kevin wants, you will provide, and you will, of course, keep me informed in detail of everything that goes on." CC pulled another huge cigar out of the thermidor on his desk and gave a slight flick of his free hand in my direction. "That's all for now," he said. I got up to leave, my legs feeling oddly tingly, and had the door part way open before CC's voice caught me. "And Hardesty," he said, lighting his cigar and blowing a long stream of smoke into the room, "I do not take kindly to intimidation of any kind." "Yes, sir," I said, as I let myself out. Kevin, huh? I thought. I got home a little before Chris, as usual, and went about making the basic preparations for dinner, setting the table, etc. Well, I say I did it, but I wasn't really aware of it at the time. I kept wondering who had suckered whom today, and the answer was fairly clear that once again, CC had really pulled all the strings. He got his scapegoat, and I felt just a little bit like Judas, only the one I'd sold out was me. I was more than a little curious about this Kevin thing. I had hardly done enough to qualify as an invaluable assistant. I had never said more than 10 words to the guy, but there had been those eye contact evasion things. And if Patrick had been gay, was it not possible that Kevin? My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Chris coming in the front door. He walked into the kitchen, said, "Hi," and went directly to the freezer of ice. "Want one?" he asked as he reached into the glasses cupboard. "I was just waiting for you." I noticed that he seemed a little uncomfortable, ill at ease. Hard to say. I could just sense that something was going on. I was afraid that his meeting with Marston's new owners hadn't gone well. He fixed our drinks and handed me mine. "How was your day?" he asked. He had a very un-Chris-like look on his face, and there was tightness in his voice. "It can wait. I think I should hear about your day first. Let's go into the living room." We, as usual, sat side by side on the sofa. We set our drinks on the coffee table at the same time in the same movement. That happened a lot. "So," I said, putting my hand on his leg, "tell. You got the axe?" He looked at me, and I thought he might start to cry. "No." "No? Well, that's great," I said, and I meant it. "But something's wrong. What?" He bit his lower lip and swept his thumb across the corner of his eye. "They offered me a promotion." I couldn't understand why that should make him cry. I knew there was something else. "And?" "And they want me to move to New York." I told them I couldn't give them an answer right away. I had to talk to you first. "It's a big raise and a fantastic opportunity, but they want me to be there ready to start on the 1st of the month, and then I think you should take it, if you want it," I said, and rubbed my hand up and down the top of his thigh. I couldn't describe exactly what I was feeling. A mixture of happiness for Chris and sadness for us, and an odd loneliness. "Would you come with me?" he asked, and I could sense that, while he meant it, he didn't mean it 100%. He knew, as I did, that it was time for us to move on. "I can't right now," I said, and told him about the commitment I'd made to CC. "Maybe when this campaign thing is over, if you want me to." We leaned toward each other and hugged tightly. Chris put his head on my shoulder and started to sob. I had a lump the size of a grapefruit in my throat, and my vision was suddenly very blurry, but I patted him on the back as if I were comforting a sad, small child. "I'll miss you," he said, and started sobbing again. "No more than I'll miss you," I said, and truly meant it. We were 5 years of each other's life. Goodbyes are never easy. Friday morning was more or less a total blur. Fortunately, it was a relatively easy morning, mostly involving assembling and collating materials for the press kit to be handed out just before Chief Rourke's announcement of his candidacy. All I could really think about was Chris and me, and how fast life can change so totally. It was probably a good thing CC was out of the office most of the morning, and I have the vague recollection he didn't even look in my direction when he finally stormed in, barking orders like a drill sergeant to various members of the staff. I did remember my 3 o'clock appointment with Kevin Rourke, however, and left the office with more than enough time to spare in getting there. 16th and Boyle sounded awfully familiar, but I had no idea why. It was, not surprisingly, for the location of a homeless shelter in one of the less fashionable areas of town. It wasn't until I was a block or so away that I realized Bacchus's lair was half a block down from 16th on Arnwood, and Boyle was the next street down. Now there's an ironic bit of coincidence, I thought. Finding a parking place was no problem in this area. Being sure your car would still be there in one piece when you came back for it was another story. Not usually a problem for the bars along Arnwood, where there was plenty of traffic at night, but just 1 block away it was a bit riskier. The shelter was a sprawling, dilapidated 4-story former God knows what. Its original ground floor facade had been replaced with a solid brick and concrete block wall, broken only by the narrow, recessed, double solid slab door entrance, over which was hung a large, brightly painted plywood sign proclaiming that this was Salvation's door. The street was pretty much deserted, and there was no one around the entrance. It was much too early for the overnight guests, and the evening meal wouldn't be served for a few hours yet. It looked like the place might well be locked up, but when I tried the door it opened easily, admitting me immediately into a long corridor broken by numerous doors and openings. Directly to my left was a wide stairway going up, with a sign beside it on the wall saying Registration, 2nd floor. I gathered that was where the dormitory rooms were. There were no sounds coming from upstairs, so I assumed there would be no one there at this time of day. No one seemed to be around on the ground floor either, but since I heard kitchen-type sounds coming from somewhere in the back, I kept walking in that direction, glancing to the left and right as I passed each door or opening. A large room with chairs and a pulpit was to the right, and there were a couple smaller rooms set up apparently as meeting rooms and a few offices. A wide arch about 3/4 of the way down on the right led into a vast dining area lined with tables. The kitchen was, I assumed, directly to the rear of it. At the very end of the corridor, a stairway to the left led upwards, and a sign said simply Director, 2nd floor. I climbed the stairs and found a truncated hallway, off which there was only one partially open door with a sign, Director. I knocked, and a voice that I vaguely recognized said, "Come in." Kevin Rourke sat behind a very old, very large, and very heavy-looking desk piled high with papers, file folders, those large accordion-type envelopes with strings to tie them shut, and books. Behind him was an equally large bulletin board covered with notes, business cards, official-looking operating permits of one sort or another, handwritten notes, etc. On the wall beside the bulletin board was a framed 8x10 color photo of a smiling Kevin standing behind and with a loving hand, the left hand, of course, to prominently display his wedding ring, on the shoulder of a seated, smiling Sue Lynn, who was holding a smiling Sean. In one corner of the small room was, inexplicably, a battered upright piano, atop which was an expensive-looking tape recorder and an open Bible. Kevin rose and came around the desk to shake my hand. He had a very firm grasp, and I was keenly aware he held the handshake just a fraction of a second longer than necessary. "Mr. Hardesty," he said with a very engaging smile, "I'm really glad you could come. Please, sit." He bent over to take a stack of folders off of one of the heavy wooden chairs sitting sideways in front of the desk, then moved to a second and repeated the process. He laid the combined stack on one side of the already cluttered desk as I sat down. He then pulled the second chair over directly in front of me and sat, our knees within about 6 inches of touching. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the wooden arms of his chair and clasping his hands. "We really haven't had much of a chance to talk, have we?" "No," I admitted, "we haven't." I kept hearing the gaydar in my head going ping, 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 with absolutely no evidence to support it other than what I realized with mild surprise was possibly my own wishful thinking. I forced my mind to turn it off. Kevin Rourke was a pretty hot number, but business is business, and never the twain, etc. "I hope you don't mind my asking, Mr. Hardesty. Please, call me Dick." He smiled. "Dick, are you a Christian?" Well, this was a brief assignment, I said to myself, but I wasn't about to lie, job or no job. "I'm a practicing agnostic." Kevin's smile didn't fade by a single degree. "No matter, we're all God's children. I just thought that if you were more spiritually oriented, we might start our meeting and our working relationship with a brief prayer for my father and the success of his campaign. I'd rather have bamboo slivers driven under my fingernails." "Well then," he went on, still smiling, "let's get down to business, shall we?" "Fine," I said, relieved that he didn't seem to take offense at being in the presence of a heathen. "Did you have some specific ideas, Reverend?" Had Kevin been able to purse his lips and smile at the same time, I'm sure he would have. Instead, he gave up the latter for the former and leaned back in his chair. "Kevin, please," he said. "We're not unaware," he continued, "that my father has well, let's say a less than positive image in the minds of far too many of the people whose support he'll need in order to win the election. I propose that we start there, getting the public to see my father as a deeply caring and spiritual man." "Are we talking about the same guy here?" I wondered, but of course said nothing. "Were you aware, for example, that this building belongs to my father, and that he donated it to the shelter's use? He did it with no publicity whatsoever, merely out of a sincere Christian desire to help those unfortunate souls who find themselves in need, in no small part as a result of the economic policies of the present governor." Who the hell was this guy, I wondered, mixing Christian good works and politics in the same breath? "Well," I said, "perhaps that might be a good place to start. What about having a fundraiser held here at the shelter? It would be a great way for your father and his supporters to show their deep concern for the homeless, and an opportunity for the public to see that your father is more than just a cipher in a chief of police uniform." My ears couldn't believe how totally hypocritical my mouth was being. How in hell could I even think of working for such a bigoted asshole? Two, if you counted the chief and CC, which I did, and keep any shred of personal dignity. I was actually coming to see myself as a resistance fighter, and realized it might be possible by working from within to throw a couple of well-placed monkey wrenches into the chief's political machinery. The fundraiser was a win-win situation. First, the chief needed something like this if he were to have any chance of showing a human side, which, even so, I doubted he could pull off successfully if our first meeting was any indication. He might come across as remotely warm and fuzzy in the Sunday supplement, where every word was doctored and every photo staged, but put him in with real people in a real-life situation? Second, there was no way in hell the chief's upper-crust supporters would be seen dead in a dump like this without some major cosmetic improvements being made first, which could be of actual benefit to the homeless who used its facilities. Third, given the very remote possibility they might not see the depth-charge potential of the visual contrast of tuxedos and rags in the same room at the same time, I suspected a lot of the voters would. Fourth, If they acceded to holding a fundraiser in the shelter, but without actually having to be in the same room with anyone not on the city's social register, it would almost inevitably mean the shelter would have to close down for a short period while the event was being set up and held. In that event, an anonymous tip to the local media on the day of the gala could be devastating to the campaign. Kevin appeared conflicted. Well, Dick, my father is really not accustomed to actually dealing with the public in any numbers. He is a very private person. Kevin, I said, realizing I might be a little too forward, but not really caring. Since I work for the public relations firm charged with doing everything possible to get your father elected, I hope you'll allow me to be honest and blunt. He nodded. Of course. The hard, cold fact is that the potential governor of a state cannot shut himself off from the people whom he plans to represent and whose support he needs to win. Your father, to be very blunt, has a reputation, however unfair it may be, of being aloof and patrician. If the only votes that counted were those of his backers, who are almost without exception the wealthy of this community, there would be no contest. But since the poor and middle class will also be voting, and still outnumber the wealthy by a considerable margin, he has to win them over, uncomfortable as it might be for him. Kevin smiled. I appreciate your candor, Dick. That's why I suggested to my father that you and I should work together, closely. I was watching you during your visit to my parents' home. I could see you weren't intimidated by the situation or the surroundings. I'll also be blunt. While Mr. Carlson is undoubtedly a very capable PR man, I find him just a little too eager to please. I know my father needs all the help he can get. He is, after all, my father, and we need someone who will not be afraid to tell him what he needs to, what he must hear. A thin, consumptive-looking man wearing a cook's apron and hat appeared and knocked on the doorframe. Kevin turned partly around to face him. Yes, John. Sorry to interrupt, Reverend, but the oven's acting up again. Kevin sighed. Okay, I'll be right down. John nodded, turned back toward the stairs, and disappeared. I'm sorry, Dick. This happens on a regular basis, I'm afraid, and I'm becoming something of an expert in oven repair out of necessity. Could we continue our talk another time? Sure, I said as we both rose. Just call me at the office whenever you need me. We shook hands, and once again it seemed the grasp went on a bit longer than necessary. Would it be an imposition for me to ask for your home number, Dick? He asked, still maintaining the hand clasp. With so much to be done and so little time, I might need your advice at unusual times. I promise I'll do my best not to make a pest of myself or interfere with your personal life. If one can think in question marks, then... No problem, I said, breaking the handshake. I took out my business card and the pen I try to always carry with me, wrote my home number on the back, and handed it to him. He looked at it carefully as if memorizing it, then put it in his shirt pocket. Thanks, he said. I followed him down the stairs and left him at the archway to the dining room. He extended his hand again and we shook again, quickly this time. Good luck with the oven. He smiled and then headed into the dining room toward the kitchen. I walked out into the street, trying to turn off the ping, ping, ping sounding in the back of my head. Chapter 5. Chris accepted the New York job at about the same time I was meeting with Kevin, so Friday night was kind of strange. We both felt awkward and nervous, and neither of us knew exactly what to do or say. The whole thing reminded me, oddly, of a first blind date. Chris, I could tell, felt really guilty about having been the one to make the first, or should I say the final, move that would lead to the definite end of our relationship as partners. As we sat at the table after dinner, drinking probably too much wine, we kept up the half-hearted pretense there might be a chance of my moving to New York after he got settled and after Rourke's campaign, but neither of us was fooling the other, or ourselves. We decided not to make a big issue of it with our friends, or to go out of our way to notify them. I did suggest we have a party the Saturday before he left, and he thought that would be a good idea. I knew it would be harder on Chris than on me, in that I would still be able to see our friends on a regular basis, whereas he, at least at first, would be on his own. But I also realized that traditionally, couples tend to hang out with couples, so I would become something of a fifth wheel in our circle of married friends, and some of us would most likely drift apart after a while. There were definite changes on the very near horizon, for both of us. After the wine was gone, we cleared the table, leaving the dishes in the sink, and went into the living room. I poured us both a small glass of Cointreau, and sat beside Chris on the sofa. We didn't say much, just stared out the huge picture window at the giant oak tree directly in front of it, watching its leaves move back and forth in the light wind. Chris reached out and took my hand. We intertwined our fingers without having to look at each other, and Chris, still staring out the window, squeezed my hand and said, "I still love you, you know." I turned to look at him. "Yeah, I know. And I love you. And I want more than anything for you to be happy." I'd started to say, "and find someone," but didn't. Chris stood up, still holding my hand, and pulled me to my feet. "How about one for the road?" he asked, and I followed him into the bedroom. We watched each other undress like we were doing it for the first time. Chris took off his shirt, and I was able to really appreciate, for the first time in a long time, what a nice body he had. His chest was covered in fine black hair that spread from just above his nipples all the way across his pecs, and then formed a V pointing to his crotch. He sat on the bed to remove his shoes, socks, and pants, while I finished stripping, standing up. He lay back on the bed, and I joined him, wrapping my arms around him and pulling him close. After a couple of minutes, he scooted up on the bed, and I followed. I heard him open the nightstand drawer to get out the Albolene. I straddled him on my knees. When we were ready, Chris pulled my head down and kissed me. "Remember," he whispered. Saturday morning, we fixed our usual breakfast and did some casual talking about the move and the party. There were far too many details to try to go over all at once, so we stuck to generalities. Chris planned to find a furnished place for a month or two until he knew what was going on and had a chance to look around for something he really wanted. He might even consider the possibility of a roommate in the interim if such an opportunity presented itself, but he wouldn't specifically set out to look for one. We could discuss the furniture issue later. He had been offered a generous moving allowance, which he planned to put aside until he knew for sure what he might need. Almost all of the furnishings in our apartment had either been bought jointly or was handmade. When we first got together, we'd spent lots of time in thrift shops and second-hand stores, picking up things in which we saw promise and refinishing them ourselves. The sofa we'd built from a slab of plywood we'd lacquered ebony and topped with an upholstered foam pad and bolsters. It sounds ugly as sin, but it really turned out kind of nice and was actually quite comfortable. Of course, we liked it mostly because it was ours, and we'd built it together. Chris had some favorite pieces I knew he'd probably want, and there was a lot of little stuff, and all the birthday gifts and anniversary gifts and Christmas gifts. He would leave the car. He wouldn't need it in New York, whereas I had to have some way of getting around. I used it more than he did anyway, since he preferred taking the bus to work. Although neither of us mentioned it, it was understood I'd offer to buy it at some point. It's amazing how much can be communicated without actually saying anything. The day passed in 5-year routine. Grocery shopping, dry cleaners, emptying ashtrays, watering the plants, doing dishes, changing the bed, picking up the living room. Stuff you never ever think about doing until you realize each action is now being performed within a box of limited time. And then you are aware, and there's a sad little pang of loss and longing as you do each one. We talked to several friends during the course of normal Saturday informal phone calls, and mentioned casually to each one that Chris had been offered a fantastic job in New York, and that I would be staying here and inviting them to the party in 2 weeks. Most of them, although clearly concerned and curious to know more, simply followed our casual lead. A few asked discreet questions, which we discreetly deflected, or answered as briefly and simply as possible, assuring them this wasn't a breakup, merely a loving separation. As evening approached and we sat down with our usual cocktails, Chris said, "Should I ask you if you want to go out tonight? Haven't we gone out almost every Saturday night for the past 5 years? Why shouldn't we go tonight? If you want to, that is." "Yeah, I'd like to." "Then done and done." We decided to do something special for dinner and went clear across town to Via Milano, a straight place but with the best pizza this side of, well, Milan. We loved the place but seldom went there simply because of the distance. This night, distance wasn't a factor. "So where to now?" Chris asked as we signaled the waiter for the check and a box came to carry home the few remaining slices of pizza. "I know this might kind of surprise you," I said, "but I feel like going back to see Judy at Bacchus's lair." He grinned. "Ah, another convert." "Is that okay with you?" I asked. "Sure, and you can steal me one of those bunches of plastic grapes as a souvenir. How about me just putting up a little memorial plaque saying, 'These are Chris's'?" "Chicken," he said as the waiter returned with our doggy box. We called ahead from the restaurant to reserve a table and were informed we would be first on the waiting list. We decided to risk it anyway and arrived at Bacchus's lair about 20 minutes before the second show. I only then remembered hearing somewhere that the dog collar, located about a block down on Arnwood, was having a week-long anniversary party. As a result, parking was impossible. We had to drive around the block looking for an available space and finally found one about 2 doors down from the Salvation Store shelter. I was a little hesitant about leaving the car there, but the street was lined with other vehicles, so I thought we'd be fairly safe. I pointed the shelter out to Chris as we walked past. "Love what they've done with the place," he commented, indicating the blocked-over windows. When we'd climbed the stairs to Bacchus's lair, we were amazed to find the place only half full. So much for being first on the waiting list. We were even able to specify a table near the exit. I'd checked as we walked up to the place and noticed there was a narrow passageway between the bar and the building next door, just wide enough for a fire escape. Well, it was better than nothing. We sat down and ordered drinks. "How come so quiet tonight?" I asked the cute Inuit waiter. He shrugged. "Last 2 nights," he explained, "everybody's been over at the dog collar. They're having a male stripper marathon. Which would you rather see? Hot, sweaty, naked guys or overweight drag queens?" Without waiting for an answer, he left. "He has a point," I said. "Maybe we can drop by there after the show." "Sure." I reached into my pocket. "Shit! I left my cigarettes at the restaurant. Where's the machine?" "Down the back hall near the John. Need some change?" I checked my pockets. "Yeah, you got 2 quarters?" Chris dug into his pocket and came up with a fistful of coins. "Here," he said, then hoisted up his hip to reach his wallet as he saw the waiter approaching with our drinks. "Be right back." I went through the maze of mostly empty tables to the hallway leading to the John. As long as I was there, I decided I should stop in so I wouldn't be tempted later. The cigarette machine was in a small alcove next to the bathroom door, over which there was a dim light. Under the dim light was a bunch of those god-awful plastic grapes. They had apparently fallen off one at a time and been reattached to the light with a piece of string. I reached up and yanked them off the fixture, stepping quickly back into the bathroom. They were made of several small bunches twisted together at the end. I untwisted them and separated them into 2 separate clumps, which I barely managed to fit into my pants pockets. One bunch wouldn't have looked bad, sort of like the pair of socks a lot of guys are known to shove down their pants to make it look like they're really, really hung. 2 such bulges were a tad obvious. Nonetheless, I didn't have much choice, so, acting as nonchalant as possible, I made my way back to our table. Chris had watched me approach with raised eyebrow. "What the hell?" as I sat down at an angle on the chair. I fished out one of the bunches of grapes. "Here," I said, "put this in your pocket. I've got another one." When he saw what I was giving him, he pressed his lips together so tightly I thought he was going to cry again. "What's wrong now? I thought you wanted them." He made a quick swipe of his eyes with his free hand. "I did, damn it. It's just that it's so fucking sweet. You aren't making this any easier, you know." And he stuffed them into his pocket. He was right, and we exchanged weak little smiles. Fortunately, at that moment the canned music came on and the show started. There were a couple of new performers. One did a rather nice lip-sync to B. Lily's classic, "There Are Fairies at the Bottom of My Garden," and a really cute redhead whose looks far outmatched his talent synced Proud Mary. T.T. came on and did The Butcher's Son as only he could. Spotting us, he gave us a Pearl Bailey wave, and of course then played the whole number right to us, drawing the stares of the other patrons. Too bad they couldn't have seen our baskets just then, I thought. They'd really have been impressed. And then it was time for Judy. The lights dimmed, a small spot focused on the purple curtains, and they opened to reveal a sad-looking Judy Garland. As usual, she paid no attention to the customers, and was apparently oblivious to the fact that there weren't all that many people there anyway. She stood a moment in silence, then the music started, and she went into "The Man That Got Away." Jesus Christ, I thought. What a fucking song to sing in front of 2 guys who were breaking up. Chris and I studiously avoided looking at one another, but joined in the enthusiastic applause when the song ended. Once again, I was sure I had seen the performer out of drag somewhere. Our mailman? The guy in the office down the hall from CC's? Next she did "The Boy Next Door," another unfortunate choice under the circumstances. I was hoping she'd lighten up, but she ended her set with "You Made Me Love You." 3 out of 3. As usual, a rousing ovation, and as usual, no curtain call. We sat there for a while, sort of hoping T.T. might come out to brighten things up, but he didn't. We took our time finishing our drinks, reluctant to have the evening end. "Dog collar?" Chris asked. "Why not?" It had turned rather cool by the time we reached the street. After circling around to the car to drop off the plastic grapes, we turned toward the dog collar. I didn't care much for the place. It was a big cavernous dump that boasted 4 pool tables and a downstairs dungeon for those into group sex. Like a lot of older buildings, it had very high ceilings, which the management had recently tried to make appear lower by stretching some sort of black mesh fabric from wall to wall. The clientele, as the bar's name might indicate, was supposedly ultra-butch. I've got nothing at all against being butch, mind you, if it's authentic. The dog collar crowd was plastic grapes butch. Still, it always drew a good crowd, and it was packed tonight. We were about 2 doors down when we heard a muffled whoomp that sounded like it came from the alley behind the bar. Moments later, the double front doors burst open, and a tidal wave of men washed out onto the street, running. Shouts of "Fire!" could be heard from inside, and from those in the flood of men gushing through the door. Chris and I froze in mid-step. Then we moved away from the buildings with the crowd and into the street. A wide, flat ribbon of smoke unfurled slowly out the top of the door over the heads of those scrambling to get out. No dictionary could ever have described the word chaos more vividly. Men were running, pushing, tripping over one another as they emerged, turning around to shout for friends still inside. 2 or 3 guys fought back against the tide, trying to get back in, but they couldn't buck the crowd coming out, and the smoke was getting heavy now. The outward opening double door was all that prevented a human logjam forming at the entrance, and, blessedly, anyone who made it that far was able to escape. Sirens could already be heard in the distance. The street was a milling mass of men, leathermen, pseudo-leathermen, male strippers in G-strings and loincloths, college types, hunks, average Joes, older, younger, a cross-section of the male gay community. Ironically, music still blared inside the bar. Small clusters of guys gathered, some holding each other, some holding others back. Some pushed through the crowd trying to locate friends. There were many people obviously hurt. Most were coughing uncontrollably as they ran out. The ones who collapsed just outside the door were dragged away, then carried across the street to be laid out on the sidewalk, where others huddled over them, doing what they could to help. Some just stood staring wide-eyed as a few snake tongues of orange fire began to lick out over the top of the doorway, as if tasting the air. The cacophony outside couldn't hide the screams coming from inside. The music had stopped. Chris and I were walled in by people on one side of the semicircle of onlookers. We weren't close enough to the front to be able to do anything, and we were sick with the feeling of helplessness. Still they kept coming out. Guys at the front of the crowd, which was being driven back by the increasing heat and billowing smoke, would rush forward to grab anyone who made it through the doors and lead or drag them to safety, or run interference to prevent others from trying to re-enter the building to save friends or lovers. Pressed against those around us, we tried to see if there was anyone we knew. Chris stood on tiptoe to see over the heads of those directly around us. Fewer were coming out now. One, probably one of the strippers, stumbled through the doorway naked and badly burned, his hair smoldering. Backlit by an angry, pulsating orange, he leaned across the doorframe as though the pose were a part of his number. Then he pushed forward, made it just outside the door, and toppled, like a fallen tree, onto the sidewalk, before those dashing in to help him could reach him. They picked him up and carried him across the street, the crowd parting to allow them through. An instant later, another guy appeared, crawling on all fours, his shirt on fire. He was grabbed by several guys who slapped at his shirt with their hands to put out the flames. They got him to his feet, but he looked frantically around at the crowd, then broke away and ran back toward the door, which by this time was totally engulfed. 2 of those who'd helped him ran after and grabbed him just before he reached it. They dragged him back as he fought to break free, straining forward and yelling something we couldn't make out over the incredible din. There were no more screams coming from inside the bar, just crashing sounds and the triumphant roar of the flames. The first squad car came racing down the street, siren wailing, lights flashing, horn blasting, followed by no fewer than 3 fire trucks. The lights of others closed in from both directions. The crowd scattered before them. Then, over all the sirens and the yells and the dull thrum of the fire, which was now pouring out of the door and had broken through the roof, I heard someone calling me. "Dick! Dick!" I looked around, and Chris pointed to the guy whose shirt had been on fire, who was still being held by his rescuers. It was Bob Allen. Ambulances began to arrive as the firemen rolled out their hoses, and the police, several squads of them by this time, started moving the crowd back. We shouldered our way through the mass of guys to Bob. He had blood running down his left temple from a gash somewhere just above the headline. But his face! I hope I never again see an expression on anyone's face like the one I saw on Bob's. The two guys holding him, seeing that we knew him, reluctantly released him. He grabbed us both, one with each hand, and his knees started to buckle. We grabbed him and held him up between us. He tightened his grip on our arms. You've got to help me go back in, he pleaded, and my eyes jerked to meet Chris's, which mirrored my own shock. Ramon, Bob cried, pointing to the inferno. Ramon's still in there. Chapter 6. Ramon was one of 23 men who never made it out of the dog collar. Another 6 died later in the hospitals, 1 from burns and 5 from smoke inhalation. Apparently, whatever the ceiling mesh was made from had been fatally toxic when burned in the confines of a closed space. Despite Bob's dazed insistence that he had to stay at the fire scene until Ramon was found, his arms and back were badly burned. We all but dragged him to one of the many ambulances shuttling back and forth to the hospitals. I recognized one of the paramedics who helped him into the ambulance and was told he'd be taken to St. Anthony's. We made our way back to the car through drifting smoke without looking back and rode in complete silence to the hospital to wait for word on Bob. The waiting room was already filled with friends and families of the burned and injured, and more were coming in. The number of injured taxed the hospital beyond its capacity, and those less badly injured were treated and released. Luckily, Bob was one of them. His burns, apparently less severe than they'd appeared to us, were treated and bandaged, the cut on his head stitched up, and he was released to us with instructions to return immediately if there were any complications, or in 2 days if there were not. It was close to 4 a.m. by the time we started for home, again in complete silence. Bob sat in the back seat with Chris, staring straight ahead. We didn't even consider the possibility of his returning to his own apartment and took him directly to ours, leading him into the guest room. I'm not sure he even knew where he was, let alone cared. We carefully helped him out of what remained of his clothes and guided him into bed on his stomach. Neither Chris nor I slept much that night, thinking of Bob, of Ramon, and of all those others, and how, had we been a few minutes earlier getting to the bar, or had the fire started a few minutes later, we might well have been inside with Bob and Ramon, watching the strippers strut their stuff on the makeshift stage at the far back of the bar. We got up at 7:30, unable to even pretend to sleep any longer. Chris went to the kitchen to make coffee, and I went to the guest room and quietly opened the door a crack to check on Bob. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor. I knocked softly, then entered. "Chris has the coffee on," I said, having no idea what else to say. He looked up. "Thanks." "We've got a couple extra robes if you'd like one," I volunteered. "And later, if you want to give me the keys to your place, I can go up and get you some clothes." "Ramon has them," Bob said in a monotone. "He drove last night, and he kept the keys." Shit. What can anyone possibly do or say in a situation like this? "Well, we'll figure something out after a while. There's no rush." He only nodded, and I hurried to the bathroom to get Chris's spare robe. Bob was coming out of the guest room when I returned. "Can I use your phone?" "Sure," I said, wondering who he wanted to call. Ramon's folks, maybe, if he knew their number. "I've got to call," he hesitated, "somebody to find out if they found Ramon." "Well, come and sit down first. We'll have some coffee. Can I get you some aspirin or something?" I was concerned about the physical pain he must be in. He shook his head. "I'll be fine." We sat in the living room and had coffee in almost complete silence. Chris asked if Bob felt like eating anything, and he shook his head. "Chris," I said, "didn't I see Jason Young there last night?" Jason was, I was sure, one of the firemen on the scene. His partner Arnie was on Chris's bowling team. "Yeah, I think you may be right. Kinda hard to tell in all the confusion. Do you have their phone number?" I knew it was very unlikely Bob, who was in no condition to be making phone calls in any case, would be able to find out any pertinent information other than where the bodies had been taken. I knew Jason probably hadn't slept much last night either, if at all, and he was almost definitely still on his shift. Still, I wanted to give it a try, to help Bob start getting some sense of closure. I couldn't begin to imagine the mental agony he must be going through, and I was selfishly glad I couldn't. Chris got up to get us some more coffee. "I'm sure I've got the number somewhere," he said. "I'll go check." Bob and I sat in silence, me feeling painfully awkward at not being able to do something to help, and he lost in his own world. Then, after a moment, he said, without looking at me, "I left him there." He depended on me, and I left him there. It was a ghost's voice, expressionless and chilling. "Oh, God, Bob, no. No, you didn't. It wasn't your fault." Chris had come back with the coffee, but stopped short, pot in hand, not wanting to interrupt. "Whenever we'd go into a crowded bar," Bob went on, his voice almost conversational, "I'd always go first to lead the way, and Ramon would hook his hand through the back of my belt so we wouldn't get separated." Neither Chris nor I dared to move, totally focused on Bob. We were in the back, near the stage. Ramon was leaning up against the end of the bar. The place was packed solid, and the strippers were making a fortune, with guys shoving bills into their G-strings. The music was too loud, as always. We didn't even know anything was wrong at first, until a couple of guys pointed down the hallway leading to the back door and the stairway to the dungeon and started yelling fire. Everything happened so damn fast. Everyone started backing away, and then the fire was running in little waves across the ceiling of the hallway and out into the main room, and the place panicked. The guys in the dungeon never had a chance. Ramon and I looked at each other, and I grabbed his hand and started pulling him toward the front door. God, there were so many people, pushing and shouting with the fire slithering across the ceiling over our heads. I was sure I could feel him holding onto my belt, but when I got about halfway to the front, I looked back for Ramon, and he wasn't there. Just guys. So many guys. And the fire had crept around the corner of the hallway and was moving across the back wall toward the stage, and I looked up, and I couldn't see the flames on the ceiling because the smoke was there, hiding it, and getting thicker and moving down towards our heads, and little bits of burning party decorations and God knows what were falling on us. I yelled for Ramon, but he couldn't have heard me in all that racket, and the damn music was still blaring away like nothing was wrong. I turned around and tried to go back to where we'd been standing, but I just kept getting carried forward by the crowd. I tried to at least work my way over to the bar. I thought if I could get behind the bar I could go almost the entire length of the place without having to fight my way there. And then I looked up just as one of the supports on one of those big fluorescent light fixtures snapped off, and the rest of the fixture came swinging down from the ceiling. I tried to duck, but it got me, right on the side of the head. I passed out for a second on the floor at the front end of the bar. When I came to, there was thick, pitch-black smoke down to within 3 feet of the floor and moving lower. I could hear the liquor bottles on the back bar exploding from the heat, and I started crawling toward the door to keep as much below the smoke as I could. I couldn't see anyone else around me, so I was sure Ramon had made it out. But then when I got outside and he wasn't right there waiting for me, I knew he hadn't, and I had to go back in and find him. I had to. He looked for the first time up at Chris and then over at me. "I left him in there," he said. I left him." His voice broke into a long, terrible wail, and he leaned forward like a crumbling wall. I reached out and grabbed him, forgetting about his burned arms and back, and hugged him to me. "It's not your fault." I kept repeating, "It's not your fault," as he muffled his wail in the cloth of my robe. Chris hadn't moved, but he was visibly shaking and biting his lip as the tears ran down his face. He set the pot down, came over to sit on Bob's other side, and put his arms around us both. Chris found Arnie and Jason's number, and when Bob went with him into the bedroom to find a pair of pants and a loose-fitting shirt, I saw that it was almost 10 o'clock. The chance of waking either Arnie or Jason, if he wasn't still on duty, were remote. Going to the kitchen phone, I dialed the number. I didn't recognize the voice, but took a chance. "Arnie? This is Dick Hardesty, Chris's other half." "Hi, Dick," he said, his voice tired. "What can I do for you?" "You heard about the dog collar, of course." "It's all over the news, local and national. God, what a waste." "Chris and I were there," I said, hastening to add, "but weren't inside when it started." There aren't any words. "But I thought I saw Jason on one of the units. I assume he's still on shift?" "Yeah, but he should be home soon. I talked to him earlier, and he sounded really down. He didn't say so because he was calling from work, but I suspect he knew a couple of the guys who didn't make it. I hope I didn't know any of them." There was a pause, then a tentative, "Why do you want to talk to him, Dick? I really don't think he's going to be in the mood for a lot of questions about the fire." "Oh, no, Arnie, I understand. And I wouldn't have called you at all if it weren't really important. You know Bob Allen, don't you? He owned the Ebony Room?" "Sure, we used to go—" He paused. "Oh, God, Dick, you don't mean he was—" "No, he's still here with us, but his lover Ramon is—" I couldn't say the word. "Is still missing." "Christ, I'm sorry, Dick. Please tell him how sorry we are." "I will, Arnie, thanks. But they were together in the bar when the fire started, and they got separated, and Bob is tearing himself apart with guilt. He really needs help on this, Arnie." If he could find out what happened to Ramon, at least it will help him deal with it. The regular information channels will be blocked solid for God knows how long. I figured that since Jason was there, he might know something, anything, that could help. Arnie was quiet for a moment. I guess you haven't been watching the news reports on the fire? Oh, most definitely not. Not with Bob here. Right, of course not. But I probably should prepare you. According to the reports, most of the bodies were burned beyond recognition. It'll be days before positive identification can be made. Shit. I had been afraid that would be the case. But some have already been identified? I gather. But rather than speculate, Dick, why don't I talk to Jason as soon as he gets home and see if he has any information at all that could help, okay? Thanks, Arnie. I know it'll mean a lot to Bob. There was a moment's pause, and I was about to say goodbye when Arnie said, You know, Dick, I try not to think about it, but every time I hear there's a big fire somewhere and Jason is on duty, I can't imagine how losing him would be. Please, tell Bob we're thinking of him. I will, Arnie. Again, thanks, and I hope to hear from Jason. So long. I called the building supervisor, explaining that Bob had been in an accident and lost his keys. The supervisor said he thought he had an extra set, and that if he found them, he would bring them up to our apartment. About 20 minutes later, he rang our bell. There's a $25 fee for lost keys, he said. Will he be needing a mailbox key, too? That'll be another $10. I took the keys out of his hand, told him we'd get back to him, and closed the door. Although none of us had eaten in 15 hours or more, we weren't really hungry. Still, Chris insisted we had to eat something, and Bob reluctantly agreed. We went into the kitchen, and Chris rummaged through the refrigerator, pulling out lunch meat, butter, mayonnaise, mustard, lettuce, and some macaroni salad he'd made a day or so before. How about a glass of milk, Bob, or more coffee? A little milk's okay, Bob said. So Chris brought out the milk, and got the bread and some silverware, and a few small plates, and... I think this'll do it for now, Chris. I gave him a little smile. Sure, he said, and came to join us at the table. We ate slowly. The phone rang, and Chris got up to answer it. He held it out to me. It's Jason. I think he should talk to you. I'll take it in the living room. Chris, you and Bob want to come in here? I called as I hung up the phone. Chris had apparently told Bob the reason I'd called Arnie and Jason, and anxiety showed clearly on both their faces. He hovered over Bob until he'd settled on the couch. They found Ramon? Bob asked without emotion. I nodded. Jason recognized him when they brought him out, I said. He and Arnie used to come into the ebony room. Bob sat very still. I was trying to pick words that would hurt the least, but realized that was impossible, so I just forged ahead. He didn't die from the fire, I began, hoping that knowledge might give Bob even an atom's worth of comfort. He hardly had a mark on him, Jason said. Something had fallen over him that protected him from the flames. They believe it was the smoke that was responsible for why a lot of the guys on the main floor didn't make it out. It was extremely toxic, probably from that mesh ceiling. Bob still hadn't moved, just sat there with his eyes downcast. Jason says it's a very quick way to go, I continued. Just a couple of breaths, actually, and Jason knows what he's talking about. He's almost certain Ramon didn't suffer. Bob looked up at me, his eyes red, but his voice was under control. Thanks, Dick. He turned to Chris. Thanks, Chris. What I didn't tell him, what I could not bring myself to tell him and prayed he would never find out, was that they had found Ramon behind the bar, probably less than 10 feet away from where Bob was knocked down while trying to find him. Chapter 7. Neither Chris nor I went to work on Monday. We didn't want to leave Bob alone, and there was a lot to be done. Notifying Ramon's family in Puerto Rico, making whatever arrangements they might request, getting Bob's car out of the impound lot where it had been towed, along with the other cars whose owners would not be coming back to them. I called the office to say I wouldn't be in, but I gave no reason, and no one called to demand one. We got up early again and found Bob already up and in the living room watching the news. The fire was still the major story, but the TV crews had not arrived until well after the main part of the blaze was extinguished. Still, the shots of the street with a jumble of debris and fire hoses snaking around the trucks, the front of the gutted building with wisps of smoke rising from it, and worst of all, a quick, almost sidelong shot of a long line of blanketed forms stretched out on the sidewalk, were all too painful reminders of the crowd and the noise and the knowledge of what had happened. It was the worst fire in the city's history, and it not only plunged the gay community into mourning, but rallied it as nothing had done before. Much of the straight community responded as well. Funds were set up to help pay medical expenses for the injured and to help bury the dead. Newspapers that had relegated the 6 previous gay bar fires to 1 or 2 paragraph notices buried deep in the bowels of the paper, surrounded by ads for blenders and pantyhose, now belatedly decried the fact that there was an arsonist loose in the city and demanded that something be done to catch him. Of course, in the paper's defense, it could be pointed out that no one had died in the previous fires. Still, the fire and the senseless deaths had apparently made a lot of heterosexuals wake up to the possibility that a homosexual's life just might have value too. The Sunday Supplement had come out with the story on the chief and his family as its lead article, but the fire had made it totally irrelevant. By Monday night, most of what had to be done had been done. There were several calls to Ramon's parents. Chris and I alternated with them. Bob had wanted to tell them himself, but realized he wouldn't be able to. Ramon had not been out to his family. However, it turned out they had heard about the fire, and it probably didn't require too much to figure out the obvious. They requested that his body be sent home to Puerto Rico for burial, and Bob agreed. We contacted 2 funeral homes we knew to be owned or operated by gays, but they were already swamped, and we had to call several others before we found one that could make the arrangements. When I drove down to the morgue to see about picking up Ramon's personal items and Bob's keys, I was told that someone would have to make positive identification of the body. I couldn't put Bob through that, so I told him I would do it. I was taken into a small room with a curtained window, and a moment later the curtain was opened. An attendant stood beside a sheet-covered form on a gurney. I forced myself to turn my emotions off and nodded. The attendant pulled back the sheet to reveal Ramon's face, looking as though he were asleep. I'd never seen Ramon asleep. I never would. I just nodded again, and the attendant covered Ramon's face and closed the curtain. While I was at the morgue, Chris and Bob had gone up to Bob's apartment, where they found the answering machine filled with messages from Bob's and Ramon's friends, who'd either heard through the grapevine or seen Ramon's name in the only newspaper that had printed a list of the dead. Later in the afternoon, the 3 of us drove down to Impound to retrieve Bob's car, which Chris drove back to the apartment. Chris got carry-out for dinner, and we sat around talking of just about anything except the fire, or Ramon. Finally, Bob said, "I think it's time I headed upstairs to my place." "Are you sure?" Chris asked. "You're more than welcome to stay here as long as you want." I nodded in agreement. Bob smiled for the first time since the fire. A small one, but a smile nonetheless, and said, "You know I can never repay you 2 for what you've done, but I have to start getting on with my life sometime, and it might as well be now." "Okay then," I said, "but promise you'll call if there's anything you need, and if you change your mind about spending the night here." He got up from the sofa. "I'll be fine, really." Chris and I followed him to the door. He started to extend his hand to Chris, then changed his mind and hugged him tight. "I owe you," he said. Then it was my turn. When he released the hug, he backed up a bit and looked me in the eye. "Thanks," he said, then turned, opened the door, and went out into the hallway. The Chief's campaign launch press conference had been set up weeks in advance for what was now the Tuesday following the fire. One of the larger meeting rooms of the convention center had been reserved, and the conference had been scheduled for precisely 4:30 p.m. to maximize coverage on the evening news. Every detail had been painfully staged to present the Chief in the best possible light. Should he wear his uniform? Yes, since few people would recognize him without it. And his hat? No, because even with carefully placed lighting, there was a chance the brim might cast a shadow that would give him an even more sinister look than he had without it. The fundamental objective was to minimize any possible chance for spontaneity. Spontaneity was not the Chief's strong suit, and everyone except possibly the Chief himself knew it. But from the moment the body count began to come in from the dog collar, everything was up for grabs. A few of the Chief's advisors suggested that, in the wake of the fire, with the funerals and burials of the dead beginning Tuesday, the Chief should postpone the press conference, or at least the announcement. However, the Chief wasn't going to let a few dead faggots stand in the way of his big moment, and the conference schedule remained unchanged. It was obvious, even to CC, if not to the Chief, that the reporters were going to be far more interested in what was being done about the fire than in the Chief's throwing his hat into the political ring. CC and the political honchos gathered early Sunday morning at the Chief's City Hall office. He dared not be anywhere else under the circumstances. His early morning arrival, striding stern-faced, he actually had no other, through pre-notified crowds of reporters and camera crews from around the state and the country, gave strong evidence that he was in control of the situation. CC and the others entered quietly through side and rear doors. So, while the chief's seconds in command spent Sunday and much of Monday actually, if reluctantly, dealing with the dog collar fire, the chief, except for a few carefully selected photo ops, sitting solemnly behind his desk, surrounded by his deeply concerned top aides, gravely discussing the status of the investigation, inspecting the gutted interior of the dog collar with the fire chief, spent the bulk of his time being carefully rehearsed on exact responses to every conceivable question he might face the following day. Tuesday morning, I reluctantly returned to work and to bedlam. About halfway through the morning, having carefully examined and boxed the press kits and made several phone calls to verify the readiness of the meeting room for the press conference, I found buried on my desk 2 phone messages from Kevin, one dated Monday, the second about a half hour before I'd gotten to work. Curious, I called the number on the slips. "Salvation's Door Shelter." I didn't recognize the voice. "May I speak to Reverend Rourke, please?" "Just a second." I heard the phone being put down and the sound of receding footsteps, then silence for a good minute and a half, and finally the sound of footsteps again, approaching this time, and the receiver being lifted. "Reverend Rourke?" "Kevin, it's Dick Hardesty." "Oh, yes, I'm glad you called. I tried to reach you yesterday, but they told me you were out for the day. I hope you weren't ill." "No," I said, giving no further explanation. "Can I help you with anything?" "Well, I wanted to let you know that I spoke on Saturday with my father regarding our idea for the shelter fundraiser, and he didn't seem adverse to the idea. He said he would have to pass it by his political advisors first, of course." Damn, any political advisor worth his salt would see the tripwire on that little booby trap. Still, it's the kind of logical proposal that would be a little hard to reject out of hand. "That's fine," I said. "Let me know what he decides, and we can get started on it as soon as he agrees." There was a slight pause, and then, "There were a few other things I thought we might talk over, if you have the time," Kevin said. "I know today is a very busy one for all of us, but I was wondering if we might meet for lunch." Ping, ping, ping. I should have declined, of course, but what the hell? I needed to get my mind off the fire, and Kevin was becoming more and more of an intriguing puzzle. I could never resist trying to solve puzzles, and CC couldn't possibly object. He was the one who told me that whatever Kevin wanted, Kevin was supposed to get. "Sure, what time?" "It might be cutting things a little close, but would 1 o'clock be all right? We serve lunch here between 11:30 and 12:30. I can set aside a couple of lunches if you wouldn't mind sharing what we serve our flock." "Not at all, and 1 o'clock is fine. I'll see you then." My phone buzzed just as I set the receiver back on the cradle. "Hardesty, I want to see you in my office." There was a click at the other end of the line. "Gee, I wonder who that might have been," I said to myself as I got up and headed toward CC's office. I knocked, and as was part of his little game, there was silence from inside until I knocked again. "Come," CC's imperious voice commanded. I crossed to his desk, not expecting to be asked to sit, and I wasn't. "You'll be at the center no later than 2:30 to be damned sure everything's set up." I'd been working on exactly that ever since CC first took on the chief as a project, and assigned most of the actual work to me. "Everything's ready to go, Mr. Carlson," I said. "Well, for your sake, I hope to hell you're right. Any snafus and it'll be your ass in the ringer." There was a pause while he furrowed his brows, trying to think of something I might have overlooked. "Did you double-check with the electricians to see that there's plenty of power for the TV crews if they need it?" "Yes." "And coffee? Gotta make sure the coffee's there for the reporters while they're waiting. And none of those styrofoam cups, you hear?" "Yes," I said. CC knew damn good and well the center routinely handled dozens of events in the course of any given month, and knew what they were doing. "Oh," I added, "Kevin asked me to stop by the shelter at 1 o'clock. He has some things he wants to talk over." Actually, I didn't need to mention it at all, but I wanted to remind old CC that I was developing a pretty strong ally in the Rourke camp, lest he foolishly decide to push me a little too far. "Well then, don't just stand around here. You've got work to do. Go do it." I didn't wait for the dismissive wave, merely turned and left his office, closing the door behind me. Driving down 16th Street, I deliberately kept myself from looking left as I passed Arnwood. I didn't want to risk catching any glimpse of the police barricades still in front of the dog collar. I kept seeing Ramon sitting on the floor with his back resting between Bob's legs, talking and laughing and alive. There were quite a few street people milling around in the immediate vicinity of Salvation's door when I arrived at about 10 to 1. Not too many cars in the street, so I parked directly across from the main entrance, locked the car, and went in. Several people were still in the dining room, and I saw Kevin standing by the door to the kitchen talking with one of the workers. I stood there until I caught his eye. He smiled and motioned that I should go up to his office, which I did. I was aware of the faint smell of smoke. I stood behind Kevin's desk, idly looking at the notices on the bulletin board until I heard him climbing the stairs. He entered the room carrying a tray with 2 bowls of soup, a couple of sandwiches, spoons wrapped in paper napkins, and 2 small cartons of milk. He looked at the desk, trying to figure out where to set the tray, and then motioned his head to a space behind the open door. "There's a TV tray there, I think. If you don't mind, we could probably share it." "Fine," I said, moving to get the tray and set it up in front of his desk. He set the food down, and we cleared off the 2 wooden chairs and set them in the same places as on my first visit. "I try to keep these chairs clear," he said, "but they just keep getting filled up." We sat down, and I waited in rather awkward silence as Kevin lowered his head in prayer. "Amen," he said, and opened his eyes and smiled at me. It struck me that he did have a sexy smile. "Let's eat." The soup, minestrone, was excellent, and I told him so. He seemed pleased. We really do the best we can with what we have. The sandwiches appeared to be ham salad, and I nodded in approval as I took my first bite. We ate in silence for a few minutes before I said, "I've got to be at the center in just a little while to make sure everything's set up for the press conference, so perhaps we could—" "Of course. As you know, my father will be addressing the State Association of Police Chiefs annual meeting on the 26th. That's 2 weeks from this coming Saturday. It can be a very effective forum for him, and if we can provide some solid media coverage, it'll offer a good opportunity for getting his message out to the public." I finished my sandwich and opened the carton of milk. "Mr. Carlson will be there, of course," Kevin said, finishing his own sandwich and using the paper napkin to wipe a crumb from one corner of his mouth. "And apparently you'll be accompanying him." This was news to me. "As you know," Kevin continued, "this will be a very expensive campaign, and money is tight." I'm afraid my eyes opened a bit wide on that one, but I said nothing, and he didn't seem to notice. "So we have to do a bit of belt-tightening on travel expenses. Sue Lynn and the baby won't be able to come with us, I'm afraid, and so I was wondering if you would consider it too much of an imposition if we were to share a hotel room to cut down expenses." No ping, ping, ping this time. More like clang, clang, clang. Something sure as hell was going on here, and I still didn't know exactly what. I said, and then figured, what the hell, and dove in. "That would be fine." "Good," he said, and finishing his milk, lifted the TV tray from between us and moved it to one side. "By the way, I hope the smell of smoke doesn't bother you. I'm afraid it's the result of that fire. You heard about it, of course." "Yes," I said, "I heard." Kevin once again leaned slightly forward, elbows on the arms of his chair and hands lightly folded. "It was a real tragedy," he said, shaking his head. "All those men—" He moved back slowly in his chair, one arm now lying the length of the chair arm, fingers curled lightly over the edge, the other on his leg. He sighed. "Of course, the good book does say the wages of sin." I couldn't help myself. My head snapped up, and I stared at him in disbelief. He caught my look and dropped his gaze slightly, adding quickly, "But of course we are all God's children." I looked down at his lap, and his cupped hand had moved up his leg and was slowly sweeping across his crotch, his fingers spreading open. Jesus Christ! Is this guy groping himself? I got up out of my chair so fast it seemed to startle him. He acted as though he had no idea at all of what he'd been doing. "I'd really better get going over to the center," I said. "There's a lot to be done yet. Thanks for lunch." Kevin got up and moved the TV tray farther out of the way. "Of course. I'll see you at the press conference then." He smiled and extended his hand. I took it, and it was very warm and very firm, and just slightly damp. The chief's reputation having preceded him throughout the state, and indeed the nation, guaranteed a good turnout for his announcement. His take-no-prisoners, hang-em-at-the-airport approach to law enforcement had pretty much polarized people as few others, in or out of government, have done or could do. The darling of the conservatives and the antichrist to liberals, the fact was that while nearly everyone had a strong opinion on what the chief was, Almost no one had even the foggiest idea of who he was. I personally had reached the conclusion there was the uniform and all it represented, and there was the man, and that each was the other. At precisely 4:30, the chief's entourage filed into the room, forming a precise prearranged tableau that would have been the envy of any military drill team. The family was there, all perfectly scrubbed and coiffed, beaming with pride and looking like a Christmas card photo. Kevin had his left arm, as always, wrapped lovingly around Su Lin, who, as always, cradled little Sean at exactly the most photogenic angle. The other children were lined up in descending order of importance in front of Mrs. Rourke, whom I hadn't even noticed on my first glance. On either side of the raised platform stood various pillars of the community and a smattering of local and state bigwigs. Closest to the podium, in the gaggle of dignitaries on the right-hand side of the stage, leading the applause as the chief strode into the room, stood a proud Carlton Carlson. The chief stepped up to the podium, laid several large sheets of paper on it, and began. "Before I make the announcement for which this news conference was called," he said, his voice stentorian in its solemnity, "I would like to say a brief word in acknowledgment of the recent fatal fire which struck our community, and to personally convey my own and my family's deepest, heartfelt condolences to the relatives of those who died." The relatives. That's it? That's it? I thought for a second there I was going to lose it. "You fucking bastard," I wanted to scream. "What about the victims? What about their lovers and their friends? What about the entire gay community? Why don't you just go up and piss on their coffins?" The chief, of course, was as oblivious to my rage as he was to anything else that didn't serve his own purposes. After only a momentary pause, he continued. "Well, I'm sure you all have questions regarding the progress of this case. I can only assure you that we are at a critical stage in the investigation and are devoting all the efforts of both the fire and police departments to find and prosecute those responsible for this act. But since it is an ongoing investigation, I will be making no further comments at this time." There was a muted murmur from the crowd, which the chief silenced by an authoritarian raising of one hand. "It is," he said, launching into his speech, "exactly this type of rampant lawlessness which underscores the urgency of providing those charged with protecting our citizens the tools and support they must have to do their job properly and thoroughly. We must once and for all say to the criminals who roam our streets with impunity, enough." He then laid out a detailed and carefully worded litany of everything that was wrong with the current governor and his policies, which was to say everything. I had to hand it to his trainers. His message was a puff pastry of political correctness, but the filling was pure stormtrooper. He rambled on for what seemed like an eternity, and I totally tuned out until at last I dimly heard, "And it is to this end that I am today announcing my candidacy for governor of this great state." There was a burst of enthusiastic applause from the assembly on the stage. Flashbulbs strobed the room, and before the gathered reporters had a chance to start shouting their questions, CC shot me a stern glance from across the room. I cued the guy with the sound equipment. The happy strains of Yankee Doodle filled the air. CC had originally considered Hail to the Chief, but was talked out of it. He had also wanted balloons to drop down from the ceiling, but it would have been too short a drop to be practical. As if on cue, which was in fact the case, the chief's family moved forward to embrace him warmly. It did not escape me that a few of the younger children appeared to be totally confused by this unfamiliar outpouring of familial love. The two bands of supporters simultaneously moved in from both sides of the stage for congratulatory photo-op handshakes and backpats, and I suddenly realized that the chief actually thought he could use this orchestrated outburst of wild enthusiasm, which was limited entirely to the stage, as a smokescreen to signal that the press conference was over. Making sure that CC wasn't looking, I gave the sound man a signal to fade out the music. The moment it died, the reporters began jostling forward, shouting questions in an attempt to be heard over the other shouted questions. The chief and CC looked a bit startled, and CC glared at me, but I merely looked at him innocently as if to say, "What?" Reluctantly, the chief returned to the podium as the rest of the throng on stage moved back, distancing themselves from the journalistic onslaught. "Chief," the reporter closest to the stage shouted, "the dog collar was a gay bar, and the 29 victims were presumably all gay men. Is your investigation centering on known hate groups?" The chief had obviously been prepared for that one. "As I stated in my opening remarks," he said, both hands gripping the edges of the podium, "this is an ongoing investigation in a crucial stage of development, and I cannot at this point speculate on the motivation behind the blaze. I'm sure that was all he was supposed to say, but being the chief, he had to add a little something of his own.
Hate groups, a jealous boyfriend, I simply cannot speculate.
A jealous boyfriend? Did he say that? Did he actually say that? I turned, almost knocking over the chair behind me in my hurry to leave the room. I didn't know whether to yell or cry, but I did neither. Instead, I went to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face and pull myself together. I can't do this, I told the obviously shaken me in the mirror. I can't put up with this shit one single minute longer. Yeah, you can, the me in the mirror replied. You have to. You're the only one who has any idea of what's going on inside that pocket Hitler's little clique. And if you blow it by making it obvious you're gay, who'll be there to try and stop him? He was right. I wanted a cigarette, but knew I'd probably been gone too long already, so I returned to the conference room. I don't know what the questioning had been like while I was gone, but it appeared the chief was holding his own, although I could tell from the way he was clutching the edges of the podium and the narrowing of his eyes that he was mentally making an enemy's list of reporters for future reference. At last it was over. The chief thanked everyone for coming and reminded them that his door was always open to the press. Yeah, I thought, like the door's always open to a bank vault. He turned, awkwardly hugged his wife, put out his hand to Mary, his youngest, who took it with ill-concealed trepidation, and together the family left the stage, followed by the remainder of the party. The reporters gathered up their gear and departed, leaving me to clear up the mess. Chapter 8. The next week and a half went by fast, way too fast. At this rate, I figured I'd be 97 years old before I knew it. Bob and a few close friends, Chris and I were touched to be asked to be among them, had a simple memorial service for Ramon at the local MCC on Thursday night, and his body was then sent to his parents the next day for burial. Bob was holding up very well under the circumstances, but there was a definite change in him. On Saturday, 1 week after the fire, a huge impromptu silent memorial for all the victims was held on the street in front of the dog collar. Thousands of gays, lesbians, and straights, alerted by word of mouth, gathered in silence at sundown to lay flowers in front of the yellow barricades outside the gutted bar, paying the dead the respect the chief of police and aspiring gubernatorial candidate had refused them. In an act of defiance by the community, no police permits were obtained in advance, even though the crowd filled the street and completely blocked traffic. While the police were in evidence, their presence seemed mostly, and unnecessarily, to be intended to keep anyone from entering the cordoned-off area. Nothing was done to interfere with the memorial. Not even the chief would have been stupid enough to try. When we heard that Bob planned to attend the service, we insisted he go with us, and we kept a close watch on him. But he just stood with everyone else, staring into what remained of the open door of the dog collar. There were many tears shed in the crowd, but none from Bob. The ongoing investigation into the fire remained ongoing. I had spoken to Tom briefly on the phone. He couldn't say much, of course, but I got the impression the arson squad, at least, was sincerely doing its best to piece the puzzle together. I had several questions I wanted to ask him, but they would have to wait. We tentatively planned to meet at the memorial on Saturday, but there were so many people there we missed each other. I called him again the following Monday and left a message on his machine. On Thursday, the newspapers and TV stations headlined the story that an arrest had been made in the dog collar fire. The bar's owner for criminal endangerment of his patrons by exceeding occupancy limits, for putting up the toxic mesh, and for not providing more than one exit from the basement where most of the victims had died. As for the arrest of the actual arsonist, Chris had bought his tickets and would be leaving on the morning of the 25th, the day I was to head up to the police chief's meeting. Our plans for his going-away party had changed drastically, of course. We still wanted to have all our friends over for one last time, but the emphasis had definitely shifted from party to gathering. My days at work were hectic, as CC got out his drums and whips to beat us into rowing the chief's barge ever faster. Endless press releases, lengthy phone calls to newspapers throughout the state offering fill-in-the-dots with local color stories. Requests for interviews with the chief were declined on the grounds of his deep involvement in the fire investigation. Personal appearances were kept to an absolute minimum with the same excuse. The fire had, in fact, given the chief a perfect alibi for not having to run the risk of facing real people. Stories were leaked by the chief's insiders as to how profoundly he regretted not being able to be out there among the voters, but that his commitment to his duties and to protecting the citizens of his home city had to take precedence over politics.
Made him seem noble as all shit. Only a few contacts with Kevin, all by phone. He was spending much of his time making quick trips around the state, speaking to church groups and various conservative organizations on his father's behalf, trumpeting the message of the chief's deep concern for the restoration of law, order, and moral values. Sue Lin and the baby accompanied him whenever possible, of course, and anyone seeing them together would have had little doubt they epitomized everything America, and therefore the chief, stood for. The bars were suffering huge financial losses, their business down by as much as 80%. Even the lesbian bars were affected, although none of them had ever been firebombed. The dog collar had served as a clear warning that no one was safe. Bacchus's Lair had announced it would be closed for remodeling for at least 2 weeks. A couple of the more well-off bars did go to the considerable expense of installing sprinkler systems and adding emergency exits, but for the foreseeable future, it didn't matter. We had invited Bob to Chris's going-away gathering, but he understandably declined, inviting us instead to dinner at his apartment on the 23rd, which we accepted with thanks. On the Saturday before Chris's departure, about 20 of our friends came over to say goodbye to him and to our relationship. The mood wasn't somber, but it was definitely subdued. We laughed, but it was the laughter of warmth and remembrance of good times, not of wit. Several of our friends had known Ramon, or others who had died with him, and there was an almost tangible sensation of an all-too-rare phenomenon, the recognition of the value of friendship and life, and of how brief each could be. No one got very drunk, and there were no tears as each of the guests departed. It was as though everyone shared the unspoken agreement that tears are for the dead, not the living, and that, while Chris would no longer be as immediate a part of their lives as he had been, he was still alive. We slept late Sunday morning, then did the post-party cleaning up, washing dishes, throwing out food we'd forgotten to wrap and put in the refrigerator before we went to bed. Like I said, the usual. We treated ourselves to our last Sunday brunch at Rasputin's. The place was busier than I'd expected, but Chris pointed out that it was daylight, and many people felt relatively safer then. I got the impression as we talked that we both felt as though we'd stepped over some sort of threshold, and that, while we would no longer be lovers, we would remain loving friends. I think we were both very grateful for that. Another blurred week followed. At work, I was increasingly fielding media requests for personal interviews with the chief. I had been instructed that any such request was to be booted up the food chain to the chief's handlers, so it wasn't my responsibility to lie through my teeth about his sincere regrets that his pressing duties prevented blah blah blah. With the print media, I did my best to determine what their editors were looking for and tailor standard press releases to the requester's specific needs and/or questions. For the releases, I dipped into the chief's well-worn little collection of acceptable standard responses. This worked pretty well, and since those of the chief's pronouncements that were not firebombs were often ambiguous, I would choose those I thought would sound perfectly harmless on the surface, yet have potential for the strongest negative subliminal reaction from the targeted audience. I knew I was walking a tightrope, but it was worth it. Kevin was increasingly used as the chief's substitute for second-level requests, primarily from TV and radio talk shows. Sort of a bait-and-switch deal, but he was becoming pretty effective as the chief's spokesman, and he sure as hell came across as a lot more personable. If he were running for office, even I might have considered at least listening to him. I could only imagine the pressure he must be under. On Wednesday night, while Chris was busy boxing up some of his smaller things I'd shipped to him once he got settled in New York, I was surprised to answer the phone and hear Kevin's voice. I was glad I caught the call rather than Chris or our answering machine, which started with, "Hi, you've reached Dick and Chris." I didn't give a shit whether Kevin found out I was gay. It's just that his knowing would have opened all sorts of doorways I'd rather walk than be pushed through. "Kevin, this is something of a surprise." "I know, and I'm sorry, Dick. I wouldn't be bothering you at home if it weren't important, but something has come up and I'm really not sure I know how to handle it. And now that it's come up, I'm sure it will come up again. I really need your objective advice." Well, that was certainly cryptic, I thought. "Of course, Kevin, that's what I'm here for. What is it?" "I don't really feel comfortable discussing it on the phone. Could you come over to the shelter?" "Tonight?" There was a pause, and then, "Well, I have my prayer and meditation every evening from 10 until midnight. But if you could make it before then." Another pause. "But if you'd prefer to make it tomorrow morning, I'm sure it can wait until then." "Well, if you don't really mind, Kevin, I am in the middle of something here, and—" No, that's fine, Dick. Tomorrow will be fine." "I can meet you at around 9:30 if that won't interfere with your schedule." 9:30 will be fine." But now I was really curious. I know you don't want to go into detail on the phone, but could you give me some idea of what it's about, so perhaps I can do some thinking about it between now and then? There was a long pause. It's about Patrick. Having called work to leave word where I'd be, I drove directly to the shelter, swinging by Marston's to drop Chris off. By mutual unspoken agreement, we wanted to spend as much of our last days together as we could, and even a 20-minute ride into town was 20 minutes we wouldn't have had. Although as usual there weren't many people on the streets around the shelter, once inside the doors there seemed to be a lot of activity going on. People I assumed to be volunteers were coming down the stairs with armloads of sheets. Others were carrying stacks of fresh bedding back up. Tables were being scrubbed and set in the dining room. There was no sign of Kevin. I stopped one of the passing sheet carriers to ask where I might find Reverend Rourke, and she nodded toward the end of the corridor, which I assumed meant he was in his office. As I climbed the stairs, I heard the sound of music. Piano music. I recognized it as Beethoven, but couldn't place the composition. The door to the office was again partially open, and I saw Kevin seated at the old upright I'd wondered about the first time I came into the room. I waited until there was a pause, and then knocked. Kevin swung around on the equally old piano stool and smiled, a little sadly, I thought. "You play very well," I said as he got up to greet me. His handshake this time was different, somehow, even stronger than usual, and I got an odd impression of urgency. "Thank you," he said as the handshake slowed to a hand hold. "I've always loved music." When we released hands, he stepped slightly past me to close the door. "Thanks for coming, Dick." The wooden chairs, I noticed, were cleared off, and he gestured me to a seat. We resumed our now usual position, facing one another, but this time, rather than clasping his hands lightly between the arms of the chair, Kevin put his elbows on the arms and his hands in praying position. He lowered his head slightly until his index fingers were just inside his lips, fingernails cradling his two front teeth. Not a prayer, but thought. With his head still slightly down, he looked at me through his long eyelashes. He had me hooked, but I waited for him to speak first. "I had a radio interview yesterday in Allen," he began, sitting upright, hands still in the prayer position, but the index fingertips now against his lower lip, tapping it lightly. I started to ask how did it go, but it was obvious it hadn't gone well at all. And the interviewer got into some areas that both surprised and shocked me. I realized too late that he was trying to use the interview to increase his own ratings by being confrontational and obnoxious. "And he asked you about Patrick." Kevin lowered his hands onto the ends of the chair arms and nodded. "Not just questions," he said. "Rude questions. Insulting questions. If I'd had any idea Patrick's name would even be mentioned, I would have refused the interview from the outset. I was told this man had a reputation for hard-hitting questions, but I had no idea how low he would stoop." "Did your father's advisors arrange this interview?" "No. I was in Allen to address a Citizens for Decency meeting, and at the end of the meeting a reporter came up and asked if he could have a brief tape-recorded interview. I didn't see any harm in it, so I agreed." "Well, that's a mistake I'm sure you'll never repeat." He sighed. "Obviously. My father was furious with me, and you do not want to see my father when he's furious." He was quiet for a moment, then looked directly into my eyes. "How much do you know about Patrick?" "That he's dead, and that he was gay," I said honestly. "And the rumors? About your father and Patrick's death?" He nodded. "Yes." More silence, and then, "The fact of the matter is, now that the subject has been mentioned by one sensation-monger, there'll be more. Allen isn't that big a town, but it certainly isn't that small either. I've got 6 radio shows scheduled and 4 TV interviews coming up in the next week." He looked at me quickly. "And yes, all were arranged by my father's team." "Well, that's something. Though now the genie's out of the bottle, there are no guarantees. How did you respond in Allen?" I said that Patrick's death had left a deep scar on our family, and that it was quite simply too painful to discuss. Most decent people would have left it at that, but he kept persisting, kept asking more and more personal questions, even mentioned that outrageous rumor. "And your response?" "That it was patently ridiculous, of course. I got away from him as soon as I could, but the damage had been done." "Well, I think you did exactly what you should have done. You didn't let him get you to explode." "Oh, but I wanted to." Again, a moment of silence, and I decided to step in. "You know, Kevin, we all should have seen this coming, and I'm rather amazed your father's people hadn't prepared you. Especially in light of the dog collar fire and given your father's openly hostile attitude toward gays. The fact that he had a gay son was bound to come up and bound to be jumped on. He looked at me closely and said, "You're wondering, aren't you?" "About what?" "About whether I'm one too." "That's none of my business," I said, but wondering nonetheless. "Besides, you're married and have a child." I meant it to be ironic, but in the back of my mind I could hear Ramon laughing. Kevin raised an eyebrow and cocked his head. "Let me put the issue to rest then," he said, "by telling you something about Patrick and myself. Although we were identical twins, I'm not sure even our parents could always tell us apart. It was as though the balance of good and evil that exists in most individuals was somehow divided between us. I'm not saying that I'm a saint, far from it. But whereas I always knew the difference between right and wrong, between good and evil, Patrick did not. My parents did everything they could to save him from himself, but he refused their every gesture. It fell on me to be the son God had intended to give them, and that has been no easy burden, I can assure you. You can't imagine how much trouble Patrick got me into when we were kids, just because people couldn't tell us apart. He would often deliberately cause trouble, and then claim to be me. I would have grinned, but thought better of it. "But God saw me through it all," Kevin continued. "My parents suffered the torments of hell in Patrick's rebellion against, in his flaunting of, everything they had raised us to believe." I remained silent, listening intently as he leaned forward, hands clasped over his lap. "My parents are not, shall we say, demonstrative people, but I know they loved Patrick and me equally, as good Christians should. Sometimes I felt that my father loved Patrick even more, in hopes that love would save his soul. It didn't, of course. That Patrick drank and lied and cheated and blasphemed in every possible way was bad enough, but that he was a homosexual as well? Can you imagine what his sexual deviance did to a man as moral and upright as my father? And it was, of course, equally difficult for me, because even though the Bible clearly states that homosexuality is an abomination in the sight of God, Patrick was my brother, and I loved him. And to love him while knowing he would burn forever in the fires of hell? I'd had just about enough of that specious bullshit, but rather than tell Kevin he was full of crap, I asked, "So, what exactly happened to Patrick? Exactly how did he die?" Kevin looked at me oddly. "That's just it," he said. "He didn't." Chapter 9. I sat there for what seemed like a full minute before I was able to say, "Excuse me?" "Patrick isn't dead. Not in body. But he is dead to my family, and I'm sorry to say, to me." "I don't mean to sound dense, but what's going on here?" Kevin gave a sad smile. "Sorry, I'm sure you're confused. I realize I'm taking a very great risk in telling you all this. You're the only person outside the family who knows, but since the story is partially out, I need to explain it all to someone who might be able to understand. I'm not sure why, but the first time I saw you, I somehow felt you were someone I could trust. I don't have many friends, and I really need someone I can confide in." I almost suggested he consider his wife, but decided against it, and instead said nothing. "The problem is that we've painted ourselves into something of a corner on this Patrick issue, and I need help in figuring out what to do about it." He made it sound as though he were talking about termites in the woodwork. "But why the charade in the first place? Why lie about Patrick's being dead?" Kevin sat back in his chair. "Well, first let me ask that you promise not to tell anyone that Patrick is alive." I nodded, and apparently satisfied, he continued. "As to why the charade, as you put it, I can only say it was a domino effect. One lie, well, let's not call them lies, leads to another. As you know, my father is a man of enormous ambition. It is, perhaps, the greatest single force in his life. He's driven by his perceived mission to restore the fundamental moral values, which is to say Christian values, upon which this country was founded. He chose law enforcement as his route to this goal, and he worked his way up through the ranks. He apparently chose to overlook the fact that his maternal grandfather had been the city's chief of police for many years, and that Chief Rourke's climb up the ladder could not have been hurt by this association. But again I said nothing and turned my attention back to Kevin. "But," he said, "my father's rise within the department was increasingly being jeopardized by Patrick's total disregard for everything he knew our father was trying to achieve. And by the time my father knew he was in direct line for chief, Patrick's behavior was totally out of control. There were 2 arrests, minor violations though they were, that friends of my father were able to keep from being made public, but it was clear that something had to be done. As you know, the police department is an extremely conservative organization." Gee, let me write that down, I thought. Luckily, Kevin was too deep into his story to notice the quick raising of my eyebrows. I know it sounds incredibly callous, but Patrick stood in the way of my father's appointment. His homosexuality was becoming known outside the family in his circle of friends. So my father, being an eminently practical man, made an agreement with Patrick, who had no love, respect, or sense of duty to his family. My mother had inherited a sizable fortune, and if Patrick did not love his family, he certainly loved money. So my father simply paid Patrick to disappear. An account was set up in a New York bank from which Patrick would be able to withdraw a set amount each month on condition that he never have contact with the family again. It was made perfectly clear to him that should he be tempted to cause trouble or to ask for more money, the annuity would cease immediately. Patrick was only too happy to agree. The hunting trip scenario was devised. I couldn't help myself from interrupting. Why? Why not just send him away or disown him or both? Killing him off just seems too, well, melodramatic. Kevin looked at me with mild annoyance, as though I were totally missing the point. You're right, of course, in retrospect, but at the time, as long as Patrick was alive, attention could, and you can be sure would, be focused on him by my father's enemies. They would have had a continual source of ammunition to be used against him, and I'm sure Patrick would have been only too happy to supply it. But with Patrick dead, the issue was also dead. For anyone to try and use him as a political weapon would mark them as insensitive and vindictive. He looked at me as if for some sign that I understood, but I didn't. I'm sorry, Kevin, but I just can't help thinking that to drive a member of the family away simply because his being gay was blocking your father's career, and then to be so, again excuse my bluntness, so hypocritical as to pretend to grieve over him? Kevin looked at me with a mild expression of shock. Oh no, Dick, no. My entire family, the younger children, did not, and do not to this day, know any of this. Truly, truly did grieve for Patrick. I grieved. I still grieve. And where is Patrick now? I have no idea, Kevin said, but somehow I doubted that. He has, uncharacteristically, kept his part of the agreement and has never contacted the family since that day. Money is still being withdrawn from the account each month, so we know he's alive, and I pray that he's well, and that perhaps he's found himself, if not God. We sat for a moment in silence, and I was aware Kevin's eyes never left my face. It seems, I said, as though your father has dug himself a very deep hole. Kevin nodded, and now we're faced with a compounded problem. Even if we were to try to set the record straight at this point, it would be impossible. No one outside my family could possibly understand, or I'll readily admit be expected to understand, and my father's career would be destroyed. We sat and stared at one another for what seemed like an eternity. There was no ping, ping, ping. It was a state of searching for some sort of answer to a question that probably didn't have one. While I loathed the chief and everything he stood for, and knew I could easily use this information to destroy him, I felt oddly sorry for Kevin, and didn't relish the idea of betraying his trust. I realized, too, that the chief was pretty much his own worst enemy when it came to his actual chances for election, and assumed the voters would be smart enough to realize it. And, I decided, if worst came to worst, I could use Patrick's story as a last-ditch move to keep the chief from winning. Finally, I sat up straight to stretch my back, and since Kevin obviously wanted some sort of advice, I owed it to him to be honest. I got the impression he didn't get much honesty in his dealings with his family. Okay, you're right. Now that the subject of Patrick has been raised in the media, it will almost surely come up again. I assume the questions were only about Patrick's being gay, and the rumors that your father had something to do with his death. No indication that anyone knows he's still alive? Kevin shook his head. The very first and most obvious thing you have to do, and I'm sure your father's advisors will back me on this, is to make damn sure you never get suckered into another situation like the one in Allen. Let your father's handlers take care of who you talk to and when. I hope they're smart enough not to go overboard and start asking interviewers for a list of questions in advance. That would practically shout that you have something to hide. I don't think you have any choice but to, whenever Patrick is mentioned, say basically what you said in Allen. Don't try to deny that Patrick is gay, but don't volunteer anything either. And while I know it'll be a strong temptation to fall back on some of the standard quotes from the Bible, I would strongly suggest that you don't. Don't moralize. Patrick was gay, Patrick was loved, Patrick is gone. I wouldn't even use the word dead if I were you. Stick to that. He nodded. And you'd better go over this whole thing with your father so you don't start telling two different stories. He nodded again. Now, I said, just to be certain I hadn't missed anything, no one else knows Patrick is alive? Kevin shook his head. You're sure? I prompted. I'm sure. Well, let's hope for... I had started to say your father's, but couldn't bring myself to. Let's hope for your sake they don't. I was summoned into CC's office immediately upon my return from the shelter, and was surprised to once again be offered a seat. Not good. Your friend Kevin blew it, CC began. Little niceties like "Good morning, Hardesty" would be incomprehensible to him. I found his emphasis on the word friend mildly disturbing. I heard, I said. That was the gist of our meeting this morning. I'll just bet it was. If I were the chief, I'd ream that kid of his a new asshole. But it's too late for that now. Now it's up to me to handle the damage control. Yes, CC, I thought. It's up to you. That Patrick Rourke was a faggot wasn't exactly a state secret, but everybody thought it was over and done with when he had the good sense to get killed. I knew it was going to come back and bite the chief in the ass, and it has. He glared at me as though he strongly suspected I was responsible. Now I want you to tell me everything you two talked about, and especially what you told him. I went into Scheherazade mode and proceeded to weave a detailed tale of what was, in fact, the gist of our conversation, without actually mentioning any of the details. I sure as hell didn't mention that Patrick was still alive. I told him I had advised Kevin the best thing to do was not make an issue out of it, that to try to cover it up would be more damaging than treating it as casually as possible, and to respond to future questions with the "Patrick was gay, Patrick was loved, Patrick is dead" response. CC just sat there, listening, a look of total disdain never leaving his face. When I had finished, he made a great slow-motion production of reaching into his thermidor, extracting a tobacco zucchini, unwrapping it, snipping off the end, lighting it, and then making exaggerated inhaling pup-pup-pup sounds as he took the first long draught. After a long moment, he laid the cigar carefully on the edge of the ashtray and looked at me. Here's exactly what you're going to do, Hardesty. You're going to downplay any references to Patrick being a faggot. You're not going to send out press releases denying it. You're not going to deny it, but you're not going to make an issue of it either. Use the sympathy ploy. Make whoever asks feel like they're stomping on the Rourke family's private grief. Keep it brief. Do you understand? Yeah, CC, I think I understand. Thanks for coming up with that brilliant strategy all by yourself. I guess that's why you get the big bucks. I nodded. CC took another long puff on his cigar. The State Association of Police Chiefs' annual meeting is this coming weekend. You're coming along to keep tabs on Kevin. The kid's an idiot, but the chief really needs him. Although I'd heard from Kevin some time ago that I'd be along on the trip, this was the first mention CC had made of it to me. Not, could you come, or would you come, but you're coming. Class all the way. He blew a long stream of smoke in my direction. You'll be bunking in Kevin's hotel room. We can't afford to throw money around on extra rooms. I was once again impressed by CC's charm, by his tact and diplomacy, and by his concern for his employees' feelings on whether or not they were willing to give up their weekends on a minute's notice, or if they wanted to share a hotel room. Why ask when you can tell? Wednesday was to be Chris's last day at work, so his coworkers threw a party for him Tuesday night. I had a frozen pizza, called Bob to see how he was doing, which had become something of a ritual, and watched TV until Chris got home around 11, fairly well smashed. The guest bedroom was filling up with boxes of his stuff, and by mutual unspoken agreement we kept the door to that room closed. The apartment was starting to look a little bare. Pictures missing from the walls, books missing from the bookcases, empty spots where knickknacks used to be. Things that had been so common I hardly paid attention to before, but now knew I was going to miss. But we both did our best not to notice, and I think each of us was grateful for the way the other was handling the whole situation. Then it was Thursday, and our dinner with Bob. We contributed a really nice bottle of wine, not that he didn't have a huge rack full already, and having mentioned it to Bob earlier, Chris had stopped at the local bakery for a sinfully rich chocolate cake topped with whipped cream and fresh banana slices. Although we had not been really close friends before the fire, the tragedy had created a strange but strong bond among the three of us left. There was a vague awareness that we were dealing with loss. Bob's, of course, was the worst, but in a different sense, Chris and I were losing each other as well. Bob was doing as well as could be expected, and he actually laughed a couple of times during the evening. When he spoke of Ramon, it was in a lovingly casual way, and none of us seemed to be made uncomfortable by it. Both Chris and I knew he was still hurting terribly, but he was strong enough to make it, and now we had no doubt he would. The issue of Patrick Rourke's homosexuality did, as expected, create a momentary fervor in the media, and Kevin found it necessary, in his pre-scheduled TV interviews before the police chief's gathering, to ward off further incursions into the subject. He handled himself quite well, and the overall result was that most people did feel the family's privacy should be respected, that the past should remain in the past. I really wasn't quite sure why I was being dragged along to the meeting, other than to handle the details of assuring maximum media coverage for the chief's speech before the group and another short press conference afterwards. The prospect of being in the chief's immediate presence, for however briefly we might have to be in the same building, was not a happy one. To be honest, though, the idea of sharing a hotel room with Kevin for 2 nights was oddly intriguing. Something was going on with him, but I had absolutely no idea what that something was, and I was determined to find out. And then it was Friday, Chris's and my last day together. It's kind of hard to put into words exactly how it went. Work, of course, simply went, hectic from the moment I walked in the door to the moment I walked back out again. The strangeness started with my going home. It was rather as if someone had opened a valve inside me and something was draining out, leaving me with an odd, empty feeling. Chris had our drinks waiting when I walked in the door. I noticed immediately that the dining room table was set for 2, complete with candles and a bowl of flowers. It wasn't our good china or silverware, of course. They were Chris's and were already packed and put away in the guest bedroom. But it looked really nice anyway, and in an odd way, it hurt. We each did our best to be cheerful and casual, and for the most part it worked. Chris was getting mildly nervous about his flight, as he always did, and I sat in the kitchen with him as he made my favorite meal. Pork chops nearly burnt, the crisper the better, mashed potatoes and pan gravy, and Brussels sprouts, which I knew Chris really didn't care for. He'd even set out a little hors d'oeuvre tray with cheese and crackers and a dish of my favorite creamed herring. Now I knew exactly how he'd felt when I handed him those damn plastic grapes. There were quite a few phone calls, friends with last-minute goodbyes, getting Chris's promise to send his address and phone number as soon as he had them, and heartfelt promises to keep in touch. What did we talk about? I really can't remember. The same things all people who have spent 5 years together talk about, I guess. We kept pretending it was just another evening at home, but we knew it wasn't, and the hollow feeling was still inside me. We headed for bed around 10, since Chris had to be at the airport by 10:30 the next day, and I had to start my drive north. We undressed in silence, watching one another, yet the usual urge for sex wasn't there for either of us. When we climbed into bed and turned out the lights, I moved closer to Chris. "Do you suppose we should take advantage of our last night?" I asked. He wrapped his arms around me and snuggled closer, as he had done so many times before over the past 5 years. "Let's let it be something to look forward to," he said. So we held each other warmly and in silence until we both at last fell asleep. Chapter 10. Since I had had no desire whatsoever to fly anywhere on the same airplane with either CC or the chief, I had volunteered to drive Chris's car and bring up the boxes of press kits, signs, posters, policy papers, and assorted PR paraphernalia that would be needed for the 2-day meeting. By leaving directly from the airport, I'd be at the hotel in plenty of time to get things set up for the 5 p.m. cocktail party that would kick off the conference. It would also give me a couple hours to myself, which I felt I was going to need. All the last-minute rushing around and getting ready in the morning kept both Chris and me more than busy. The trip to the airport was spent mostly reminding one another of the various things each of us should be doing, last-minute instructions from Chris about not forgetting to water the plants, a chore he had taken on out of necessity because I never remembered to do it, to be sure to open all his credit card bills so I could let him know how much he owed, making sure I had the address and phone number for the hotel the company was putting him up in, right across the river from Manhattan in New Jersey, a quick bus ride through the Lincoln Tunnel, until he found a place. There was an accident on the freeway that slowed us down to a crawl for nearly a mile, and we didn't arrive at the airport until 10:20. We decided I'd better just drop Chris off at the boarding passenger zone rather than try to find a parking place and go in with him. A limo just at the curb pulled out, and I swung in to take the space. I got out of the car to help Chris extricate his 2 suitcases and duffel bag from the pile of meeting junk in the back seat. We set them on the curb and then just stood there awkwardly, looking at one another. At last I stepped forward and grabbed him, and we exchanged a long, hard bear hug. Then we backed away, hands still on each other's shoulders. "Call," I said. "I will." He picked up his bags and walked into the airport without looking back. I was glad he didn't. I don't remember too much of the drive north. Traffic was relatively light and the time passed quickly. I don't remember much of what I was thinking about on the way, but I was very much aware of an almost overwhelming sense of loss. I stopped for lunch at one of those chain restaurants that each time I go there I swear I'll never go again, and I always do. The food would have been eminently forgettable even if I'd been in a mood to remember it. But, I reassured myself, the bad food was more than offset by the lousy service. Arriving at the hotel, I noted the Welcome ASPC announcement on the huge roadside marquee, and the banner over the main entrance read, Welcome Chiefs. Valet parking was available, but someone was just pulling out of a spot in the general parking area, and I took it. Grabbing just my one suitcase out of the back seat, I locked the car and made my way under the banner and into the cavernous, all but empty lobby. Most of the convention participants had already arrived and were attending various seminars and meetings. There was a registration desk, and I stopped to pick up my official badge and materials kit, which did not, to my relief, include tickets to either the reception or the dinner. I went to the registration desk and asked if the Reverend Rourke had signed in yet. I was informed he had, and I identified myself and asked for a key. The clerk gave me just the slightest raised eyebrow, searched his records, and said, "I'm sorry, sir, your name does not seem to be in our register." Well, we're off to a great start, I thought. I asked if they could call the room in case Kevin might be in, and luckily he was. The clerk spoke softly and rather secretively into the phone for what seemed like 10 minutes, then nodded and said, "Of course, Reverend Rourke," and hung up. I was given a registration card, which I filled out feeling rather like a hooker who's been called in for the night, and upon returning it to the clerk, a key. 1410, he said. "Enjoy your stay," and he gave me a smile that all but added, "Faggot." I knocked on 1410's door. When there was no answer to a second knock, I used my key. I could hear the shower running as I walked in. It was a very nice room with 2 queen-size beds, on one of which Kevin's change of clothes lay carefully arranged. The water shut off in the shower, and I was opening my suitcase to get at a carton of cigarettes I'd carefully placed near the top. I turned to see Kevin enter the bedroom, drying his hair vigorously, stark naked. I have to admit I was more than a little impressed. Seeing me seemed to startle him, and he hastily wrapped the towel around his middle. "Dick," he said, as though completely surprised, "I didn't hear you come in." Not as though you didn't have some idea I might be showing up, I thought. "I knocked," I said, "but when you didn't answer, I used my key. I gather they were not expecting me?" "I'm really sorry about the mix-up. I'd assumed Mr. Carlson had made all the arrangements." Well, that certainly explains it, I thought. Kevin stepped over to the bed for his clothes, and as he leaned over to pick up his shorts, his towel came loose and fell to the floor. Again, I couldn't help but notice that little Kevin was a big boy. No wonder Sue Lin was always smiling. He muttered an embarrassed, "Sorry," and quickly bent down to pick up his towel. Then, towel held before him in one hand, shorts in the other, he looked confused as to what he should do next. "No problem," I said, and very deliberately turned back to my suitcase. I managed to find room in the closet to hang up my suit, shirts, and extra pants, and by that time Kevin was dressed. "I've got to meet my father in about half an hour," he said. "Would you like to have a cup of coffee with me before I go?" "Thanks, Kevin, but I've got a lot of stuff in the car that has to be brought in, and I have to figure out where to put it all." "Well, let me help you then." "I'd appreciate that." Except for a few items, including a stack of Rourke for Governor, Rourke for Law bumper stickers, and a large box of campaign buttons to be left on a table just inside the door of the reception hall, most of the materials were put in a storeroom off the smaller room to be used the next day for the press conference. Media coverage of the dinner and the chief's speech to the gathering was limited by the association's rules. CC had tried to bend them, of course, but to no avail. When Kevin left to meet with the chief, and presumably with CC, whom I'd not yet seen, I contacted the hotel's services department to make sure they'd received my earlier phoned request for coffee and rolls to be provided for the press conference, which was set for 3:30 Sunday afternoon. I left a message for CC at the desk telling him I'd arrived, where the materials were should he need them, and how to get someone to let him into the locked storeroom. I added that I had no idea what he wanted me to do next, and that I would await word from him. That pretty much did it for me for the day. I was still perfectly well aware that I had not been, was not, and probably would not be needed, and wondered again what I was doing here. But, I told myself, if I weren't here I'd be home, wandering around the apartment, thinking of Chris and feeling sorry for myself. Back in our room, I went through the registration packet and noticed that the press release I'd prepared on Chief Rourke's professional background, complete with photo, was included. On glancing at the program, however, I was surprised to see that the 2-day meeting was to end at 3 p.m. on Sunday. That meant the press conference was scheduled for after the formal close of the meeting. I was puzzled as to why, and then wondered whether I would be spending Sunday night there as well. I was lying on the bed watching the news on TV when Kevin came in on his way to the reception. He seemed once again to be mildly surprised to see me there. "Aren't you coming to the reception?" he asked as he stepped into the bathroom. "No," I said, not adding that I had not been invited and was just as glad not to have been. "Well, you should come," he said as he appeared in the bathroom doorway with a bottle of aftershave in his hand. "We could have a drink together." That was a surprise. He smiled. "I'm not a prude, you know. I've been known to have an occasional glass of wine, though I'm sure my father disapproves. It's my one little form of rebellion, I guess. Some of Patrick must have rubbed off on me after all, and even Jesus drank wine now and then. And if you were with me, Father couldn't say anything." "Want to bet?" I thought. "Old CC would be all over my ass for leading you into sin." "Thanks anyway, Kevin, but I think I'll pass." He looked disappointed, but just shrugged, splashing aftershave into his palm and spreading it on his chin and neck. "Okay. I see the meeting is over at 3 tomorrow, and the press conference shouldn't last more than an hour. 2, with cleanup after," I said as he retreated to the bathroom to finish whatever preparations he was making. "There'd be plenty of time for me to get back to the city tomorrow evening." That's what Mr. Carlson had apparently originally intended, but I told him you deserved a little free time since you'd given up your weekend, and he agreed. And since my father will be having informal meetings with the other chiefs most of the night, and I have to be here for a Monday morning prayer breakfast with Americans for Morality, I figured you might as well spend the night with me. What's wrong with this picture? I asked myself. I knew damn well CC would much prefer me to get the hell out of here at the earliest possible moment. As a matter of fact, would I. But Kevin was the chief's son, and whatever Kevin wanted, Kevin was to get. He emerged from the bathroom, looking wholesome as all hell, and put on his suit jacket. "See you later, then," he said with a smile, and left. Who the hell is this guy, I wondered. The guy who had just walked out the door was not the Salvation Store Kevin I'd become used to. Even his way of speaking was a lot less formal, and he drank. The Reverend Kevin Rourke was an odd onion indeed, I decided, and I had the definite feeling there were a lot more layers in there than I could possibly know. I had to resist the temptation around 6 o'clock to call Chris's hotel in New Jersey to see if he'd arrived all right. I knew full well he had, but I also missed him already. I told him where I'd be, but he knew I'd be rooming with Kevin, and wouldn't call unless it were an absolute emergency. About 6:30 I went downstairs to the main bar just off the lobby. Because the entire hotel had been taken over by the meeting, and everyone was at the reception and dinner, the bar was practically deserted. I had one drink at the bar, then moved into the equally deserted restaurant. I deliberately chose the most expensive dinner on the menu, knowing old CC would have a fit, but not really giving a shit. I charged it to the room. I went for a walk after dinner and was back in the room by 9. I decided to take a shower before Kevin got back, which I didn't expect to be much before 10:30. As usual, once I got into the shower, I lost all track of time. Showers to me are a form of meditation. I just stand there and let the water drain all the tension and the bullshit of the day away. I finally came back to reality and turned off the water, sliding the glass door wide open to grab for a towel. Kevin stood in the bathroom doorway, watching me. I didn't have to guess where his eyes were focused. "Kevin, you startled the stuffing out of me." I stepped partly out of the shower to reach the towel. He held his gaze where it was for just a fraction of a second longer, then broke it, a look of embarrassment flashing over his face. "I had a slight headache and decided to get to bed early. I came in to look for some aspirin. I didn't mean to—" "Hey, don't worry about it. We're all guys here." "How did it go?" I asked, making no effort to cover myself, toweling off as if he weren't 5 feet away. "Fine," he said, reaching tentatively past me to get his dop kit from the edge of the sink. "My father's speech went well, I thought. He's got a lot of support out there." He made no effort to leave, although I could sense a conscious determination to keep his eyes on my face. Wrapping the towel around my waist, I started past the bedroom, necessitating he move backward to let me pass. "Want to watch a little TV before bed?" I asked. "I don't think so, but you go ahead if you'd like." He was still standing there holding his dop kit. "Did you find your aspirin?" I asked, and once again saw the look of embarrassment as he quickly set the kit on the dresser and opened it. He rummaged around for a moment, then came up with a bottle of aspirin, making a point of holding it up so I could see it. While he returned to the bathroom for some water, I put on a pair of shorts and pulled the covers back. I was about halfway into bed when he emerged. Without a word, he went to one of his suitcases and removed a neatly folded pair of pajamas. He went back into the bathroom and closed the door. The shower had done it for me, and I was nodding off when Kevin emerged in his pajamas and hung up his clothes. I remembered his telling me once he always meditated and prayed between 10 o'clock and midnight. I wondered if he did it in his pajamas. He got into bed. "No TV?" he asked. "Nah, I don't think so. I'm about out." "Okay." He reached over to turn out the light between the beds. "Good night, Dick." "Good night, Kevin." I was just about asleep when I heard a soft sound, a sort of I swam back to consciousness and turned my ears to the sound without moving my head, which was facing away from the other bed. A moment later it came again. Ah. I was sure as hell wide awake now. The became just a little louder and faster, and it sure didn't sound like prayer and meditation to me. I was aware of movement in the next bed. Then the were mixed with short gasps of breath, coming faster and faster, and then a sharp Kevin was jacking off, and the bastard knew damn well I knew it. Chapter 11. I awoke to the sound of the shower and glanced at my watch on the nightstand. It was 6:45. I lay there for a while, thinking about the previous night. I wasn't sure yet just what game Kevin thought he was playing, but I wanted to be sure he knew I was aware of it. A few minutes after the shower turned off, Kevin entered the room, towel wrapped around his waist. Noticing I was awake, he gave me a smile and a cheerful, "Good morning, Dick." "Morning, Kevin. Sleep well?" "I only wish Sean slept as well. You?" "Great," I said, and then added, "Have any trouble getting to sleep?" Not a flicker of embarrassment or any other reaction as he removed shorts and socks from his suitcase and prepared to return to the bathroom. "None at all," he said nonchalantly. "I dropped right off as soon as my head hit the pillow." Uh-huh. About 5 minutes after Kevin left to meet his father for breakfast in church, the phone rang. It was C.C., at his usual bubbly good mood best. "Hardesty!" "Good morning, Mr. Carlson," I replied in my best lackey voice. "You spent all yesterday sitting on your duff, and today it's time you earned your keep. I want you in that meeting room from 1 o'clock on. You see anybody with a reporter's badge or carrying TV equipment, you bust your ass to find out if they need anything, and if they do, make sure they get it. Is that clear?" Of course. I knew damned well he was expecting me to add a Mr. Carlson or Sir, but I wasn't going to play along. "The conference is at 3:30. I want the coffee there by 2:45. Did you arrange for the coffee?" "Last week, and rolls, as you told me at the time, and I checked with guest services when I got in yesterday. Everything's ready." "Well, you just better be damn sure it is," and he hung up. The press conference went without a hitch. The coffee was there, the rolls were there, the reporters were there, although considerably fewer than C.C. had apparently anticipated from the number of contacts we'd made and the amount of PR material I'd brought along. I was sure he'd blame me for not doing my job properly. The chief's speech had been scripted and rehearsed and polished until it glittered, and I tried very hard not to hear a single word of it. Whenever I did catch a sentence or two, it was the usual call for a new era in government with greatly expanded law enforcement powers to protect the citizenry from those who flaunt with impunity, etc., ad nauseum. He even made it through the question period relatively unscathed. There were far fewer questions about the fire, partly because this was a statewide representation of the media with, I believe, 2 reporters from the networks and a couple stringers for papers outside the state. A few of the questions alluded to the chief's right-wing attitudes, but he had been prepared for them and managed to sidestep or obscure the answers in ambiguity. And that was it. The reporters left, the chief left, C.C. left, without even a nod of acknowledgement that I was in the room. Kevin and the chief's handlers and cronies left, and I was, again, left to clean up the mess. As I was carrying a box of unused publicity materials back to the car, Kevin stopped me in the lobby. "I think that went very well," he said with a smile. "Thanks for your help getting everything set up." Thanks. Now there's a word I don't think I'd ever heard before in the term of my employment with Carlson and Associates. "I've got to run," Kevin said, "but I wondered if you might do me a favor." "Sure. What?" "I've got to join my father and Mr. Carlson and some of the chiefs for dinner, but I thought that when I get back to the room, it might be nice to relax for a while and celebrate with a small bottle of wine. Would you mind picking one up? And I hope you'll consider sharing it with me." "What kind would you like?" I asked, hoping my bafflement wasn't too obvious. I don't really know. I seldom drink. But perhaps a Cabernet? Sure. And with a smile and a small wave, he moved off in one direction while I continued in the other, wondering for the 100th time what in hell was going on. Look, I'm not exactly new to this game. I've done my share of cruising, and I've been cruised from time to time, and I've always felt pretty confident as to who was doing what with whom. But with Kevin? Was he coming on to me? Or was I just imagining it because he, if you set aside just about everything he stood for, was kind of hot, and with Chris gone I might be looking for a little rebounding? I reached the car, opened the trunk, and put the box inside. What straight guy jacks off with another guy in the next bed? Was it supposed to have been some sort of invitation? I'd never given Kevin any overt hints I was gay, and no one has ever pointed a finger at me and said, "There's one!" Of course, it's one of the oldest clichés in the book that we can always spot one another at a mile off. And Patrick was gay. And Patrick and Kevin are identical twins. And I returned to the hotel for the rest of the materials and managed to fit everything in the trunk. Then, as long as I was out, I drove around looking for a liquor store. Share a bottle of wine, huh? Well, whatever his game was, he had me hooked. Let's see where he's going from here. I'd planned to have dinner in the hotel dining room again, but as I came up to the door I noticed that not only were there a lot more diners, but that one large table included CC, the chief, Kevin, and several others. I decided to take the car down the street to a seafood restaurant I'd seen while looking for the liquor store. There was good drink, good food, and a really hot waiter who cruised me pretty blatantly. I noticed he was wearing a wedding ring. I guess you just never can tell. Making sure I got a receipt, I returned to the hotel at around 9:45. Kevin sat in one of the small armchairs watching TV. He gave me a very brief but undisguised "where have you been" look, but then quickly smiled and said, "I didn't see you in the dining room." I decided to get out for some air. I put the wine on the wet bar. Did you find it? Yes, but I thought I'd wait for you before I opened it. Are you ready for it now? I hope to hell it didn't sound to him quite like the double entendre I heard the minute it left my mouth. He rose from the chair and went into the bathroom. We'll have to use the glasses in here. No problem, I said, going over to the wet bar for the wine. I know it's considered gauche, but I like my wine, any wine, chilled. However, not knowing Kevin's preferences, I hadn't put it into the small refrigerator under the wet bar. I did check to see if there were ice cubes and was surprised to discover there were. Fancy place. I suddenly realized we didn't have a corkscrew. Kevin, returning with the unwrapped glasses, saw my look of confusion and deduced the problem. The Boy Scouts to the rescue. He set the glasses on the small table near the window and moved to his dop kit, from which he extracted a large Swiss Army knife. These things do come in handy, he said, producing a corkscrew from the assortment of slots. The television had a music-only option, which Kevin selected, adjusting the volume to listenable but not intrusive. We sat at the table, and he poured the wine, then held up his glass. Cheers. I raised my glass and clicked it lightly against his. L'chaim. We actually had a nice conversation, and he was considerate enough not to let his religious enthusiasm run wild. He talked of his childhood with Patrick, and of how close they had been until puberty, when Patrick's behavior began its downward slide. While he didn't come directly out and say so, it wasn't hard to deduce that he and Patrick had provided for one another the affection they did not get from their parents. Oddly, I got the distinct impression Kevin was almost envious of Patrick's rebellion against them, and resentful of the attention that rebellion brought his brother. He talked of meeting Sue Lynn, the daughter of Mrs. Rourke's college roommate, and how strongly, with Patrick not only gone, but gay, he felt the obligation to provide his parents with the grandchild they expected of him. Sue Lynn and I have a very special, loving Christian relationship, he said, but I did not get the impression true love had that much to do with it, and of course he worshipped Sean. His work with Salvation's Door took up the vast bulk of his time, and he again said that being away from it as frequently as was now necessary was not something he enjoyed. Above all, I was aware that he never once mentioned having a real friend of his own. I sensed an intense loneliness in him, and that in turn made me feel strangely sad. It was after 11, obviously his prayer and meditation routine was not written in stone, when we finished the wine, and I could tell Kevin was feeling it. We decided to call it a night since he had to get up early, and I wanted to be back in the city by noon. So when he went into the bathroom, I stripped down to my shorts and climbed into bed. I was surprised to see him come back into the room wearing just his shorts. I spilled something on my pajamas, he explained. I observed as he got into bed how nicely he filled out the front of his shorts. Good night, Dick. Good night, Kevin. He turned out the light. Just as I was about to drift off, I again heard sounds from the other bed. A moment later, I felt my bedsheets lifted and realized Kevin was climbing into bed with me. I turned over onto my back and started to sit up. He was lying beside me, one hand on my chest. Shh, he said, and his hand moved down my chest, across my stomach, and under the waistband of my shorts. I just lay back in total surprise and felt his mouth and tongue follow the path his hand had set. I raised my hips so he could slide my shorts down. Kevin, are you sure? I whispered. Oh, God, yes, he whispered in return, and I couldn't suppress a long moan as I felt a warm wetness engulf me. I gave myself up completely to the sensations, and it wasn't long before I felt the earthquake coming. My arms were flung out at the sides, and I grabbed the sheet with both hands, trying to hang on, trying not to let it happen yet. It didn't work, and finally, I just gave in to it. As I regained my breath, he moved back up and kissed me gently on the lips. I reached down, fumbling for him, but he pushed my hand away. No, he said, and slipped quickly out of my bed and back into his own. The silence was broken only by the sound of our breathing, and after a long, long time, I drifted off to sleep. I awoke once again to the sound of the shower and took a reflex look at my watch. It was again 6:45. I lay in something of a stupor, thinking about the previous night. What in hell had that been all about? Not that I was unhappy with what had happened. Far from it. Kevin had a definite talent outside of his day job, but the sound of the shower shutting off cut my thoughts short, and I just lay there, thinking nothing at all. Finally, Kevin emerged from the bathroom. Good morning, Dick, he said, flashing me a big smile. Good morning, Kev. Patrick used to call me that when we were kids. No one's called me Kev in a long, long time. He was silent a moment, then said, How did you sleep? Never better, I lied, and then something prompted me to ask, And you? Like a baby. I guess that wine really relaxed me. I hardly remember lying down. Uh-oh, I thought. Not the old, I was so drunk I don't remember a thing routine. But then I had the almost frightening feeling he wasn't lying, and it didn't have anything to do with being drunk. Chapter 12. All the way back to the city, I tried to keep my mind off Kevin Rourke, Chief Rourke, Patrick Rourke, and the entire Rourke clan. They were, without a doubt, a truly fucked-up family. In a strange way, particularly after the previous night, I felt strong empathy for Kevin. I suspect if a good psychiatrist ever got hold of him, he'd have material for about 10 books. The pressures on him were almost incomprehensible to me. The question of whether Kevin was or was not gay had been, as far as I was concerned, pretty well resolved by last night's little episode. What kept niggling at me was whether Kevin knew he was gay. With a father like Chief Rourke, it was no wonder Patrick and Kevin had taken two totally opposite paths. Kevin was desperate to please, to live up to what he thought was expected of him. Patrick had had that extra ounce of whatever it takes to say, fuck this, and do something about it. Well, that was their problem, and the sooner I got a life of my own back, the better I'd like it. I went directly to the office, where I was told CC had called to announce he would not be coming in at all that day. Of course, he didn't give an explanation. Explanations are for the little people. I had received that morning a phone message from Charles McNerney, who was Joseph Goebbels to the Chief's Adolf Hitler, and was one of the major puppeteers of the Chief's bid for governor. McNerney, I'd learned through the office grapevine, was a close golfing buddy of CC's and was probably far more instrumental in CC's getting the PR assignment than CC would ever admit. I decided to give him a call immediately so CC would know I hadn't wasted another whole day of his time. McNerney was executive director of the state's Grading Contractors and Engineers Association, an incredibly powerful lobby in the state capital. Funds for road construction had, under the current governor, been significantly cut back, the governor preferring to fritter away the state's money on frivolous things, like schools. I reached McNerney's secretary, who, after I identified myself, rather surprisingly put me directly through to the man himself. Mr. Hardesty. The voice was warm, sincere, and confident. The kind of voice that makes me want to check to see if my wallet's still there. I'm really glad you called. I explained that I'd just returned from the SAPC meeting, which of course he knew without my telling him. Wonderful. We all appreciate the work you and Carlton are doing on the Chief's campaign. That's kind of you to say, I said, but my mind was telling me this was a man to watch out for. Young Kevin tells me you have an idea for a fundraiser for Salvation's Door that might help boost the chief's image in the public's eye. Yes, sir. This was a man I did not want to alienate. It seems like a good way to show Chief Rourke's involvement in community projects. Well, it is an interesting idea. Tell you what, why don't you and I and Kevin get together, for dinner let's say, and talk about it? That would be fine, Mr. McNerney, if you can find the time. When it comes to putting Chief Rourke into the governor's seat, Dick, you don't mind if I call you Dick, do you? He didn't wait for a reply. I can always find the time. How about tomorrow evening, say around 7, at the Imperator? That'll be fine, sir. I look forward to meeting you in person. And I you, Dick, and I you. See you there, then. And he hung up. Step into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. The Imperator was definitely not my kind of place. It's one of those restaurants where the guests are given menus without prices. I had never been inside the doors, nor had anyone else I knew. Still, being invited to dine there was intriguing, and an obvious effort to either impress or intimidate, depending upon the host's intentions. I pretty much knew what this host's intentions were. I still couldn't figure out why. Why was I dragged along to a big meeting of police chiefs where I did practically nothing? Why Kevin should be so strongly on my side, well, the reason for that one wasn't all that hard to figure out, I guess. Why CC should have appointed me to be, in effect, Kevin's little friend. I told our secretary I would be working at home for the rest of the day and left. It was a strange feeling, walking into the apartment for the first time knowing Chris was gone. An odd, empty feeling. But I told myself this was the way it was going to be, and I'd better get used to it. I set my suitcase inside the door and went directly to the answering machine. Quite a few calls, 2 of them from Chris. He'd arrived on time Saturday and had called from the airport to let me know, even though he knew I wouldn't be home. The second call was Sunday night, when he thought I might be home. He'd spent the day going through the apartments for rent ads and was totally depressed. He'd known that going from paying half the rent here to paying all the rent in New York would take a huge bite out of his raise, but hadn't realized just how huge a chunk that was likely to be. He was afraid he'd end up with less money than he'd been making here. I started to pick up the phone to call him, but realized he'd undoubtedly be out, meeting people from the store or apartment hunting. So I decided I'd give him a call later on to offer moral support. Besides, I wanted to hear his voice. There was a call from Bob, asking me to join him for dinner that night, and I called him right back to accept. I didn't feel like spending much time in the apartment just yet. We agreed to eat out, since neither of us had begun to adjust to the bachelor's life. I called Chris just before leaving to meet Bob and caught him just as he was heading out to see the Fantastics. It was his first time in a New York theater, off-Broadway, but the excitement was still there. He had spent the day apartment hunting to no avail, but was determined to keep at it. So we just had time to exchange quick encapsulated bits of news and hung up, promising to talk later in the week. My dinner with Bob was nice, and I think it did us both a lot of good. Up until the night of the dog collar fire, we'd never spent any time together except as a foursome. He and I had usually spent a lot of time talking with one another while Chris and Ramon did the same, but it was different to be just the 2 of us. I got the distinct impression we were going to become pretty close friends. Bob's big news of the evening was that he had heard at long last from his insurance company, and it seemed they were fairly close to getting off the fence, although he still wasn't sure which side they'd come down on. I told him about my weekend, leaving out the part where Kevin crawled into bed with me, and of my growing reptile house fascination with the whole Rourke family. I also, of course, didn't mention that Patrick was alive. CC, apparently suffering from selective short-term amnesia, came blustering through the office on Tuesday morning, nearly knocking me over as I headed back from the copy machine with a stack of press releases. I didn't expect an excuse me, but thought he perhaps might have recognized me as the guy who'd just given up his weekend for the team. Silly me. Then about 10 seconds after I'd returned to my desk, my phone rang. "I want to see you in my office." I did my little knocking twice routine and got the usual curt, "Come." I took my usual stance, emphasis on stance, just inside the door, about halfway between it and CC's enormous desk. Its polished top contained 1 telephone, 1 Rolodex, 1 mahogany thermidor, 1 photo of Mrs. CC and CC Jr., for whom I had the utmost sympathy, 1 pen holder with pen, and 1 sheet of paper, to give the impression CC was busily at work. I rather suspect that it was always the same sheet of paper, but never got close enough to check. "You're having dinner with Charles McNerney tonight," he said. Yes, I know, I thought, but I'd learned CC had an aversion to question marks. I think he thought it would make him appear vulnerable. "The Imperator, no less. You're swimming with some pretty big fishes now, Hardesty, and you damned well better not do anything to embarrass this firm. Does that mean I can't wear my bib overalls? I said nothing.
The important thing for you to understand here is that what Charles McNerney says in regards to what will or will not be done to promote the chief is the way it will be. If you disagree with anything he says, you just keep your mouth shut and nod your head. You got that?
Got it. He gave me the palm-down flick of his fingers that so subtly indicated our lesson for the day was over. I turned and walked out the door without looking back.
I arrived at the Imperator at exactly 7 o'clock.
Of course, I'd gotten to the place 15 minutes earlier, parked in a public garage, and just sat there for a while in order to time my entrance to the minute. I must admit I was impressed. It reeked of elegance, but didn't overpower you with it. Lots of heavy, richly carved wood, soft lighting, walls hung with pictures you knew automatically were not prints, thick burgundy carpets with a subtle blue pattern of some sort. I stepped to the maitre d's podium, announced myself, and asked if Mr. McNerney or Reverend Rourke had arrived. I was impressed again when, although he looked the stereotype, he was actually friendly and smiled readily. Since 7 p.m. is practically the break of day for most of the Imperator's patrons, the dining room was relatively empty. As soon as the maitre d' led me down the short staircase into the main room, I spotted Kevin seated with a man I'd seen only in photographs. Both men stood up as I approached the table. Kevin and I shook hands, and then I was introduced to Charles McNerney.
Dick Hardesty,
McNerney said, voice deep with warmth and good fellowship. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you, Mr. McNerney. It's a pleasure meeting you, too. As we sat, McNerney gave a nod to no one in particular, and a waiter appeared as if out of a genie's lamp, a bottle of wine wrapped like a baby in white linen cradled in one arm. I hope you don't mind, McNerney said, nodding again to set the waiter into his uncorking and decanting ritual. But I've always enjoyed this particular vintage and took the liberty of ordering it for us. I took stock of Charles McNerney. Deeply tanned, impeccably groomed and dressed, quite handsome by corporate boardroom standards. I recognized immediately that he gave new meaning to the word confidence. He practically oozed it, and it was undoubtedly the reason he headed up one of the state's most powerful lobbying organizations.
So, tell me, Dick, he began, are you married?
Separated, I said truthfully. I caught Kevin's sidelong glance, but it was so swift I hoped McNerney hadn't noticed. The dinner conversation was casual, wide-ranging at first and finally funneling down to the chief's campaign. The bulk of it was between Kevin and McNerney, of course, since they'd known each other for some time. My own contributions were mainly generalizations. The food was superb, the service a perfect balance of anticipation of needs without being intrusive. When the dessert cart was brought over, filled with such wonders as to make the arteries harden just by looking at them, I was too full to take advantage of it and opted just for coffee, as did Kevin, and after encouraging us to change our minds about dessert, McNerney. Finally, McNerney decided it was time to get to the point. Kevin tells me you don't think too much of Chief Rourke's public image. Pushing aside a mental image of Cece toppling over in apoplexy, I plunged right in. It's not what I think that matters. It's what the rest of the voting public thinks, and frankly, since the chief is so private a person, the average man on the street only knows what he reads in the newspapers and sees on TV. To him, the chief is little more than an imposingly authoritarian figure in a police chief's uniform, with all the negative images those things bring to mind. McNerney smiled. You're absolutely right. Kevin told me you aren't afraid to tell it like it is. I wasn't quite sure whether I should breathe a sigh of relief yet or not, so I held off. I've known Chief Rourke for a good long time now, and I sincerely believe he's exactly the man this state desperately needs in the governor's mansion, but I have no illusions about how he comes across to the average voter. The Sunday supplement article you and Carlton did was exactly the kind of thing we need to show there's a human being under that uniform. The timing could not have been worse with the bar fire incident, but that could not have been foreseen, and we have to move on. He took a drink of his coffee, then carefully set the cup on its saucer before looking at me. Exactly how do you picture this fundraiser scenario? Once again, I had the mildly disturbing feeling I might actually be helping the chief, but ego does strange things, so I forged ahead. Obviously, it would have to be for Salvation's Door, not for the chief's campaign coffers. I didn't know whether McNerney was aware the chief owned the building, and that any improvements that might result would ultimately benefit the chief and thereby provide a solid basis for conflict of interest charges. If he did know, he was shrewd enough to recognize that little time bomb and would jump right in, but he said nothing. I thought Kevin might take the opportunity to mention it, but he didn't. Whether the chief would see the danger was another matter altogether, but I suspected he might just be arrogant and self-serving enough to think no one would find out. The actual event could be as low-key or as big a deal as you and the chief's other advisors might choose to make it, I continued. I would suggest the low-key approach, holding the event at the shelter itself, rather than at some ballroom. Let those attending see just how the homeless actually live. I'm sure most of them have no idea. Maybe even, instead of a caterer, serve the same lunch the homeless receive, which I can attest is pretty good, given what Kevin has to work with. The important thing is that the public see the chief in surroundings not directly linked to his job. It would also shore up his image as a family man, showing his support for his son, and it would certainly help Kevin continue his work for the homeless. McNerney sat nodding as I talked, and I noted Kevin was looking at him intently, as if watching for his reaction. "Interesting," McNerney said at last, and I saw Kevin almost imperceptibly relax. "Of course, there are certain problems we'd have to overcome. One of the chief's greatest handicaps, I think we all realize, is that while he is a decisive leader, his intense devotion to his duty and sense of purpose makes him appear, well, uncomfortable in actual face-to-face meetings with people he doesn't know well. We realized going in this would be an obstacle, and I even went so far as to recommend he hire someone to help him to be more at ease in group situations in which he is not giving orders. But I think we might be able to do something with this. Let me talk it over with a few of the others, and we'll let you know." The meeting, dinner, whatever it was supposed to be, broke up shortly thereafter. Kevin had to return to the shelter to take care of some unfinished business, and McNerney said he had an early flight to the Capitol the next day to lobby a group of senators for a proposed highway in the state's relatively undeveloped north. We left the restaurant together and went our separate ways. I got the feeling Kevin wanted to talk with me privately, but he said nothing as we shook hands and said our good nights. I was more wound up from the meeting than I'd anticipated, and decided that rather than return directly home, I'd stop in at Griff's, a piano bar on the way, for a quick one to help me sleep. It was only a little after 9:30 when I arrived at the bar, found a parking place easily on the nearly deserted street, and went in. As I'd expected, the place was very sparsely populated. Maybe 5 guys at the bar and 3 around the piano, where one of my favorites, Guy Prentice, was holding sway. I ordered my drink and noticed a familiar, large, dark form at one of the stools by the piano. I walked over, smiled and nodded to Guy, who returned both, and sat at the stool next to Tondalea Teddy, who was engrossed in conversation with an anorexic-looking bleached blonde. As I said, Guy is one of my and Chris's favorite bar performers. He knows every song, melody and words, from every musical produced on Broadway from 1922 to the present. He loves the campier numbers, and spending an evening listening to him is always a delight. The blonde next to T.T. drained his glass, pushed off the bar stool, and they exchanged over-the-top mwah cheek kisses. With regal waves to Guy, the bartender, and the room in general, he made his way to the door and disappeared. T.T. settled back on his stool and for the first time noticed my presence. He gave a melodramatic jerk backward, eyes wide open. "Why, child, where did you come from?" "The stork brought me, I'm told," I said. T.T. slapped at my arm and grinned, then looked around. "Where's your other half?" "He's in New York." "Oh, that lucky boy. When's he coming back?" I tried to be as casual as possible when I said, "He's not. He got a great promotion, and we decided he should take it." T.T. laid his hand gently on my arm, his eyes wide in a look of surprise. "You mean you too?" I nodded. "Well, darling, I'm sorry. I truly am. But look on the bright side. Somewhere out there's 2 very lucky guys who are going to find the both of you." That was really nice of him to say, I thought. "Thanks, Teddy." Noticing his glass was nearly empty, I said, "Can I buy you a drink?" His face broke into a broad grin. "Why, of course you can, darling." I caught the bartender's attention and pointed to T.T.'s glass. He nodded and turned to make the drink. "Something you'd like to hear, Dick?" Guy asked. "Yeah," T.T. said. "You play this boy maybe this time." Guy raised his eyebrows in an unspoken question, and I gave him a small grin and a nod. It certainly wasn't the song I'd have chosen under the circumstances, but T.T. meant well, and I appreciated the gesture. T.T. and Guy sang it together, with T.T.'s large arm draped around my shoulder. Guy then segued into a cabaret melody as the bartender came over with T.T.'s drink. "Thank you, darling," T.T. said, raising his glass in a toast. I raised mine and tapped it against his, and we sat quietly for a few minutes, listening to Guy play. "So when exactly is Bacchus's Lair going to reopen?" I asked. "A week this coming Friday, I hear. Can't be too early for me. I don't like being out of work." "I can imagine." Another moment of silence, and I let my curiosity get the better of me, for the 10,000th time. "Who actually owns Bacchus's Lair?" T.T. shrugged. "I honestly don't know, darling. Whoever it is, I've never met him. Dave Lee runs the place. He's a good manager, but he sort of keeps his distance. Like Judy. TT gave me a strange look, but said nothing. What do you know about Judy? I asked. TT took a quick drink and set his glass carefully down on the napkin in front of him. He didn't look directly at me as he said, I don't know nothing about Judy, darling. Nothing at all, and I prefer to leave it that way. Chapter 13. Wednesday morning I got to my desk to find a phone message from Kevin requesting that I stop by the shelter with PR materials for him to take on his next Speaking for the Chief jaunt. I suspected he really wanted to talk about dinner with McNerney, or perhaps to offer some sort of explanation for his little bed-hopping adventure at the SAPC meeting. One of the nice things about working within the outer fringes of the Rourke camp was that I had a lot more flexibility than most of CC's other workers in the vineyard. I did a couple minor jobs around the office, then told the secretary I had to run over to Kevin's with the materials he'd requested. I timed it to arrive at the shelter around 10:15, knowing that Kevin would not have much time to talk before the 11 o'clock lunch hour. When we were both seated in his office, he got right to the point. I think last night went very well, and Charles seemed quite impressed by your presentation, but something's been bothering me a bit. This was the first time we had been alone since the meeting, and I was again wondering if he might allude to what he thought was going on between us. What's that? Well, I believe I told you my father owns this building, and it occurred to me that some people might see a fundraiser for the shelter as something of a conflict of interest, to raise money for improvements on a building he actually owns. Wrong again, Hardesty, I thought. You gave me the impression that very few people know your father owns the building. Is it in his name? Kevin shook his head. No, it's owned by Genesis Corp., a corporation my parents established many years ago for tax purposes when they began investing in real estate. And does McNerney know about Genesis Corp., or that it owns this building? I don't think so. Like most things, my parents prefer to keep their business dealings private, but... Well then, I think to cover the eventuality of someone finding out and raising a fuss, we should make a point of stressing that the fundraiser is strictly for operating expenses, food, etc., things that would not in themselves enhance the building's value. That way, if anyone found out, it wouldn't matter. Do you think I should bring this up with Charles? I thought a minute before answering. Maybe you should let that decision be up to your father. If McNerney and his team don't already know, it's your father's choice to tell them or not. At this point there was a knock at the office door, and the same skeletal man who had interrupted one of our earlier meetings stood again in the doorway. Yes, John. It's the oven again, Reverend. Sorry to bother you, but... No problem, John. Make sure everything's shut off, and I'll be down in just a moment. John nodded, turned, and disappeared, wiping his hands on his apron. Kevin looked at me, shrugged, and got up from his chair. I followed suit. Thanks again, Dick. You don't know how much it means to have somebody I can talk openly to. Once again, I found myself really feeling sorry for the guy. Any time, Kev. We shook hands, and I followed him down the stairs, noting a very faint odor of gas coming from the kitchen. There was a message from Chris on my machine when I got home, announcing that he had finally found a furnished apartment he liked and could afford, barely, and that he was moving in the next day, and would call me again as soon as he got his phone put in. He added that he loved his new job, and I was happy that he was obviously making the transition smoothly. Tom had also called, asking if we could meet for dinner Thursday night. I called him back immediately, only to get his machine. I assumed from the tone of his voice that he had some news about the dog collar investigation, and was anxious to talk with him. I suggested we meet around 7 at O'Grunion's Grill, a popular, mostly straight but gay-friendly restaurant, about halfway between his house and mine, and for him to call me with an alternate place if O'Grunion's wasn't convenient. I made myself a drink, fixed up a hamburger patty I'd taken out of the freezer that morning, and fixed a box of macaroni and cheese. It wasn't the Imperator, but it was home. Dinner with Tom revealed that, while the dog collar fire was almost certainly the work of the same arsonist as the other 6 fires, there were some puzzling differences. The bottle used to hold the gas, for instance, was not a Valley Vineyards Chianti bottle. From what they could determine from the glass fragments and lid they'd managed to find, it had been a gallon-sized mayonnaise or jumbo olive jar, commonly used by bars and restaurants. They were trying to determine which. The jar lid had had a quarter-sized hole drilled or punched in it to hold the cloth wick. The arsonist had apparently wanted to make sure it created the largest possible bang, and it had done just that. What was most puzzling and disturbing to the arson investigators was that in the previous 6 bombings, the arsonist had taken great care to assure no one would be hurt. Those fires had been carefully timed for after closing when no one was around. With the dog collar, there was not the slightest doubt the bomb was meant to kill, and to kill as many as possible. Tom suspected the arsonist was familiar with the dog collar's layout, which opened up the unthinkable but unavoidable possibility it might be someone from the community. The police, of course, liked this idea a lot. They could shift their focus from hate groups to the chief's jealous boyfriend scenario and give them a good reason to hassle the fire's survivors. The dog collar's office was directly to one side of the rear entrance and had a window facing the alley. Although barred, it could have been used to pour gas onto the inside wall as had been done in previous fires. Instead, the arsonist had risked being seen by opening the back door, which was, Tom noted, a fire door with an interior bar release that could not be opened from the outside. He speculated the arsonist had been waiting in the alley for someone to come out, then slipped some sort of wedge in the door to keep it from closing all the way. The stairway down to the dungeon was just inside the rear door and was the only way in or out of the basement. Using the door rather than the office window guaranteed that anyone there would be trapped. The 15 bodies burned beyond recognition had all been found in the dungeon. The 6 previous fires had merely been arson. The dog collar was clearly calculated mass murder. Friday morning, CC summoned me to his office.
"There will be a fundraiser for the Salvation's Door homeless shelter a week from Sunday," he announced.
No shit, Dick Tracy.
"Ostensibly,"
CC continued in his best Sermon on the Mount voice,
"it will be to raise money for the shelter, but its primary purpose is to show the chief as a caring, concerned citizen supporting his son. We'll play up the man of the people angle to the hilt, hold the fundraiser right in the shelter, show the chief eating the same food they serve the bums. I just hope he doesn't gag on it. Charles McNerney and I will be working together on the details, but it's up to me to whip the whole thing into shape."
Uh-huh.
"Sunday afternoon's a piss-poor time to have a fundraiser from the point of maximizing press coverage, but it's the only time of day the place won't be crawling with bums and winos. As it is, it'll have to be crammed in between their regular meals, and it'll take some pretty fancy footwork."
Let me guess whose feet.
Now, the chief's kid thinks the fundraiser should be only for food and supplies, but from what I hear, the place is a total dump and needs a complete renovation. The chief should thank his lucky stars that I'm in charge of public relations and not his kid. He can't see beyond the end of his nose, no concept of the big picture. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to have your buddy Kevin call R&D contractors. Are you listening to me, Hardesty? He demanded.
Oh, I was listening, all right. R&D contractors, I repeated. He reached into his thermidor for a zucchini. Ignoring me completely as he went through his lighting ritual, he continued.
So you're going to tell your buddy Kevin that R&D contractors have volunteered to fix up whatever room the media will be in. They'll only do the back wall and about 6 feet of the ones on either side in time for the fundraiser, but the kid doesn't have to know that. What I want is for the TV cameras to get a night and day difference between how things should be and how they are, so that when the chief is called up to say a few words, he'll be delivering one hell of a powerful subliminal message. Here's the chief in front of a neat, clean wall, surrounded by filth and squalor. The chief and the future of the state, surrounded by its present. It's perfect. I'd imagine even you can see that.
Gee, I think so, I said. But what if the contractors are able to get more, or less, done than you envision? Cece looked at me with that expression of total contempt I'd grown so accustomed to seeing on his face when addressing anyone over whom he felt he had control.
Christ, Hardesty, does your mother dress you in the morning? Not that it's any of your business, but R&D contractors just happens to be run by my wife's second cousin. He'll know exactly how much to get done by the fundraiser, and he'll do it. Do I have to spell it out for you?
I shook my head slowly. I have to hand it to you, Mr. Carlson. I never would have thought of that subliminal thing. I'll bet Chief Rourke was impressed. Cece took a long puff on his cigar.
He will be. I'm running the PR end of this show, and I don't have to bother the chief with every little detail in advance. That's why he has an expert team of professionals like me to smooth the path for him. I told McNerney about it, and that's all I need to cover my ass.
He looked at me and raised his eyebrows.
Well, what the hell are you standing there for? You know what you have to do, so go do it.
I did. Kevin was, of course, thrilled to think that the shelter's dining room might be getting a badly needed renovation, and said he'd call R&D immediately. It never occurred to him that there might be a direct link between the offer and the conflict of interest issue. I felt rather guilty not letting him in on the other details, but Cece was doing a great job of digging himself such a nice deep hole, I didn't want to do anything to keep him from burying himself in it. I recognized while driving home that evening that I was really pretty ambivalent in my feelings, if that's not too strong a word, about Kevin. On the one hand, I readily admitted I was attracted to the guy, and that little episode at the SAPC meeting didn't exactly detract from that. I hardly had visions of us settling down together and living happily ever after, but good sex is good sex, and nearly every time I started thinking about him, I felt sorry for the guy. Just to be able to survive in that unimaginably dysfunctional family was cause for grudging respect. On the other side of the coin, of course, there was the whole issue of the hypocrisy of his allowing himself to be manipulated into a marriage I suspected was largely a showcase, to not have the guts Patrick, however screwed up he undoubtedly was, had somehow found to get out. On the religion, I figured it wasn't my place to fault him. He quite obviously did care about helping others, and if it took the form of borderline zealotry to enable him to survive and do what he had to do, so be it. Bob called shortly after I got home to ask if I could come up to his apartment a little later in the evening. He'd mentioned several days before that he was planning to get together with the owners of the other burned-out bars to see if they could do something together with the Bar Guild to try to shake the insurance companies off the fence, and they were coming over to his place around 9. Since what little information I had been able to get on his behalf was apparently considerably more than any of them had managed to get as individuals, he thought they might like to hear it directly from me. I told him I'd be glad to. A quick dinner and some TV, and it was time to head upstairs to Bob's. The owners of 6 of the burned-out bars were there. The Dog Collar's owner was still in jail, unable to make the $1 million bail. Some of them I knew, some I didn't. I told them everything I could without mentioning Tom or betraying my promise to him. When I'd finished, Mark Grazer, owner of the Hype, the first bar to have burned and the apparent spokesman for the group, looked around at the others, who nodded as though in agreement to something I wasn't aware of. "Dick," he said, "Bob told us everything you've done for him, and needless to say, he thinks pretty highly of you. You've been able to find out more than any of us has, and what we need most is to all be on the same page when it comes to dealing with our insurance companies. We're all pretty financially strapped right now, but we were wondering if there might be some way we could hire you to act on our behalf in finding out who's behind these fires. We know if we sit and wait for the police to do it, it'll be a long, long wait, and if we had one reliable source of information, it would save us a hell of a lot of time and duplication of effort. It would mean a lot to all of us." I looked around at the group. "I really appreciate your offer, Mark, and guys, but you don't have to hire me to do anything. I'll be more than happy to pass on anything I can find out. Bob's probably told you I've got a really awkward job with the PR firm hired to get Chief Rourke elected governor, and I just can't afford to give it up right now. However, because of this job, I just might be able to learn some things I couldn't have found out otherwise. When this campaign is over, I know damn well I'm going to be out of a job, and I might have to come knocking on your doors. But by that time, I hope they'll have nailed the guy behind the fires, and you won't need me." "Well, we'll sure as hell owe you," Mark said. I made a mental note of that for future reference. I had several meetings with Kevin in the next week. He was still kept incredibly busy trying to juggle his duties at the shelter with speaking engagements for the chief. As I'd expected, while CC got all the credit, I got all the work, preparing for the fundraiser. Dunning calls to the media for coverage, press releases, a few human interest articles on the shelter and its good works, etc. The press releases all emphasized that the event was for raising money for the shelter, and that, coincidentally, the chief would be making a few remarks, but nobody was fooled as to its real purpose. CC and the chief's team lined up prominent potential contributors and urged attendance as a show of support for the chief. Formal invitations were sent out and would be checked at the door, lest any homeless intrude on the festivities. R&D contractors arrived the Thursday before the event, much to Kevin's dismay. "They'll never get the room painted in time," he told me, and I did not pass on the information that they weren't supposed to, that it was just a glorified photo op. Instead, I tried to reassure him that it really didn't matter, and that the important thing was it would get done eventually, and I vowed to myself that if it didn't, that fact and the relationship between CC and his wife's second cousin would somehow be tipped to the media. Sunday dinner would be over at 12:30. That would leave only an hour and a half to clean up from lunch and set up for the fundraiser. McNerney had indicated he would leave the details to Kevin and me as long as we kept him informed, and we decided to simply leave the room basically set up as it was. CC had me spend a small fortune on cut flower arrangements to brighten up the dump. We were informed that about 200 people would be in attendance, which would greatly overtax the kitchen staff and equipment. While I'm sure CC and certain members of the chief's team, not to mention many of those corralled or coerced into attending, were thoroughly repulsed by the idea, we convinced McNerney the food served should be basically the same as a typical lunch for the homeless. soup, sandwiches, milk, coffee, cake, and as a concession to the occasion, a non-alcoholic punch. Kevin had recruited extra volunteers for the kitchen staff. Sunday arrived. On CC's explicit instructions, I had convinced Kevin to leave the scaffolding, tarps, and various paint cans exactly as they were, despite the inconvenience to the homeless in getting to the window between the kitchen and the dining room where the food was dispensed. A lectern, the one Kevin used as a pulpit in the shelter's makeshift chapel, was brought in for the chief's remarks and strategically placed for maximum visual effect, contrasting the freshly painted wall with the drabness of the rest of the room. To spare the invited guests the inconvenience of sidestepping the painting equipment as the homeless were expected to do, tables for serving food were set up just inside the entrance to the dining room, and everything prepared in advance so the kitchen could, in effect, be shut down before the fundraiser began. For as little painting as had actually been done, the smell of fresh paint was nearly overpowering. CC was there, of course, glad-handing all and sundry, and making it clear that whatever success the event might have was totally due to his own tireless efforts. I was a bit surprised by the turnout, and by the representation from the media. I suspect that it was due in part to the reporters' speculation as to whether the chief would be able to present himself as a real human being. For a man running for office of governor of the state, he had been rarely seen in public, other than under the most strictly controlled circumstances since the dog collar fire. I noticed that, apart from the reporters and various media people, very few attendees took more than coffee or punch from the food provided. Had the sandwiches been caviar rather than tuna or ham salad, I'm sure there would have been more attention paid to the extraordinary work Kevin and his volunteers put into its preparation. There was a stir when, about halfway through the scheduled time set for the event, the chief swept into the room accompanied by the rest of his family, including Sue Lynn and baby Sean. It did seem as though he was making a very serious effort to appear congenial, and I wondered if he might actually have taken McNerney up on his suggestion to hire a professional humanizer. Kevin greeted them all, as he had greeted everyone who came in, and then, a few minutes later, moved to the podium. The room settled down, and he began to speak. Once again he surprised me. He thanked everyone for coming, then spoke about what the shelter meant to him and, most important, to the homeless people it served. He was warm and sincere and charming, qualities that, if possessed by his father, would have made the chief's election to the governor's mansion a much easier task. At last he introduced his father. A loud round of applause from the faithful and the turning on of lights for the TV cameras accompanied the chief to the podium. He and Kevin shook hands warmly, and then the chief did the unthinkable. He actually reached out and hugged his son, an act that not only surprised the hell out of me, but obviously out of Kevin, too. Kevin left the podium and joined Sue Lynn and the rest of the family in the front of the room. The chief waited for silence and began. "A man's family—" There was a tremendous explosion, and the freshly painted wall dividing the kitchen from the dining room tipped slowly forward, disintegrating as it came. Chapter 14. Impressive it certainly was. The dog collar fire, it was not. The chief appeared on every newspaper front page and TV screen in the country, somersaulting over the lectern, a look of complete shock on his face. He landed flat on his back on a table about 3 feet away, and apart from a few bruises and a badly shaken sense of control, was completely unscathed. There were several minor injuries among the others in the room, mostly cuts and bruises, and considerable initial panic, but little in the way of permanent damage either to the spectators or, it turned out, to the building. The wall had been a rather flimsy addition when the shelter took over, and did not involve any real major structural elements. The cause of the blast was determined to have been the antiquated oven Kevin had worked so frequently and diligently to repair. The odor of escaping gas had been completely overpowered by the paint fumes. The overall result of the incident was a mixed bag. The chief got a lot more public exposure than he'd ever contemplated, although how or if it would affect his standing with the voters remained to be seen. Kevin received far more in spontaneous public donations in the wake of the explosion than the fundraiser brought in. CC frantically tap-danced away from any responsibility for anything, especially the all-too-obvious fact that had the room been either entirely painted, as it should have been before the event, or left unpainted, someone would undoubtedly have noticed the leaking gas in time to prevent the explosion. He didn't even attempt to pass the blame on to me. All in all, things eventually settled down and got back to whatever it was that passed for normal. There had been no more new bar fires, although the arson squad, I heard through Tom, suspected the arsonist could merely be lying low for a while. They still hadn't conclusively proved or disproved whether it was the same arsonist in all 7 fires. Tomasini, whose M.O. the arsonist had copied so faithfully in the 6 non-fatal fires, was questioned extensively and repeatedly, but could or would give no information that advanced the investigation. The gallon jar that had held the gasoline for the dog collar fire was confirmed by exhaustive chemical analysis to have originally contained the jumbo olives served in most restaurants and bars. The gay community slowly overcame much of its fear, and the bars began to fill up again. Bacchus's lair reopened, and Bob and I decided to go out for dinner and take in the show. Neither of us had really been or felt like being out, other than to dinner, since the dog collar. But we both realized our lives, however in disarray they might be, lay ahead of us, not in the past. Arriving at Bacchus's lair, we noticed that the entrance had been widened to include 3 outward opening doors. New occupancy limit signs were in evidence at the top and the bottom of the stairway. Emergency lights flanked the stairway, and in the bar a new emergency exit had been installed at the back of the hall leading to the restrooms. A uniformed security guard was also in evidence. Still, the place was not nearly as crowded as it had been prior to the dog collar, and I couldn't help but notice several other people had adopted my preference for seats near the exits. We'd just placed our drink order when T.T. swept up to the table. Without a word, he leaned over and kissed Bob resoundingly on the cheek. "How you doing, sugar?" he asked sincerely. "I'm fine, thanks, Teddy, and thanks for the card. It meant a lot." "You're more than welcome, darling," he said, and then turned to me. "And how are you doing, you hot hunk of gorgeousness?" "The check's in the mail, Teddy," I said, grinning. "But thanks for the vote of confidence. Do you have time for a drink?" T.T. shook his head. "Sorry, honey, but it's almost showtime. But you give me a rain check here. Great show tonight. You just wait." And with a squeeze to Bob's and my shoulders, he moved off toward the stage. Remembering my conversation with T.T. at Griff's, I looked idly around the room and asked Bob, "You know Dave Lee, right?" He nodded. "The manager?" "Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him." Bob looked around, then gave a small jerk of his head toward the bar, indicating a tall, dark-haired guy about 40, dressed all in black. "He's the guy at the end talking to the bartender. I don't know him very well. He's a good manager, but he sort of keeps his distance." "So I've heard. I still wonder who actually owns the place." He thought a minute. "I honestly don't know. Rumors, of course, but I don't put much stock in them. If I was to guess, I'd say it's probably owned by some straight guy or a group of straight businessmen who like the money a well-run gay bar can bring in, but don't want to be identified as actually having anything to do with it." Makes sense. Still, I'm curious." He grinned at me. "See? You should have taken up the offer the other night. You'd make a great private detective." Before I had a chance to respond, the lights dimmed, the music blared, and the show started. T.T. was mostly right. It was a good show, but not great. Nobody knew. The cute redhead with more looks than ability was back, and quite a bit better than I'd remembered. T.T. was terrific, of course. He had real talent, and the audience loved him. I wonder how far he would have been able to go in show business if he hadn't opted for drag. During the intermission, several guys came over to offer Bob their condolences. I knew they were sincere and meant well, but I could also see how close to the surface of Bob's emotions Ramon's death still was. The second half of the show was highlighted by the cute redhead's surprisingly accurate lip sync to Jeanette MacDonald's San Francisco. Jeanette would have been proud. And finally, it was time for Judy. "Ladies and gentlemen," the offstage voice announced, "Miss Judy Garland." There was the usual enthusiastic applause as the curtains opened, then the usual utter silence as Judy stepped forward and raised her mic. Even before she opened her mouth, I sensed something, well, different, but had no idea what it was. The spot narrowed to just her face, and she began to sing "I'm Always Chasing Rainbows," and I realized what the difference was. She was looking at the audience. No stares, of course, but little flickers from face to face. A small thing, true, but this was the first time she'd even seemed aware there was anybody out there in the dark. I don't know if I was the only one to notice. She got the usual thunderous ovation, of course, and she actually smiled and gave a little nod of recognition. Then she went into "Come Rain or Come Shine," and it struck me that while her choices weren't nearly so, well, sad as when Chris and I saw her the last time, she wasn't doing any of the really upbeat stuff either. Her last number was "I Can't Give You Anything But Love," and for the first time her attention wandered over to our table. Dark as it was in the room, I felt her eyes sweep past mine and return for just an instant, and there was the slightest hint of a smile. My imagination, probably, yet somehow I didn't think so. At the end of the song and her set, the customary standing ovation. Then she was gone. Bob and I finished our drinks, agreeing we had missed not being out among the crowd and vowing to do it on a regular basis. We moved up to the bar for a nightcap and to shoot the shit with some guys we both knew. It was nearly 1 o'clock when I got home. The red light was flashing on my answering machine. I pressed listen and heard Kevin's obviously stressed voice. "Dick, this is Kevin. Please call me the minute you get this. I'm at the shelter and I'll wait here until I hear from you. It's very important." Curious, but not really expecting him to be there at that time of night, I dialed the shelter's number. The phone was picked up on the first ring. "Salvation's door." "Kevin, this is Dick. I just got in. What's the problem?" "Patrick's back," he said. I arrived at the all-night diner about 5 minutes before Kevin and ordered a pot of coffee with 2 cups. We'd agreed to meet there as an alternative to my coming to the shelter, which was locked down for the night, or Kevin's coming to my place, which I did not even suggest for a number of reasons. I was in a booth in a far corner of the nearly empty diner, nursing my coffee, when he came in. He looked tired and understandably distraught. Sliding into the bench opposite me, he got right down to business. "What am I going to do, Dick? What am I going to do?" "Well, before we go into that, tell me exactly what happened." He started to pour himself a cup of coffee and then apparently decided against it, pushing the cup aside. "The day after the explosion, I got a message from one of the volunteers that I'd had a call from somebody named Pat. I was getting all sorts of calls, of course, and didn't think a thing of it. There are lots of Pats, both male and female, and I just decided to let it pass. A few days later, there was another message, which came into the shelter while Sue Lynn and I were in Evertston meeting with a group of my father's supporters. Again, it didn't register, and whoever called didn't leave a callback number." He reached for the coffee carafe and poured half a cup, then poured so much sugar in it I thought the spoon would be able to stand up by itself. "Then tonight I was just going up to my office for my prayers and meditation. As I passed the phone, it rang, and when I picked it up, I recognized the voice immediately. 'How's it going, little brother?' he asked. Patrick is 12 minutes older than I am. Nobody else would know that. I was so nervous I couldn't say anything for a minute, and I finally asked him where he was. 'Around,' he said. He looked at me with an expression of anguish. 'He wouldn't tell me where he is, but I know he's here in the city somewhere.' 'How can you be sure?' He shook his head. 'I just know. I felt it. Unless you have an identical twin, you can't understand what I mean, but—' He looked into his coffee. I sensed there was something more he wasn't saying. 'But—' I prompted. Kevin gave a deep sigh and a shrug. 'We always just knew things about each other, ever since we were babies, and now I'm certain he's here and that he's been here for months.' I shook my head, trying to follow what he was saying. He anticipated my next question. 'I've had this same feeling several times in the past couple of months, but I refuse to pay attention to it. Twice, people I know mentioned having seen me around town in places I knew I couldn't have been at the time. It didn't register, probably because I didn't want it to register. I just thought they were mistaken. It never occurred to me that Patrick might be back. It just didn't. It's been so long.' 'Have you told anybody about this?' 'Nobody,' he said. 'But I know Patrick is back and that he's going to do whatever he can to destroy my father's career.' I considered a good long time before saying, 'You can't jump to that conclusion, Kev. If he wanted to do that, all he would have to do is call the media, or any of your father's political enemies.' He gave a wry little smile. 'Oh, no, you don't know Patrick. You have no idea of how evil he is. He called me for a reason, and he's out to do something terrible, and I have no idea what it is or how to prevent it.' His eyes locked on mine. 'And you have no idea what this is doing to me, what it has done for me all these years. Patrick is evil, truly evil, and it's as though the devil himself created him to destroy me and my entire family, and still—' He bit his lower lip and shook his head slowly back and forth. 'And still, he is my brother, and I love him, and I miss him. How can I love him? How?' I had no idea what to say. Kevin was obviously in a place I had no desire ever to go. I felt tremendously sorry for him in spite of my resolve not to get involved with him in any way. He was still staring at me, obviously desperate for help or advice or something. Suddenly, to my total surprise, he reached across the table and took my hand. 'Can I spend the night at your house, Dick?' I was sure the hell glad I was sitting down, because if I hadn't been, my legs might have given out from under me. 'Kev, I don't think that's a very good idea.' 'Please, Dick, I can't go home. It's much too late. I often stay over at the shelter, but I just can't go back there tonight. What if Patrick were to call again? I could go to a hotel, of course, but—' I was mildly surprised to realize he was still holding my hand, and more than a little pissed at myself when I felt myself starting to get aroused. Jesus, Hardesty, get a grip. Reluctantly, and with my better judgment yelling, "Don't do it!" I said, "Okay, Kev, if you're sure. I've got a guest bedroom you can use." As if suddenly realizing that he still held my hand, he released it quickly and said, "Thanks." We left the restaurant, and I said, "I'll drive if you want." He shook his head. "That's okay. I'll take my own car and follow you." All the way home, as I checked the rearview mirror several times a minute to make sure Kevin was still behind me, my mind was working overtime on several levels at once. Stupid move, Hardesty. What was Patrick up to? Why would he come back after so many years? Well, that part was fairly obvious. The chief's bid for governor had been mentioned to one degree or another across the country. It was payback time. You're going to regret this. But if he was back to ruin his father's chance for governor, why didn't he just go public with his whole story? That would pretty much accomplish what he wanted. Could Kevin be right about Patrick having some other more sinister motive or motives? And what in hell could they possibly be? If coming back was going to cut off his source of income, I'd imagine whatever it was would have to be pretty important to him. My mind suddenly flashed to Kevin's crawling into my bed at the hotel. He really was hot. Jesus, Hardesty. As we approached my apartment building, I noticed a parking place about halfway up the block and slowed to open the window and motioned to Kevin to take it. Then I pulled into the building's garage and walked back to the street to meet him. It was just after 3:30 when we entered my apartment, and I realized I was completely exhausted. I showed Kevin to the guest bedroom, which was still cluttered with Chris's boxes. He shook my hand and thanked me again, and I went into my own room where I undressed, climbed under the covers, and immediately fell into a very deep sleep. I felt Chris come to bed, and I rolled over and slipped my arms around him without bothering to wake up. He snuggled closer, and we just held one another. He put his head against my chest, and he must have been cold, because I could feel him shivering. I just pulled him closer, and it felt warm and comfortable, and the way it should always be. I awoke with a start. A bar of sunlight stretched across the bed from the partially open curtains. Chris? I jumped out of bed, grabbed my robe from behind the door, and went directly to the guest bedroom. The door was open, the bed unmade, but there was no sign of Kevin. I checked the bathroom, then went into the kitchen. On the counter was a note. "Dick, many thanks for your hospitality. Have to get to the shelter for morning services. Kevin." I do not have a closet full of dunce caps. I can occasionally complete an entire crossword puzzle all by myself, and I can dress myself without assistance when necessary. But when it came to Kevin and the Clan Rourke, I honestly hadn't a clue. Either he knew damned well what little game he was playing and what the rules were, or he was one very strange young man. I tended to opt for the latter. For some reason, I was reminded of a kid I took home while I was still in college. He was hot as hell, but all he wanted to do was masturbate using my tennis shoes. Fine for him, but sort of zilch for me. I actually went home with him a second time because I simply couldn't believe the first. Tennis shoes 2, Hardesty 0. Two things were for sure. With Patrick back on the scene, things were going to get a lot more interesting, and I wanted to talk to Patrick very badly. Bob called around 9:30, asking if I wanted to join him for brunch. He'd gotten a call from an old friend who had recently moved back to town he thought I might like to meet. I'm not averse to a little matchmaking, so I agreed. We met Don Yosling at Rasputin's. Don, Bob had informed me on the way to the restaurant, was a forensic pathologist for the state, who had been his roommate at college. Don's lover of 15 years had recently died, and Bob thought it would be a good idea for the three of us to join up and take a little walk down the path back to the real world together. Don turned out to be a really nice guy, about 10 years older than me, but quite handsome in a grows-on-you kind of way. He was very soft-spoken, but had a sharp, wry sense of humor. He was also quite shy, which both surprised and pleased me a bit. I've always had a soft spot for shy guys. While he was very subtle about it, I caught him looking at me a couple of times and got a definite vibe or two. By mutual unspoken agreement, none of us mentioned our exes, and I, for one, had a really good, relaxed time, and I was very much aware how much I really needed a time like that. When Don mentioned his car was in the shop, Bob and I volunteered to give him a ride home. Despite his protestations of not wanting to bother us and the ready availability of public transportation, we convinced him. It was nearly 2:30 by the time we left Rasputin's, and Bob, looking at his watch, said, "Damn, Dick, would you mind dropping me off at the apartment? It's right on the way, and I completely forgot there's a bar guild meeting at 4 o'clock. Don, who was sitting in the back seat, said, "I can just catch a bus from your place then. It's right on my line." "Hey, it's no problem. Don't worry about it. It's really good just to get out." We dropped Bob off at the apartment, and Don got into the front seat beside me. Don and Bob agreed to call one another during the week, and Bob retreated into the building. "You sure you don't mind running me all the way home?" "My pleasure," I said, and got the sensation I really meant it. I realized that, other than whatever it was you could call it with Kevin at the hotel, I hadn't had sex in what seemed like several eternities. Of course, to a Scorpio, 2 days without sex is an eternity. Not that I assumed that was what was going to happen with Don, but if he did show any interest, I certainly wouldn't mind. On the way, we covered a lot of conversational ground, including the upcoming elections. Either I or Bob had mentioned at brunch about my working on the Chief's PR team, and while Don was much too polite to say anything, I did get a quizzical look. He made it quite clear his opinion of the Chief pretty well paralleled my own, and he asked a few questions about the Chief's private life, about which very little was still known by the general public. Without going into too much detail, I mentioned the various family members and the fact that Kevin's identical twin Patrick had disappeared on a hunting trip. He appeared very interested and wanted to know where and how Patrick had disappeared. "Up near Neelyville, from what I understand," I said. "He apparently fell from a cliff into the river, which was in flood stage. His body was never found," I added, not mentioning why. Don nodded. "That's too bad. I remember hearing about it when it happened. The Oak's a mean river when it floods, and didn't it just come out that Kevin was gay?" "Patrick was gay, yes. Kevin's married and therefore couldn't possibly be one of those," I said, grinning. Don returned the grin. "Ah, Patrick, yes, sorry. Anyway, it's not unusual for bodies not to be retrieved in circumstances like that. Sometimes they might turn up later downstream somewhere, but more often than not they're never found. A real shame for the families." We arrived at his apartment, and I pulled up into an empty space not far from the front door. "Could I offer you a drink for having dragged you all the way out here?" "Sure, why not?" Don's apartment was nice, and rather reminded me of mine in that it looked a little sparse. His from just moving in, mine from Chris's just having moved out. He fixed our drinks, and we sat together on his large, comfortable sofa talking, but it soon became quite evident to both of us where the conversation was going. Finally, Don took the initiative. "So, what do you think of older men?" "Like who?" He smiled. "Spoken like a true diplomat. Like me, for example." "Shit. Ask me when you get there." "Well, it does matter to a lot of guys. Once you're past 30, you're pond scum." "A lot of guys are idiots. I go to bed with what's inside a person, not what's outside. And if you ask me, you're pretty hot either way." "Let's find out," he said. And we did. Don had given up smoking, and there were no ashtrays evident in the bedroom, so I forced myself not to ask for one and abstained. The sex, like the brunch, was just exactly what I needed, and even more enjoyable. "Okay for an old guy? You give me that old guy routine one more time and I'll smother you with this pillow. And any time you want to start a sex school for some of these younger twinks, you could make a fortune." We lay side by side quietly for a while until Don said, "I owe you, Dick. This is my first time since, in a long time. It's nice to know it can still be good." "I know exactly what you mean." I couldn't really count the time with Kevin since he did all the work and he wouldn't let me return the favor. "I'd like it if we might get to be friends," Don said, "and you don't have to worry about me trying to latch on to you. I'm nowhere near even thinking about the possibility of another relationship, but an occasional fuck with a friend would sure be great." "You took the words right out of my mouth," I said, and Don reached over and took my hand, moving it down to his crotch. "Then let me put something back in." Chapter 15. Kevin had called the office before I got there Monday morning and left a message for me to call. I'd been able to pretty well avoid thinking about him for much of Sunday, but seeing his message pulled me right back in. I wasn't sure whether I hoped he'd had another call from Patrick, or if I hoped he hadn't. "Kev," I said when I heard his voice, "what's up? Any more calls?" "2. Can you come over? We have to talk." "Sure, I'll be over as soon as I can." CC entered just as I was hanging up. He'd been pretty subdued since the shelter explosion, and while he was still all business, some of the arrogant bluster seemed to be missing. But there was still enough of the old CC for him to manage to pretend I didn't exist. He marched past me without a word and went into his office. Without bothering to notify CC, I told the secretary I'd be at the shelter and left. Workmen had rebuilt the blown-out wall, and the dining room had been completely repainted. It looked good. R&D contractors had mysteriously gone from the scene, the insurance company preferring to recommend another firm for the work. The kitchen was still a work in progress, but it would have all new appliances and a larger service capacity. Kevin was overseeing the installation of the new sinks and countertops when I arrived. He quickly excused himself and led me upstairs to his office. There were a few large cracks in the wall, some missing tiles in the ceiling, and some obviously warped floorboards from the force of the explosion in the kitchen below. The bulletin board was on the floor, propped against the cracked wall, and the photo of Kevin, Sue Lin, and Sean had lost its glass. The door to the office had been removed, I assumed because the door frame had probably shifted. We took our customary seats, but Kevin turned his chair slightly to better keep an eye on the doorway should someone come up the stairs. Leaning forward, he said in a semi-whisper, "Twice. Patrick called twice. Once yesterday morning, just after services, and once last night, just before I began my prayers and meditation. I think he may have called once after that, but the phone downstairs is not to be answered after 9:30 at night. It's for incoming calls only, because it's in the hallway and could easily be abused by some of our flock. The only outgoing phone is the one on my desk, and I let nothing disturb my prayers and meditation." What did he have to say? Kevin looked flustered and embarrassed. It was disgusting. He said he was calling right while he was engaging in a disgusting and depraved act. He was laughing and making disgusting noises. "You don't know what you're missing, little brother," he said. I wanted to hang up, but I couldn't. Finally, he started breathing heavily and said, "Too close to talk now. I'll call you back." I didn't say a word. What in hell could I say? But Kevin was so obviously distraught, I felt really sorry for him. And the second call? I hoped for Kevin's sake it wasn't a repeat of the first. As I said, it was just before 9. I'd just been up to the dormitories talking with the night attendants, and had come down to lock the front doors. Just as I passed the phone, it rang. Normally I wouldn't have answered it, but somehow I knew who it was. He had his head bowed down and his hands were clasped, as if in prayer, but he wasn't praying. He raised his head up just enough to look at me. "He was very nice," Kevin said, his voice softer and reflective. "He didn't mention the earlier call, and I just couldn't. He asked how I was and how Sue Lin and the baby were doing, and said he'd heard about the explosion and was glad no one was hurt, and he sounded as though he really, really meant it. We talked just like brothers. He was so normal and happy." I noticed his eyes were misting, and he quickly wiped them with the back of his hand. "And do you know what, Dick?" he asked. I shook my head. "That hurt me as much as the first call had. That was my brother. That was the Patrick I want, that my parents want." "Did you ask him where he was?" "Yes, but he wouldn't tell me. He's here in the city, though. I can feel it. He did say he had a very good job that he liked a lot, but he didn't say what it was or where. I told him I wanted to see him, but he said no. 'We'll see each other soon enough,' he said. 'I don't think you're ready yet.' I asked him what he meant by that, but he just said, 'I've got to go, little brother. I'll call again soon,' and he hung up. I called the operator to see if she could trace the call, but she said she couldn't." I thought in silence for a good long moment, with Kevin's eyes on my face, waiting for me to say something. "The next time he calls," I said, "ask him if he'd be willing to meet with me. Tell him I won't betray him to anyone, but that I really want to hear his side of the story. Maybe I can help." Kevin shook his head. "I don't think that's a good idea, Dick. Patrick is playing with me. I know that. Those 2 calls. He knew exactly what he was doing in both of them. The devil lures with honey, and you have no idea of the power of evil." This time I reached out for his hand. He looked truly startled and almost pulled back. I only gave him a brief, reassuring pat, then withdrew. "Kevin, you have got to get to the bottom of this thing. We have to find out exactly what Patrick is up to and what he hopes to achieve. I suspect you're right that his ultimate goal is to ruin your father's chances for election, but he hasn't done anything yet, and we won't know for sure until we talk to him. You're under too much pressure as it is. I can be a little more objective. Will you do this for me? When he calls again, will you try to find out if he really is in the city, and if he'll meet with me?" Kevin sighed and searched my face. Then he nodded. At that moment, the phone rang. He jumped up and reached over the desk to get it. "Salvation Store." There was a pause, and I saw his body sag as his muscles relaxed. "Yes, it arrived this morning, and I want to thank you for your wonderful generosity. It will mean so much to our flock." "Yes, thank you again. May God bless you. Goodbye." He hung up, turned, shrugged, and sighed. He was about to sit down again when someone called from the bottom of the stairs. "Reverend Rourke, could you come down to the kitchen, please?" Yes, I'll be right there. He turned again to me with a sad little smile. We never seem to finish what we start, do we, Dick? No, Kev, I said, we don't. We walked downstairs together, and just as Kevin started into the dining room, I stopped him. You'll ask, right? He nodded, and I left. I had tried to stay in regular contact with Tom, but we kept playing telephone tag and didn't have a chance to talk in person all that much. I finally managed to reach him Monday evening. There had been a minor fire at Ruth's, a lesbian bar, but it happened in the early afternoon and was quickly traced to an electrical problem. The arson squad had been informed of it, but didn't investigate. Knowing that the gallon jar used in the dog collar fire originally held jumbo olives wasn't as big a clue as they had hoped. There were just too many bars and restaurants in the city, more than a few within a 2-mile radius of the dog collar. Empty gallon jars of that kind were in pretty big demand for a lot of storage uses, and it was almost impossible for those places that didn't break up their glass containers after use to keep track of what happened to them. One bartender at a straight restaurant was found to have had a previous arson arrest and was questioned extensively, but had what proved to be a watertight alibi for the night of the fire. Gas stations were checked to see if anyone had been seen filling or attempting to fill a gallon glass jar. But since it was a violation of state law to sell gasoline in any container other than red cans meeting state regulations, if anyone had seen, or sold gas to, someone filling a gallon glass jar, they weren't going to admit it. I thanked Tom and invited him to go out for dinner the following Saturday. He agreed. On Wednesday, Don Yosling, Bob, and I got together for an early dinner where I passed on the information Tom had given me. After dinner, Don and I went to my place for a little horizontal recreation. We both seemed to realize we had lucked out in finding a sex partner with no danger of the relationship going any further for either one of us. Thursday came and still no word from Kevin. I knew he had been out of town on speaking assignments both Tuesday and Wednesday, but still. The chief, with nothing substantial going on in the dog collar investigation and therefore no valid reason for him to remain holed up in his office, was forced to begin accepting carefully monitored and scripted public appearances, with the primary emphasis on appearances, and as little public as could be gotten away with. That wouldn't take much pressure off Kevin, of course, since he had become the designated human contact in the chief's campaign. I'd just finished dinner Thursday night and was debating whether the mountain of dirty dishes in the sink and stacked on the counters really needed attention when the phone rang. It was Kevin. He called? I asked without even saying hello. Yes, just now. And he wouldn't agree to meet you, or me. He asked me why you were butting in, as he put it, and what you wanted, and how I knew I could trust you, and then he started going off again. I had an idea of what he meant, but wanted to be sure. How so, going off? Exactly what did he say? Kevin hesitated. When he first started talking, he was fine, but when I started answering his questions about you, he started, well, I really don't feel comfortable talking about this, Dick. It was disgusting and perverted, and he made all sorts of sickening accusations about... About? I prompted. You. And me. He paused again, and I fell right into his trap. I started defending myself and denying his accusations and trying to reason with him and... Another long pause until at last I had to say, Are you still there? Yes, I'm still here. And finally I asked him again to please at least talk with you, and assured him that he would find you as trustworthy as I did. And then he said something really strange, which I still don't understand. What was that? He said, Oh, I know who... Kevin paused. He is. I didn't miss the hesitation. Did he use the word he? I could almost hear him blush. No. Exactly what did he say, Kev? It might be important. I don't know if I can even say it, Dick. It was so ugly and perverted. Come on, Kev, I said a little impatiently. It's just me and you. Exactly what did he say? There was another hesitation, and then he blurted it out. He said, I know who your boyfriend is. What a disgusting thing to imply. Please don't be insulted. But how could he know who you are? I wondered exactly the same thing. He probably just said that to get you upset. He might conceivably have found out I work for CC and your father, I said, grasping at straws. But more than likely he just said it to shake you, which apparently it did. I can assure you, if I had ever seen Patrick, I'd know it. Did he say anything else? No, not really. He kept switching back and forth between being calm and conversational in one breath to being blasphemous and unspeakably perverted in the next. I hate to say it, Dick, but I truly suspect my brother is possessed by the devil himself. You cannot imagine what filth he used when he talked about us. Yes, in fact, I could imagine. So, how did the conversation end? He said it was time for him to go and engage in his sexual perversions, and that he would call again soon. I don't know how much longer I can deal with this, Dick. I really don't. I have prayed and prayed, and I really empathized with the guy, but couldn't let him fall apart now. Listen to me, Kev. I can imagine how hard this is for you. I really can. I searched for something to say that might mean something to him. Feeling just a little bit hypocritical, I said, "You have the power of your faith to protect you. Patrick can't harm you if you don't let him. If he's trying to shake you, don't let him. Don't let him win." There was a long pause and then a sigh. "You're right, of course. Thank you, Dick. You have no idea what your friendship means to me, but now I have to go to my prayers and meditation. Thank you again, and God bless you. Goodbye, Kev." Well, now I felt like a real shit. Kevin Rourke. Closeted, bigoted, narrow-minded, stupefyingly uptight Kevin Rourke considered me a friend. Me, who was out to do everything I could to keep his father from being elected governor. And the pathetic thing was, I guess that from his standpoint, I was a friend. As I've said before, I felt in my bones that Kevin did not have many, if any, actual friends. Dominated by his father, stuck in a marriage I don't think even he could convince himself that he wanted, living his entire life trying to be what others expected him to be. Our lifestyles could not conceivably be further apart, but he considered me his friend, and that made me very strangely sad. And again, when it came right down to it, I felt a great deal of empathy for the poor guy. I could only imagine what he'd had to go through in his life. I couldn't help but feel some respect for his ability to carry all that mental, emotional, and psychological baggage and still survive. Against all my better judgment, I guess I really did like him. And Patrick. Why was I so intrigued with Patrick? The whole thing was none of my damn business. Leave Patrick to his own devices and let him bring the chief down on his own. That anyone could be evil as Kevin painted his brother was hard to believe, until you looked at the whole dysfunctional mess of a family. That Patrick might be as fucked up in one direction as Kevin was in the other wasn't that hard to accept. I just knew I had to know more about Patrick's side of the story. Dick Hardesty, collector of lost souls. Deciding the dishes could wait a while longer, I had another cigarette and went to bed. Work had settled into a soporific routine. An endless string of press releases, press kits, headshots, a barrage of PR materials following every announced endorsement by some group or organization. A big to-do over the amazing, and from the Chiefs camp's ecstatic response, supposedly totally unexpected support of the National Rifle Association, the Christians for Democracy, the American Rights Foundation, Families for Justice, and other equally open-minded organizations. Each endorsement was ranked right up there with the second coming in importance to the campaign and heralded as such. McNerney played puppeteer to Kevin's increasingly frenetic marionette as more and more time was demanded of him. Sean had caught a bad cold on one of the day trips, so Sue Lynn, at least, was able to take some time out to care for the baby, while Kevin continued his endless string of speeches. He had, however, asserted himself to the point of gaining a grudging concession that he would not be scheduled for engagements from Friday evening through Sunday noon. I think even McNerney had some vague idea of how hard he was pushing and didn't want to risk losing Kevin altogether. Kevin called me at home Saturday morning. He sounded a little tired and more than a little depressed. "I know it's the weekend, Dick, and I really shouldn't be bothering you at home, but do you suppose we might get together for a few minutes, for coffee, maybe?" I could tell from his tone of voice that it didn't involve more calls from Patrick, and realized he probably just wanted someone to talk to. Hey, I was his friend, right? Oh well, fuck the no-mixing business and pleasure. It might not necessarily be a pleasure, but I figured I owed him something. There was the laundry to do and groceries to buy and that damned sink full of dishes, but... "Sure, Kev. Do you want me to come to the shelter?" "No. If I stay here, I'll feel like I have to work. The staff can handle lunch. I just need to relax for a little while." "What's that coffee shop on the river? The one with the big windows?" "Everly's?" "Yes, that's the one. Would that be all right?" "That'll be fine. About a half an hour?" On the way to the diner, I once again had a little heart-to-heart with myself, wondering what I thought I was doing. Did I really want to get involved with Kevin on a personal level? I was reminded of one of my favorite bits of graffiti. On a bathroom wall in one of the bars, someone had written, "Tony's a slut," and under it someone else had added, "Yes, but he can suck a golf ball through a garden hose." Was I letting my memories of Kevin's oral abilities sway my thinking? It wouldn't be the first time my crotch had run away with my head, but I rationalized that while another round or two in the sack with him would be interesting, My main attraction was finding out more about Patrick and what he had in mind. The only way I was going to get to Patrick would be through Kevin. Kevin was standing in front of Everly's when I got there, and we went in and found a table by the windows overlooking the river. He ordered coffee, and I opted for coffee and a piece of the banana cream pie I'd noticed in the bakery case when we walked in. "So," I asked as the waitress left to get my pie, "how are you doing?" He smiled and shrugged. "Okay, I guess. I'm used to talking in front of groups, but I much prefer to talk about the Lord and salvation than about the current governor's shortcomings, though there are a lot of them," he hastened to add, almost as though he was afraid his father or McNerney might be listening. I couldn't resist asking, "Tell me, Kev, what do you do for fun?" He looked at me as though the question had never been asked him before. It occurred to me that possibly it never had. He looked confused, and I could tell he had to think hard before answering. "I read the Bible, and I really enjoy my work at the shelter. Helping people brings me real joy." He unconsciously played his tongue against the inside corner of his lower lip. I enjoy playing the piano, and—" For some strange reason he blushed. "And singing, when no one's around. And playing with Sean, of course. I can't wait until he gets big enough for us to really do things together." "No sports?" He thought a moment, then shook his head. "I'm afraid I really don't have the time. How about you?" The waitress brought my pie, and I scooped up a large forkful before replying. "I boxed some in high school and college." "Were you any good?" "Well, I did make golden gloves, but after I got my nose broken the third time, I decided I'd better hang up the gloves for good." Kevin stared at my nose. "It doesn't look like it's been broken." "The fates were kind, but I can see it when I look. And I really do enjoy water skiing. A friend of mine has a cottage on Lake Verde, and I used to spend a lot of time up there." He smiled wistfully. "I've always wanted to go water skiing, but my father emphasized what he considered the more manly sports. Patrick and I both hated them, especially hunting." His gaze suddenly dropped, and he became very quiet. "Nothing further from Patrick?" I asked, and immediately regretted the insensitivity of the question. He took a sip of his coffee and put it back on the saucer, shaking his head. "No. It's like waiting for the other shoe to drop." "I gather you haven't told your father?" Kevin once again looked shocked. "Oh, my heavens, no. The only one I've told is you." He looked at me. "You haven't told anyone, have you?" "Of course not, Kev. I made you a promise, and I'll keep it." As I said it, I sincerely hoped I meant it. There's one thing I have never really learned to do, and that is to leave well enough alone. I still had an awful lot of questions about Patrick, and Kevin was the only one who could even partially answer them. "Kev, I hope you won't mind my asking these things, but the more I know about Patrick, the better. We might be able to know what he's planning to do next." He responded with a noncommittal shrug. "Go ahead." The waitress appeared to ask if we needed anything else, and when we said no in unison, she placed the check on the table and went away. I used the time to try to formulate my questions in a way to elicit the most information without getting Kevin too upset. "Tell me more about you and Patrick as kids." He looked into his coffee cup and, seeing it was empty, pushed it toward the center of the table and leaned back against the booth. "Patrick was born 12 minutes before I was. I think I told you that. He always made a big thing of being the older brother, and when we were young, before he began to change, he always was the leader, and he always tried to protect me from things. I was always shy, Patrick always outgoing. When our parents would discipline us, Patrick was always more concerned for how I reacted than for himself. I looked up to him. Even then, our being identical twins was more a matter of physical appearance than character." He was quiet for a minute, watching out the window as a barge moved up the river. At last he looked back toward me, almost as if he were surprised to see me there. "But then, as we got older, things began to change. Our parents, as I've said, were very strict. My father especially had a firm vision of what kind of adults Patrick and I should be, and his methods were rather stern. Patrick rebelled at every turn, whereas I respected their wishes even when I didn't agree with them. We were children, after all, and it was not our place to question. Patrick increasingly resented me for not standing up to our parents like he did. Of course, that only made it all the worse for him. He saw himself as defending both of us, and yet the punishment increasingly fell on him, and for whatever reason, I could never defend him as he always defended me." He stared back out the window for another long moment, and then said softly, "I think Patrick felt I betrayed him, and sometimes I feel he was right." He suddenly sat up and reached for the check. "I really should be getting back, Dick," he said a little too briskly. "I appreciate your coming out and meeting me. I did need the break." Without waiting for any response from me, he stood up, reached into his wallet for some dollar bills, and put them under his saucer in the center of the table. It was as if he couldn't wait to leave. Without a word, I got up and followed him to the cashier. "Let me get that, Kev," I said, indicating the check in his hand, but he waved me off. No, it was I who dragged you out on your day off. It's the least I can do." We left the diner without another word, shook hands in the parking lot and exchanged goodbyes, and that was it. 15 minutes tops. As I drove home, one thought kept recurring. Kevin Rourke, you are one fucked up young man. I had 3 messages waiting for me when I got home. One from Chris asking me to call him, one from Tom to confirm our dinner for that night, and one from Don, asking if I had plans for the evening and if I'd like to go to dinner if I didn't. It had occurred to me that Don and Tom might get along quite well together, so I returned Tom's call first, asking if he minded if Don came with us. He was all for it, and I was a bit surprised when he suggested Rasputin's. He was obviously taking a few bold steps out of the closet. I next called Don and invited him to join us, and he agreed. We arranged to meet at Rasputin's at 8 o'clock. Chris wanted me to ship out another couple of his boxes. He was settling into his new apartment, still loved his job, and was apparently having a hell of a good time. I got the impression he might be seeing someone, but didn't ask, and he didn't volunteer any information. Bob called a little later in the day, and I asked him if he'd like to join the group for dinner. He had other plans, but said he might be at Bacchus's lair for the last show if we felt like going over. I thought Bacchus's lair might be just a tad too much for Tom, but told Bob I'd suggest it and see what the others thought. Dinner was very pleasant, and I had vastly underestimated the possibility Tom and Don might like one another. They hit it off immediately, and the electricity between them could have lit up a room. Still, they did their best not to ignore me completely. The only news Tom had on the fires was an unconfirmed rumor in the department that a confidential file containing Tomasini's M.O. had been stolen from the chief's office about 2 weeks before the first of them. When, after dinner, I asked if they might want to go to Bacchus's lair, there was a pregnant pause and a from-the-second-balcony exchange of glances between them. Then Tom begged off, saying he had to be up early the next day, and Don said that he, too, was suddenly very tired, and thought maybe we should call it a night. Sure, guys. We left Rasputin's about 10:45, and I made a point, after bidding Tom and Don good night, of heading directly for my car and not looking back. I wouldn't have been surprised if I had to see the two of them stripping each other right there on the street. I debated going home, but then thought, what the hell, and headed for Bacchus's lair. Parking was once more a problem, signifying a return to normal for the bars along Arnwood. I got a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach when I realized the nearest parking spot I could find was directly across from the now vacant lot that had once been the location of the dog collar. The first show had just ended when I passed the security guard and climbed the stairs to Bacchus's lair. The place was back to its usual state of being packed, although a few tables were emptied by guys who wouldn't be staying for the second show. I looked around for Bob, and not seeing him, decided to sit at the bar. T.T. was working the crowd, and after a minute or so he made his way to the bar. "Child," he boomed when he spotted me, "if it isn't my very favorite big old Dick." That got a couple intense glances from others at the bar, and as usual I was embarrassed as all hell to be singled out. "Hi, Teddy. Buy you a drink?" "Silly question," T.T. said, raising an arm to attract the bartender's attention and causing a clatter as the 30 or so bracelets he wore shifted from wrist to elbow. "What you doing here all alone, darling? If you came looking for me, I'm all yours." The bartender brought T.T.'s double scotch, which he belted back in one toss. "Thanks, darling. You are here with someone, aren't you?" "I'm supposed to meet Bob Allen, but I don't see him." T.T. surveyed the room as if to confirm that Bob was indeed not there. "Well, let's get you a table up close. When Bob comes in, he'll see you. Besides, you stay here at the bar, and someone's going to try to put the make on you." Please God, I thought. Grabbing my drink before I had a chance to object, T.T. led me to one of the empty tables at the foot of the stage. It was not near an exit, but I didn't want to make an issue of it. He put my drink down and made sure I was seated. "Now you enjoy the show, hear?" And with that, he disappeared down the hall toward the bathrooms. While I've never been one of those people who won't go anywhere unless they have someone to go with, or wouldn't dream of eating in a restaurant alone, sitting by myself at a table in a gay bar, surrounded by couples and groups, did make me feel just a little self-conscious. When Chris and I had been together, and we'd seen someone sitting by himself, we'd kind of felt sorry for him. Now that shoe was on the other foot. Bob hadn't shown up by the time the house lights dimmed for the second show, so I decided to just sit back and enjoy it. It was pretty much a carbon copy of the other times I'd seen it, but still enough fun to be worthwhile. TT was as outrageous as ever. He did a version of Sophie Tucker's You Gotta See Mama Every Night that brought down the house. There was a new kid who did a pretty good version of Marlene Dietrich's Falling in Love Again, and a campy version of Lily Marlene. Then it was time for Judy. If her selections had been a little on the reflective side the last few times I'd seen her, tonight she was on an upswing. She opened with the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe, followed by Get Happy, and ended with Swanee. This time there was no doubt. She looked directly at me at least 3 times. Quickly, but no mistaking the eye contact. The audience, as usual, went wild and wouldn't let her off the stage. Finally, she relented for only the 2nd time since I'd started coming to see her. She sat on the edge of the stage directly in front of me. The lights dimmed to a single light pink spot on her face, and she sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow. And she sang it to me. At the end of the song, the spotlight went out, and I saw her, because I was so close, get up and disappear behind the curtain. Despite nearly 5 minutes of wild applause and whistles and calls of "Judy! Judy!" the curtains remained closed. The other performers came out for their curtain calls, and the show was over. I was sitting there finishing my drink and wondering what in hell that had been all about. She rarely had even seemed aware of the audience, let alone played so directly to just one guy in it, when the waiter came over and handed me a note. Puzzled, I opened it to read, "Come backstage." Thinking it was from TT and not sure whether I wanted to go backstage or not, I hesitated a moment before deciding, again, what the hell. I flagged down the waiter who had brought me the note and asked him how I could get back to find TT. He looked at me oddly. "It's not from Tondalea," he said. "It's Judy." He pointed me to the hallway leading to the bathroom. "Okay, Hardesty," I thought as I started toward the hall. What in the hell is going on here? If, by some totally out-of-left-field chance, Judy had decided to make a pass at me, I really didn't dig drag queens. I vastly prefer men who aren't pretending to be, well, women. Still, my curiosity was pushing me into the hallway, and I knew I'd have to find out one way or the other. I'd never really noticed before that the bathroom doors were at the end of the hallway on the left, but there was also a doorway on the right. I realized now it was directly behind the stage. I should have knocked, but I opened it to find another short hallway paralleling the rear of the stage. At the end was an open door, and I could see a couple of the drag queens removing their makeup, changing clothes, and talking and laughing among themselves. About halfway down on the left was a single closed door with a large gold star on it. "Okay, Hardesty, you're here. Do it." Taking a deep breath, I knocked. "Come in." Oh, Jesus! I knew that voice. I entered the room to see a seated form in a man's bathrobe, his back to me, in the process of removing his contact lenses. A wig I recognized as the one Judy wore for the show was on a small stand on the dressing counter. I also recognized the sandy blonde hair of the man in front of me, and I had a knot the size of a grapefruit in my stomach. Putting the contacts carefully in their case, he got up and turned toward me for the first time. "Kevin?" He smiled, coming toward me and extending his hand. "Hi," he said. "I'm Patrick." Chapter 16. I somehow managed to take his hand, and despite my shock, was aware of its strength. He stood there, staring into my eyes and smiling, and still holding my hand. "That's why we're called identical twins," he said, my confusion apparently being written all over my face. "I understand you've been looking for me?" "Well, yeah," I managed to stammer. "Kev was right," he said, pulling his head back slightly and looking me over slowly from head to toe like a rancher contemplating a prize bull. About what?" I managed to say, wondering when he was going to let go of my hand. "You are sexy. How about a nice hot fuck?" "Whoa, cowboys, break time." I managed to retrieve my hand and back away a step or two. "Thanks for the offer, but I just screwed the waiter and 2 busboys on the way in here." He laughed and shook his head. "I knew I'd like you. You've got balls, big ones, I'd guess. Not like that little wussy brother of mine." Part of me suspected that I was way out of my league here, but the rest of me knew I had no idea what league that might be. "Yeah, well," I said, running my hand over my chin, "I really did want to talk to you." "About Kevin?" "Well, yes, about Kevin, and about— he's got the hots for you, you know," Patrick said, turning around to remove his robe and hang it on a clothes hook. He had his shorts on, but I could imagine what lay inside. Hell, I'd seen it on Kevin. "What in hell gives you that idea?"
He turned toward me briefly and gave me a big sexy grin. "We are brothers, you know," he said, picking up a towel to wipe the remainder of his makeup off. "That 'I'm married so I can't be a queer' bullshit might work for dear old Dad, but it doesn't mean squat to me. But why don't you hold on a second while I change, and we can go somewhere and talk? Like your place." Jesus, the guy had balls, I had to admit, and while my head told me taking Patrick to my apartment was not a good idea, my crotch was telling quite a different story. I waited in silence while he quickly dressed, then went to the door. I started to follow, but he shook his head and turned the deadbolt. He motioned me toward the closet in one corner of the room. Puzzled, I watched as he swept the hangers, mostly with Judy costumes, but a few sets of men's shirts and pants to either side to expose another door. Opening it, he made an elaborate "after you" gesture with one hand, and after I'd stepped into a narrow stairwell leading down, he moved the clothes back into position, closed the door, and followed me down the stairs. The door at the bottom opened onto the alley behind Bacchus's lair. That's why no one ever saw Judy coming or going, I thought. "Which way's your car?" Patrick asked, and I motioned down the alley to the left. "Well, let's go around the block this way." He headed to the right. "The street's closer here." As we walked down the dark alley, I could hear music coming from the second floor of one of the buildings on the other side. A piano. Beethoven. Suddenly I realized we were passing directly behind Salvation's door. The buildings backed up on the same alley. Patrick glanced up toward the sound of the music and obviously read my mind. Ironic, isn't it? So close and yet so far apart. Little brother at his prayers and meditation, you and me going for one of the hottest times you'll ever have. I was more than a little irritated by his last sentence. He was pretty damned arrogant to think that's what was going to happen. I was also pretty sure he was right. "Now, here's a guy you met all of half an hour ago," I thought as we rode in relative silence to my apartment. "A guy who may very well be a total loon, capable of just about anything, and your primary concern at the moment is to get him to bed? Just how fucking stupid can you be?" Well, anybody who's out to keep Chief Rourke from becoming governor can't be all bad, I rationalized, not very convincingly. "Look, Patrick, I think maybe we should talk first about—" He looked at me. "Fuck first, talk later." Damn, I hated myself, but my crotch told me he was right. Part of me was thinking, "Geez, Hardesty, you're a real slut." But I hastened to my own defense by reminding myself that I'd just come out of a monogamous, on my part, relationship of 5 years, and was kind of out of practice on the etiquette of hardcore cruising. True, I'd had sort of sex with Kevin, but that really didn't involve cruising. Neither had the night with Don, and if Patrick was anywhere near as good as his brother. Suffice to say, my Scorpio sex drive won out over my Scorpio deductive reasoning, and it was exciting as all hell. We hadn't even closed the apartment door before Patrick started ripping, and I do mean ripping, my shirt off. We were all over one another, stumbling across the room and finally falling backward onto the sofa, then onto the floor. Patrick on top, then me, then Patrick, stripping clothes as we went. We didn't even try to make it to the bedroom. I did things with him that night I had never known two human beings could do to or with one another. He had been absolutely right. It was one of the greatest nights of my life. I woke up at 10:30 Sunday morning in bed, alone. The apartment was a total shambles. We had done it in every single room, including the kitchen and the bathroom. I was sticky from my chin to my thighs and desperately needed a shower. We'd been there, too, at one point. How I had the energy stand up amazed me. But Patrick had lied. He had said fuck first, talk later. We hadn't talked, not in words. And of course, I had absolutely no idea how to get in touch with him. No phone number, no address. Just Bacchus's lair, and they didn't have a show on Sunday nights. Which got me to thinking, Patrick Rourke might be a drag queen, but oh my, strip him down to the basics and... I stood in the shower and had one of my little Hardesty to Hardesty talks. "Okay, Hardesty, now what's happening? Now you're falling for Kevin Rourke and Patrick Rourke?" Who said anything about falling for anyone? Getting a trifle obsessed with, perhaps, but falling for? Get a fucking life. I was hoping against hope Kevin wouldn't call. What could I possibly say to him? I sure as hell couldn't tell him I'd met his brother and fucked the stuffing out of him without finding out one single thing of the millions of things I wanted to find out, and I am one of the world's absolute worst liars. But Kevin couldn't possibly know his brother was working as a drag queen less than 200 feet from Salvation's door, and I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Damn it, I had to nail Patrick down. And get some answers.
Bob called just after I got out of the shower to ask if we'd gone to Bacchus's lair. When I told him I had, he apologized and said he'd gotten involved with some friends and ended up playing cards all night. He asked how the show had been, and I told him fine. I just took it easy most of the day, not really in the mood to do much of anything except reflect on the night before and wonder for the 2000th time what was going on between the two brothers and me. Bacchus's lair didn't open until 6 p.m. on Sundays and featured only a pianist as entertainment. I wrote a note with my phone number and the message "Call me," addressed to Judy, and gave the waiter $5 to let me slide it under her dressing room door. Cece informed me Monday that I would be accompanying the chief and the adult members of the Rourke clan on a 4-day campaign swing of the state beginning Tuesday. The primaries were almost here, and recent polls had shown the chief trailing slightly behind Senator Evans. McNerney had proposed the modern-day equivalent of a whistle-stop tour, concentrating on the smaller, conservative rural communities the chief's handlers considered key to his election. The chief, his family, and his advisors would be traveling by chartered bus. I and Jim DiCarlo, another of CC's staffers normally in charge of the Xerox room, would travel ahead of the bus in a rental van with banners, posters, press kits, bumper stickers, and assorted PR paraphernalia. Arriving 2 hours ahead of the bus, it was our duty to meet with the chief's local supporters and be sure they had all the materials they needed for a rousing, spontaneous display of enthusiasm when the chief himself rolled into town. Having thus dispersed our materials, we would speed on down the road to the next stop and repeat the process. I'd never spent much time in that part of the state, but was quickly reminded that my world, the world of gay bars, Sunday brunch, and gay pride rallies, was not the same world as the bubble land I found myself in. There, pickup trucks outnumbered other vehicles by 200 to 1, and patriotism, as the locals saw it, went considerably beyond singing "God Bless America" on the 4th of July. For me, the whole experience was summed up in a gun rack in the rear window pickup we were lucky enough to be stuck behind for about 30 miles on a 2-lane road. It was covered with bumper stickers. "America for the Americans. America first. Buy American." It was a Toyota. Actually, the tour was a pretty shrewd political ploy. At each stop, Kevin would introduce the family, give a brief speech praising his father's accomplishment and plans for the future of the state, then introduce the chief. The chief would recite one of 5 brief canned speeches prepared by his team and designed to fit the perceived particular interests of the specific community. If time allowed, and it usually didn't, he would take 2 or 3 planted questions from strategically placed supporters in the crowd. Again, everything was finely honed to avoid any possibility of spontaneity on the chief's part. It also meant that I had almost no opportunity to talk with Kevin and could not possibly have heard from Patrick. Even the overnight stops were set up so the van would stay wherever the bus's first stop would be in the morning. That I had to share a room each night with Joe was bad enough. I didn't even have the freedom to go out alone and check out the wholesome, corn-fed hunks who somehow seemed to abound in small-town America. Most of them were already married with 4 kids by the time they were 18, of course, but there were more than enough fleeting eye contacts to make it pretty clear 1 or 2 of them would be more than willing to see what they were missing. The tour went relatively smoothly. The chief didn't stick his foot in his mouth more than a couple of times. Mrs. Rourke's task was to stand beside her husband and beam with pride, and those who had never seen Kathleen Rourke beam with pride missed a classic example of the actor's art. Sulin and Sean were on prominent display as often as possible, and when Kevin wasn't speaking, he could be photographed with his arm, left arm, remember, lovingly around his wife's shoulders. I took great pride in making it through the entire 4 days without yielding to the often overwhelming temptation to throttle Jim DiCarlo, who insisted on outlining in excruciating detail every sexual encounter he'd ever had from the age of 15 to the present. I wouldn't have been interested even if he'd been gay, but he was a card-carrying breeder and damn proud of it. By the time we got back into town on Friday afternoon, I swore that if I had to listen to one more glowing description of aroused female genitalia, I was going to stub out my cigarette in the guy's eyeball. There were several messages on my machine, none of them from Patrick. I remembered then that Bacchus's Lair only did their full drag shows on Friday and Saturday nights. I wondered where Patrick was the rest of the time. If he was as promiscuous as Kevin said, it was a pretty sure bet he'd be known in some of the bars or baths around town. But there were a lot of bars, and quite a few baths. The last thing I wanted was to go out after being on the road all week, but I felt I had really screwed up. Again, no pun, by letting my crotch rule my head with Patrick. I also felt guilty for the feeling that I had somehow let Kevin and myself down, and I determined to make it right. I called Bob, ostensibly to see how things were going with him, but also to check to see if he might be at Bacchus's Lair. If he were, I couldn't risk trying to contact Patrick. It would open the door for too many questions. Luckily, Bob said he was staying in for the evening. I debated on whether to take a nap after dinner and before getting ready to head to Bacchus's lair for the second show, which of course triggered one of my little internal dialogues. Getting set for another all-night session, Hardesty? No, damn it, I'm just tired. I'm not planning on any sex tonight. Of course you aren't, and pigs can fly. To prove myself wrong, I forced myself to stay awake and spent the evening chain-smoking and watching TV. I'd called ahead for a table near an exit and arrived about 10 minutes before the start of the second show. No sign of TT, and I was mildly curious as to whether anyone had seen me going into Judy's dressing room. Of course, whether they had or hadn't, I was willing to take bets the waiter would have told everyone, especially given Judy's reclusive reputation. I don't remember much of the show at all. Even TT's set was something of a blur. Partly my being tired, I guess, and partly my continuing mind versus crotch battle over the prospect of another meeting with Patrick. Well, this time I wasn't going to be so easily suckered. I had a goal that didn't involve my crotch, and I damned well was going to reach it. When the house lights went out, signaling the start of Judy's set, I had an odd knot in my stomach. She began with "I'm Nobody's Baby," followed by "Just in Time," and ending with "Zing went the strings of my heart." She seemed to be studiously avoiding any direct eye contact, although I knew she was aware I was there. Apparently, word of my admission into the sanctum sanctorum had made her leery of being too obvious in front of the other employees. However, at the end of her last number, she did give me a glance and an almost imperceptible movement of her head, indicating I was to come backstage after the show. Even before the applause died away, I was off in my own little world, pondering the whole Judy-Patrick thing. When Patrick was up there on stage as Judy, there was no question in my mind the correct word was she. Patrick, at that moment, was Judy Garland. But the moment the dress, wig, and makeup came off, it was he, without a doubt in the world. And oddly, Patrick as Judy left me physically cold, whereas Patrick as Patrick... My mind cut me off. Yeah, enough philosophy already. I took my time finishing my drink and then got up and headed for the hall to the bathroom and the dressing rooms. A guy was buying a pack of cigarettes from the machine, so I waited until he had finished and walked past me back into the main room before stepping inside the door. To my surprise, TT was standing just inside, waiting for me. This was not the bubbly Tondalea O'Toole or even TT, but Teddy, and a very serious Teddy at that. He took my arm and bent his head closer to mine and said in a low voice, "You be very careful, you hear?" Then he turned without another word and headed back to join the other performers in the main dressing room. I knocked on Judy's dressing room door and once again heard the familiar, "Come in." Patrick was just removing the last of his makeup and looked up at me via the mirror. "I got your message," he said, using a tissue wrapped around the tip of his middle finger to remove a bit of eyeliner. "I called, but you'd apparently already left the apartment. When I didn't get you, I thought you'd probably show up here. You want a quickie here first, or wait till we get to your place?" He's doing it again, I thought, mildly pissed by his automatic assumptions, but weakening. "We have to talk, Patrick. Talk first. Fuck later." That last part was added by my crotch. It wasn't what I'd intended to say at all. Patrick got up from his chair and reached for his shirt on the clothes rack. Without looking at me, he shrugged and said, "Whatever." When he'd finished dressing, we did the locking the door exit through the closet routine and ended up in the alley again. As we walked past the back of Salvation's door, we could hear the sound of a piano coming from the direction of Kevin's office. List, this time. Patrick looked up toward the music. "He's pretty good, isn't he?" "Yes, he is." I was surprised, in the dim light of the alley, to see an almost sad look on his face. "Kevin plays, I sing," he said, almost to himself, and then his face changed again and he was his old cocky self. "Let's move it along, hard stuff. I can't wait for another 12-inch injection of old Doc Hardesty's mad root." Flattery will get you anywhere, I thought. When we were safely in the car and I was pulling away from the curb, I decided now was as good a time as any to start our long-overdue talk. "How come you disappeared the other night?" "Glad you missed me," he said with a grin. "But honey, you better know right now, I don't do sleepovers. Too much like commitment, and I'm not big on commitment." Point made. "Why drag?" "Why not? I haven't the slightest doubt about whether I really want to have a dick or not. I find it's the guys who aren't so sure who have the problem with drag." "Have you always done it?" I asked as we waited for a traffic light to turn green. "Oh, sure, honey. All my life." His voice had a sharpness and bitterness that startled me. He must have noticed my reaction, and his voice returned to its normal tone. When Kevin and I were 8 years old, we were left home alone one day while dear old Dad went out to visit Mother in the hospital. She just had Colleen. We were playing around the house, and we went into our parents' room, which was our first big mistake, since that room was strictly forbidden without knocking first and getting permission. I got the feeling he was talking more to himself than to me. He apparently suddenly realized it and shot me a quick sidelong glance before continuing. Anyway, we went into their closet and decided it would be fun to dress up like Mommy and Daddy. Kevin got dressed up as Daddy, and I put on one of Mother's housecoats and a big picture hat. He paused, and without turning to look at him directly, I could see out of the corner of my eye an almost pained expression on his face. He was quiet a moment, then sighed and continued. So, guess who chooses that very minute to walk into the room? His voice was bitter. Dear old Dad, of course, who proceeded to grab me by the shoulders, pick me up off the floor, and slam me into the wall so hard it knocked the pictures down in the other room. Then, just in case I didn't get his message, he proceeded to beat the crap out of me. Chipped a tooth, almost broke my arm. I'm 8 years old, for Christ's sake. I felt mildly sick to my stomach, and my loathing for the chief boiled dangerously close to the surface. I'd never understood before why he was nicknamed the Butcher, but hearing what he'd done to his own children, I didn't know what to say. And Kevin? I asked finally. Patrick laughed, but there wasn't even a hint of humor in it. Kevin? Kevin was dressed up as Daddy, you see, so he was the little man. He was just playing a harmless child's game. Dear old Dad didn't even give him a second thought, but me. And my darling little brother just stood there while my father beat the shit out of me, and he didn't do a goddamn thing. His voice had begun to tremble, and he suddenly stopped talking and stared out the window. You really want to know all this, Hardesty? I asked myself, and the reluctant answer was yes. And you're working at Bacchus's lair as a way of getting back at your father? Patrick looked at me and shook his head. Oh, I don't work at Bacchus's lair. I own it. Grandpa Corcoran, who built up a tidy fortune in graft as chief of police, left Kevin and me a trust fund, not to be touched until we turned 25. The other kids weren't born yet, so when we reached 25, I took my money out and bought the bar. Did you know Daddy owns the building? Well, his corporation does. I think it's marvelous that while Daddy hates fags, he has nothing against taking their money, and my doing drag there is just, well, sort of poetic justice. When we entered my apartment this time, Patrick was considerably more subdued, as was I. I think he realized it was time he got everything out in the open. We sat in the 2 chairs flanking the fireplace, and I didn't even offer him a drink or coffee. I think we both were too preoccupied to notice or to care. How old were you when you knew you were gay? Patrick shrugged. Always. Our parents were such total shits. I can't recall one single time in my life when I saw my father kiss my mother. And if they weren't able to show affection for each other, you can be damn sure they couldn't show any for us. So we clung to each other. At first, mostly figuratively, but more and more it became literally, too. After the little How I Began My Life in Drag episode, they moved me out of our room and into a little guest room in the attic. But late at night, one of us would come into the other's room and we would just lay in bed and hold each other. When we reached puberty, the holding got a little beyond holding, and then a lot beyond holding, but we could never, ever sleep together. I was so absorbed in listening to Patrick's story, it never occurred to me to interrupt him, and he didn't seem to notice. I recognized what we were right from the beginning, but not Kevin. Oh no, Kevin got religion. We would finish a wild 69 that drove both of us crazy, and Kevin would run into the bathroom to wash his mouth out, and then he'd come back and rant and rave about what terrible, evil, perverted creatures we were, and how we were doomed to hell forever. That wouldn't stop him the next time he got a hard-on, of course. But it was always the same afterwards, and it got worse. Finally, he wouldn't let me touch him. He'd go on and on about abominations and evil and the devil, and how he had been saved from damnation because he had accepted Jesus Christ as his personal savior, and on and on and on. And the more he came under Daddy Dear's control and never questioned and never stood up for himself or for me, the more I went in the opposite direction. I rubbed their noses in it every chance I got. Daddy had his angel in Kevin. I made damn sure he got the devil in me. I decided to say something. So, you agreed to go away? Yes, and it was the best thing I could have ever done. I found out I could be happy for the first time in my life. But you came back? Do you think I could have stayed away and let dear old Dad do to the entire state what he did to Kevin and me? Oh no. Somebody has to stop him. Finally, I thought. And just how do you plan to do that? Patrick gave me a very wry smile. I have my ways. But, I started to say. He cut me off with a shake of his head. Realizing he was not about to tell me and not wanting to push too hard, I opted for another track. Will you at least see Kevin? He looked at me as though I had surprised him somehow. Do you really think I should? Don't you think so? Kevin isn't ready. He can't face me. Kevin puts on a pretty white bread face, but there's so much more going on in there you can't even begin to imagine. I will talk to him, though. There are a few things we have to say to one another. Patrick leaned forward in his chair, put his elbows on his knees with his hands clapped in front of him, much as Kevin did. He looked at me soberly for a moment, then his face broke into a slow, wicked grin. Now, can we fuck? We could. Chapter 17. Patrick woke me around 5 by kissing me hard and slipping his tongue into my mouth. Despite our having been at it non-stop for more than 3 hours, I was instantly ready to go again, but he pushed me away. Gotta go, he said, getting out of bed to put his clothes on. I started to get up to drive him where? But he pushed me back onto the pillow. I called a cab. Will you leave me your phone number? He had his back to me, putting on his pants, but I saw him shake his head. No, I'll see you at the bar. But you will talk to Kevin, and try not to upset him this time? He turned to look at me, buttoning his shirt. You've really got the hots for Kevin, haven't you? I shook my head. It's not a matter of the hots. I'd just like to see the two of you make peace with one another. He looked at me rather strangely, and once again a look of sadness crossed his face. It's a little late for that now, I'm afraid. It's never too late. He shrugged, blew me a kiss, and left. The thought occurred to me that I should get up and follow him. I still had no idea where he lived or how I could reach him outside Bacchus's lair, but I was just too damn tired to move, so I didn't. CC, on Monday, was almost giddy with smugness and self-importance. The polls in the wake of the chief's bus tour, which of course, as he broadcasted throughout the office, had been his idea from the beginning, but for which he magnanimously let McNerney take the credit, showed the chief had pulled substantially ahead of Senator Evans. This was hardly surprising, since the senator's campaign coffers were nowhere near as big as the chief's, and the primaries, now only 2 weeks away, were almost sure to give the chief the victory. The chief was so confident of winning, he had even considered submitting his resignation to the police commission prior to the outcome of the primaries, but cooler heads on his team prevailed. I rather wish they hadn't, since if he stepped down as chief and was then blown out of the water by whatever Patrick had in mind, he'd be neither governor nor police chief, the best of all possible worlds. Kevin's speaking schedule continued unabated, and he was out of town with Sulin and Sean both Monday and Tuesday. I hoped Patrick would keep his word and not only call Kevin, but keep from baiting him any further. I agreed with Patrick's assessment. There was a lot more going on inside Kevin than met the eye, and I was concerned the incredible pressure he was under from all sides might crack him. When Wednesday passed with no word from Kevin, I began to become concerned. It also occurred to me Wednesday night, when I got home from work, that I'd not heard from either Tom or Don since our dinner at Rasputin's. I'd considered calling them earlier, but decided that could be interpreted as prying, so I held off. However, in an effort to take my mind off the Rourkes, I decided to call Tom to check in for any new information on the fires, which seemed to have pretty much reached a standstill on all fronts. I waited until after dinner before dialing his number. He answered on the first ring. "Hi, Tom." There was a brief pause before he responded. "Dick, oh, hi." When the phone rang, I thought it might be Don. "Aha. Are you two becoming an item?" A momentary pause, and then a rather sheepish, "Yeah, I guess you could say that. I'm really sorry we haven't talked to you since we all had dinner that night, but I guess we've been kind of busy? I can't tell you how grateful I am, Dick, and how grateful Don is, too, I'm sure, for your having introduced us. He's fantastic, and he seems to like me, too." "Well, don't act so surprised." I was genuinely pleased for both of them. "I really hope it works out for the two of you. You'll make a great couple." Don wasn't too sure at first whether he wanted to get into anything serious so soon after having lost his ex, but we've spent just about every night together since we met, and we haven't gotten tired of one another yet. "Well, I probably should let you go if you're waiting for his call. Are you supposed to meet him later?" "Not tonight. He was called out of town yesterday to help identify some remains they found up north somewhere. They needed a forensics expert rather than just the local coroner. Hopefully he won't be gone too long." "Well, again, I'm really glad for you, but don't go forgetting your other friends just because you found each other." "We won't, As a matter of fact, we'll probably be having a party before too long, and you're for sure invited. Thanks. Oh, and before I forget, any news on the fires? Afraid not. If we could find out who stole that file from the chief's office, we'd be one hell of a lot closer than we are. But all of a sudden, the lines of communication between the fire and police departments seem to have broken down. I think the police are really pretty unhappy with the realization that not only was someone able to steal something right out of the chief's office, but that it very well may have been one of their own. Whatever investigating they're doing, they're keeping it pretty much to themselves. At that point, my doorbell rang, and I excused myself, telling Tom I'd give him a call in a couple of days. I hadn't ordered a pizza, and wasn't expecting any visitors, so made sure I checked the little peephole in the door. It was Kevin. Or was it Patrick? God, I would never be able to tell them apart. But when I opened the door, I was pretty sure it was Kevin, even before I glanced down to see the wedding ring. The expression on his face left little doubt as to which one of the brothers it was. Kev, what's going on? Can I come in? I immediately stepped back to let him pass. What's wrong? I needn't have asked, of course. I knew he'd spoken with Patrick. We went into the living room, and he sat on the edge of the sofa. I swung one of the fireplace chairs around to sit opposite him. You talk to Patrick, I said rather than asked. He searched my face, his brows knit in confusion. Patrick says you're a homosexual? A deviant? A pervert? A faggot? He said that you and he... God damn it, Patrick. Kevin was shaking his head in disbelief. Then he reached out and took my hand tightly. When he spoke, his voice had the pontificating tone of his father's. Homosexuals burn in hell, Dick. Homosexuals are an abomination in the eyes of the Lord. They do not deserve to exist in God's world. They are condemned to eternal fire, Dick. I felt as though someone had poured a bucket of ice water over my head. Oh, God, please don't let him be saying what I think he's saying. Please. Kevin's grip on my hand tightened. But I know you're not a homosexual, Dick. I know that Patrick's infinite evil made him tell those disgusting lies about you. You're my friend, Dick. I know you would never take Patrick's side against me. I somehow managed to free my hand. That's okay, Kevin. I do want what's best for you. I know you know that. Whatever else happened between you and Patrick, you are brothers, and I know you love one another. Kevin shook his head decisively. Do you know what Patrick does, Dick? He dresses up in women's clothes and parades himself in front of a bunch of perverts and degenerates. And do you know what else? I just looked at him without daring to say anything. He does it in a pervert's bar, in a building that's owned by our father, and less than a block from Salvation's door. How can he do that, Dick? How can he? Kevin's voice and his face softened. Patrick is evil, Dick, he said softly. He will destroy me. And yet again, even while he was scaring the shit out of me, I felt sorry for him. I could not, in 1,000 years, imagine what he and Patrick must have gone through to become the totally fucked up individuals they were. And Kevin's references to gays burning in hell? No, my oversensitivity. He was just using standard fundamentalist rhetoric, that's all. He couldn't... I forced myself back to the present. Kev, you're under more pressure than any 10 guys could hope to bear. The campaign, Patrick showing up, the explosion at the shelter, you can't let it get to you. You've got to relax. No one can destroy you if you don't let them. Now, why don't you let me take you home and you can get a good night's sleep? He shook his head. I can't, Dick. Not right now. I'm late for my prayers and meditation, and I very much need them tonight. I'll go back to the shelter, and then later I'll go home, I promise. And I'm sorry if I sound a little irrational at times. I'll be fine, really. God does not give us a larger burden than we can bear. He got up to leave. Can I drive you? No, I have my car. But thank you for being here for me, and thank you for being my friend. He extended his hand, and I shook it. Good night, Kev, I said. Good night, Dick. I stood staring at the door for a full minute after it closed, my stomach churning, my mind a 4th of July fireworks display of thoughts and emotions. Kevin could not have been saying what I heard him say. I mean, he could not possibly have been implying. Shit, Hardesty. Shit. How do you get into these things? And more important, how do I get myself out? Not 5 minutes later, the phone rang. I moved to it, feeling as though I were walking through molasses up to my knees. Hello? I heard myself say. Dick? Kevin? No, not that sick bastard. It's Patrick. We've got to talk. It's serious, and you're not going to like it. Why did that not surprise me? Have you ever had a really bad cold and been all doped up on medication and felt like you were standing outside yourself, watching everything you did in slow motion? That's pretty much how I felt, and I didn't like it, not one bit. But I knew that wasn't what Patrick was talking about. I'm sure I'm not, Patrick. What is it? Not over the phone. Can I come over? I can be there in half an hour. I guess, I said, still in something of a daze. Kevin just left, I heard myself add. I figured as much from your voice. Are you okay? I'm not sure, I said honestly. I'll be right over, he said, and hung up, leaving me staring at the telephone like some idiot who has no idea what a telephone is. It seemed as though I had barely put the receiver back on the cradle when there was a knock at the door. I opened it, and Patrick strode into the room, obviously distraught. It's Kevin, he said. Kevin? But you just... No, I'm Patrick. Sorry, I keep forgetting nobody can tell us apart. What I was saying was that it's Kevin who... He paused. I think we'd better sit down. I hadn't moved the fireplace chair back yet, so I motioned Patrick to it. I sat on the sofa. Dick, Kevin is very, very sick. Even I had no idea of just how sick. He desperately needs help, and I'm here to beg you to help me get it for him. I was staring at him, listening to his words and not allowing myself to comprehend what he was telling me. What do you mean, Patrick? But in my heart of hearts, I knew. Kevin set those fires, Dick. All of them. Kevin killed those men. I was glad we were sitting down. I felt dizzy and desperately sick. My immediate reaction when I managed to regain a little control of myself was that Patrick was lying. That Kevin was right, and it was Patrick who was psychotic, and that he would do or say anything to... To what? Why? Why would he even do such a thing? To get even with me for being gay. To get even with me for leaving him. To get even with himself? How do you know? I managed to ask. How can you be sure? Patrick looked terribly sad. He told me, on the phone. He started screaming at me for being gay and for leaving him, and he said it was all my fault and that all homosexuals deserve to die, and he started to cry. Oh, Jesus, Dick, you've got to help him. He's my brother, and I love him. I didn't want to leave him. I didn't. I got off the sofa and knelt in front of him. It'll be okay, Patrick, I promise. He stopped crying and tried to smile. You're a good friend, Dick, he said, and for some reason I got a chill down my spine. As I got up, Patrick did also. I've got to go, he said. You could stay if you wanted, I said, and I wasn't implying sex. He smiled. I know, but I do have to go. We'll talk later? He nodded. As I walked him to the door, the phone rang. You'd better get that, he said, and with a wave he left. Something's happening, I told myself. Something's happening. I caught the phone on the third ring. Hello? Dick, it's Dawn. I have some news I think you might want to hear. I suddenly knew what it was, but prayed I didn't. Go ahead. I sat down on the edge of the sofa. I was called in on a forensics ID of a skull found by a couple of kids on the riverbank about 10 miles south of Neelyville. Dental records confirm the identification, down to the chipped front tooth. It's Patrick Rourke. Chapter 18. It can't be, I heard somebody using my voice say. Patrick doesn't have a chipped front... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. The beating the chief had given 8-year-old Patrick while Kevin looked on and did nothing. The department notified the family earlier this evening. Thank you, Don, I heard myself say, and I hung up without even saying goodbye. And then I cried. When I finally pulled myself together, I called Bob Allen, waking him up. Bob, I said, not apologizing for the lateness of the call. We've got to talk, now. My tone of voice must have startled him, because all he said was, I'll be right down. I didn't go to work Thursday morning, nor did I call in. I planned to hand CC my resignation Monday. Bob called an emergency meeting of the owners of the 6 burned-out bars and officers of the Bar Guild for noon on Thursday at his apartment. I told them everything, in detail, and then outlined the plan Bob and I had sat up until dawn working on. Had I been in less of a state of semi-stupor, the fact that there was very little dissension from the group would have both relieved and pleased me. With the group still in the room, I called the chief's office to arrange an immediate appointment. I was informed the chief was in seclusion at home with his family, and that appointments had to be made through proper channels and might or might not be approved, depending on the nature of the proposed meeting, the chief's busy schedule, etc. I then called the chief's home. I still had his unlisted number from our Sunday supplement contact. To my total surprise, Kevin answered the phone. Rourke residence. He sounded very calm, very professional. Kev, it's Dick. I was just calling to see how you're doing. Thanks so much, Dick. It's very kind of you. His voice lowered to a whisper. Don't believe what you read in the papers, Dick. It's all a mistake. Patrick is alive. Once again, I felt a tremendous wave of sadness. I know he is, Kev. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Take care of yourself, and we'll talk later, okay? Okay, and thanks for calling. It's nice to know someone cares. Shit. If I hadn't been in a room full of guys who couldn't be expected to understand, I'd have started crying again. If I couldn't get to the chief directly, I'd try the next best thing. I called Charles McNerney's office and told his secretary it was urgent that I talk with him. There was a moment's pause, and then McNerney came on the line, sounding puzzled. Dick, he said in his hail-fellow well-met voice, what a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you? Please excuse me if I sound a bit melodramatic, Mr. McNerney, but it is urgent, and I stress the word urgent, that I have a private meeting with the chief, today. There was a long pause, then, I'm afraid that wouldn't be possible, Dick. The chief is with his family today. I don't know whether you've heard the news. I've heard, and that's exactly why I must speak with the chief. I have information that he cannot ignore. Another pause, and then a very suspicious, that wouldn't be some sort of threat, would it, Dick? Not a threat, Mr. McNerney, but a fact, and there is far more at stake here than the chief's political ambitions. Can you tell me what this is all about? I can pass it on to the chief. What I have to say to the chief you do not want to hear. Trust me. Well, Dick, as the chief's primary advisor, I'm afraid I would have to be present at any meeting with the chief, provided I can arrange one. If you insist. How soon can you get back to me? Today? Today. You have my number. I'll be waiting for your call. I'll see what I can do, McNerney said and hung up. Since everyone had been in the room when I made the call, I only had to tell them McNerney's response. I suggested that since McNerney would want to be present for anything, Bob should come with me as a representative of the Bar Guild. They agreed that both he and I should represent them. They all wanted to be there, of course, but understood the impracticality of having too many people present. I thanked them all for their support and excused myself to return to my apartment and await McNerney's call. Kevin Rourke had set the fires that wiped out 7 businesses and caused the deaths of 29 innocent men, including Ramon, but there was not a jury in the civilized world that would convict him. Even if it would, what possible punishment could it mete out to equal the hell of his life? No, the person ultimately responsible for everything that had happened was Police Chief Terrence Rourke, and it was he who should pay. Even Bob had agreed and helped me convince the Bar Guild that more good could be gained from extracting some degree of justice from the chief than from prosecuting Kevin. And as to Kevin, why did I have such strong feelings for him, and why couldn't I put those feelings into words? Sadness? Compassion? Sympathy? Empathy? I've never been able to bear seeing anything or anyone suffer, and Kevin was the most truly pathetic human being I had ever encountered. That he was so totally lost and alone was bad enough, but that he believed I was his friend? And in some indescribable way, I think I was. How could I not be? Patrick was not around to protect him. Maybe I could. I had not been in the apartment more than 10 minutes when the phone rang. It was Charles McNerney, although he didn't bother to identify himself. He merely said, 7 o'clock, my office. I didn't feel like going back up to Bob's apartment, so I called and gave him the word, asking him to pass it on to any of the guild members still there. I didn't have my customary before-dinner drink. I didn't have dinner either. While I wanted a stiff drink, or 5, badly, I wanted more to be sure I had my full faculties when talking with the chief. As for dinner, food was the last thing on my mind. I kept thinking of Kevin and Patrick and wondering why in hell I hadn't caught on to it all a lot earlier. God knows there were enough clues. Kevin's prayers and meditations coincided with Judy's on-stage appearances. It would be easy enough to slip back and forth between the shelter and the back entrance to Bacchus's lair. And the music Patrick and I had heard, and yes, I still thought of Patrick as a separate person, had to have come from the tape recorder I'd seen on the piano in Kevin's office. But what had triggered Kevin in the first place? He'd probably just been hanging on to his sanity by a thread for years, most definitely since Patrick's death, and the pressures had just kept building. The timing of everything, the opening of Bacchus's lair and the first of the bar fires, was undoubtedly linked to the chief's decision to run for governor. What was it Patrick had said? That he couldn't let his father do to the state what he had done to him and Kevin. Where had Kevin's elaborate tale about Patrick's disappearance come from? The chief's plan to send him off the bank account in New York? I honestly think Kevin believed it. It was the only way he could avoid facing the unbearable reality that the only person he had ever truly loved, or who had truly loved him, was half of himself, was dead. It would not have been difficult for Kevin, who had ready access to the chief's office, or could have seen them if the chief brought them home at any point, to take Tomasini's arson records. The explosion at the fundraiser I was less sure of. I knew there were real problems with the oven, but it might have been Patrick's way of sending a message to his father. The explosion could have been much worse, but Sulin and Sean were in the dining room, in the very front of the room. I'd never know on that one. The sex at the SAPC meeting? Was it Kevin or Patrick? I suspected it may have been something of a crossover. Kevin had acted as though he were totally unaware of it the next morning, and he may not have been, but it could just as easily been his giving in to his own gayness. No matter how hard I tried not to think of it, my mind kept going back to Kevin's terrible loneliness, loss, and ambivalence toward his brother. I'd often heard and read of how the bond between identical twins could never be fully understood by those who were not in that position. Under the most ideal conditions, that bond would be intense. Given Kevin and Patrick's family, it was incomprehensible. Patrick had the guts Kevin never had, but for Kevin to sacrifice his own desires for the sake of his domineering parents took a sort of guts too. And what must Patrick's disappearance have done to Kevin? And lastly, Patrick. I truly did not want to think of Patrick and how he had really died. If Kevin knew, which I doubted, he could never say. If the chief had indeed had a hand in it, also unthinkable, he certainly would never admit to it. I preferred to believe that Patrick had died as everyone assumed he had, that he had fallen into the river when the bluff broke away. But I knew in my heart of hearts that I would be dreaming for many years of that bluff by the river and what really happened there. Neither Bob nor I spoke much on our drive to McNerney's office. I was mainly concerned that I not, when actually confronting the chief, give in to my barely under control rage against him, against the butcher. I told Bob to keep an eye on me and to jump in if I started losing it. We arrived at exactly 2 minutes to 7, and McNerney was waiting at the glass front door of the darkened building to let us in. Without a word, he led us to his office where the chief, in full uniform in an obvious move to intimidate us, sat in a leather chair beside McNerney's desk. He did not get up when we entered the room. There were no handshakes. McNerney motioned Bob and me to 2 chairs facing the desk, then moved behind it to take his seat. When Bob and I were seated, he leaned back in his chair. "Now, exactly what is this all about?" I took a deep breath and began. "This," I said, nodding in Bob's direction, "is Bob Allen, owner of one of the 7 gay bars burned in recent months." I noticed a look of contempt flash across the chief's face. I ignored it. Bob's lover, Ramon, was one of the 29 men who died in the dog collar fire. Bob is also a member of the Bar Guild, and it is as spokesman for that group that we are here. The chief's look of contempt returned. "This is hardly the time or place." "No, Chief Rourke, this is precisely the time and the place." I glanced at McNerney. "What I am about to say is not a threat, nor is it an invitation to a discussion. It's a simple statement of facts, and how you respond to it is up to you. The fact is that Kevin is responsible for all 7 fires, including the fire at the dog collar and its resultant deaths." McNerney looked totally incredulous. Interestingly, the chief's expression did not change by so much as a flickered eyelash. "You can't," McNerney began, but I cut him off with a raised hand. "I can," I said. "I am ready to submit a report of everything I know to the arson squad tomorrow morning. Whatever concrete evidence we don't have, the arson squad can provide." McNerney looked at the chief, who continued to stare directly at me. "Kevin started the fires, but the responsibility lies elsewhere," I said, returning the chief's stare. "In a way, Kevin is as much a victim of the circumstances that led to those fires as those who died in the dog collar. Bob, the other members of the Bar Guild, and I agree on that point. Having said that, I will now outline our recommendations, which I assume you will see as more than recommendations. First, the chief will withdraw from the governor's race. He has ample valid reasons to do so, under the circumstances." McNerney started to speak, but it was the chief's hand this time that stopped him. "It is my understanding," I continued, "that the chief will be eligible for early retirement at the end of next year. It is our recommendation that he take it. Second, Kevin is to receive immediate psychiatric care in a facility able to deal non-judgmentally with his condition. Though speaking strictly from the position of one who has come to know and care for him, Kevin is shattered into so many pieces I doubt he can ever be put back together again. Third, the official-unofficial policy of this police department in regards to the harassment of gay bars, gay establishments, and the gay community at large will cease. If we're in violation of the law, we expect to be held accountable for it, but we are not to be singled out and targeted. We simply expect to be treated like everyone else." I was silent for a moment, and the chief said, "And in return for which?" I addressed myself directly to him, in return for which a great many details of the chief's personal life will remain personal. Kevin and Patrick have suffered more than enough. We have no wish to cause what remains of this family any further pain. I fell silent again. McNerney had been staring at the chief with a look of total incomprehension, but had not tried to interrupt again. Finally, the chief pursed his lips and said, "Anything else?" "No, that pretty much does it." We all sat in silence for what seemed like an eternity, until the chief said, "You'll have our response within 48 hours. "No," I said, shaking my head. Kevin. Kevin first. Immediately." The chief nodded. "We'll be keeping a close watch on Kevin's treatment," I said, still staring directly at the chief. "And you did understand what I was referring to when I used the word non-judgmentally in selecting a facility for his care?" The chief nodded again. I got up from my chair, followed by Bob, who gave me a puzzled look. "Then we'll be leaving. Mr. McNerney, if you could unlock the door for us." McNerney got out of his chair, expressionless, and led us from the office to the front door, which he unlocked and pushed open for us. Neither Bob nor I spoke until we got into the car. "Was it just me, or was that too easy?" Bob asked. "Not really," I said, waiting until a truck went by before pulling out into traffic. "He really didn't have a choice. Either way, his political career is over, and he knows it. The chief is a bigot, a bully, and a loathsome human being, but he's not stupid. I doubt he knew or knows everything, but he knows enough, and he's probably known all along that Kevin was in serious need of help, but just refused to face it. As long as Kevin was the good little breeder son he always wanted, he could probably overlook a lot. I'm still not sure he knows about Patrick, and in a way I hope he doesn't. Patrick belongs to Kevin. He always has. I just hope that someday Patrick and Kevin can come to terms with one another and realize that love doesn't end with death." I looked at Bob and reached out to pat his leg, as if I had to tell you. Chief Rourke withdrew from the race for governor the next day, citing family obligations relating to the discovery of his one son's remains and the subsequent emotional breakdown of his oldest surviving son. Kevin was never charged with any of the arsons or the deaths, and although his involvement came to be widespread knowledge, the exact details and circumstances were never made public. Everyone seemed satisfied the issue was resolved. I mailed my resignation to Carlton Carlson and Associates on Saturday and never looked back. A month or so later, Bob, Tom, Don, and I got together for dinner at Rasputin's. I had apologized to Don for hanging up on him after he'd told me about Patrick, but he understood. He and Tom were planning on moving in together, and Tom was considering an offer from a large insurance company to serve as their arson investigator and arbitrator. Bob was busy preparing for the reopening of his bar, which he had decided would have a new name, Ramon's. I had given quite a bit of thought, in the intervening weeks, to exactly where I wanted to take my life now that my halcyon days with old CC were over, and I'd made a decision. I had just been waiting for tonight to run it past my friends, hoping they'd agree it was a good idea, but intending to pursue it whether they did or not. But before I had a chance to bring it up, the three of them exchanged glances. "We've got the perfect job for you," Bob said. "I was talking with the other members of the bar guild, and they agree." "What, I should open a bar?" "No," Tom said. "We all think you should seriously think about becoming a private investigator. I always told you you're a nosy bastard, and this way you could be nosy and get paid for it." Don nodded. "If it hadn't been for you, Chief Rourke might have been our next governor, and God only knows what would have happened with the fires." "I'm sure the guild members will be able to keep you supplied with referrals," Bob added. "Will you think about it?" I took another quick mental inventory of the current situation. Chris was happy and well in New York. Bacchus's lair had closed. TT had moved to New Orleans to take a job at a world-famous drag club. Salvation's door was closed, its flock transferred to a new city-run shelter 3 blocks down on Boyle. Construction had begun on a drive-through dry cleaners on the site where the dog collar had stood. The times, I thought, they are a-changin'. I smiled at Don, Tom, and Bob in turn. Funny you should mention that. The end. This has been The Butcher's Son, Book 1 of the Dick Hardesty Mystery Series. Written by Dorien Gray, narrated by Jeff Fresalbrecht. Copyright 2013 by F. Roger Margison. This production is copyright 2013 by F. Roger Margison. Dorien Gray is the author of more than 20 books, available in print and ebook form from most online and brick-and-mortar booksellers. You can find information about all of his work on his website, www.doriengray.com, and he's always delighted to hear from readers and fans.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.